everybody entertained. It is going to be at least probably 10 o'clock tomorrow before the winds subside. But keep in mind what I've been saying all along. Wait until we notify the public it is safe to go outside. Just because the winds have died down doesn't mean it's safe to go outside. There are going to be down power lines. There are going to be trees that are down. There will be sharp debris. There will be broken glass. There'll be sheet metal. Anything that you can imagine that wasn't tied down or secured is going to be blown someplace. And so it is not going to be safe immediately once the winds subside. Give us an opportunity to ensure that the areas are safe before you venture too far out of your own yard. All right, thank you all. I know you've been riding this with us, so but it's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night. All right, thanks. The good news is it's moving a little bit faster.
Big news alert there
from
Manatee County officials, and you can see it on the bottom of the screen, that public works staff there have informed them that the Bradenton wastewater plant is at risk of overflowing.
On the brink of overflowing. The warning doesn't get any more concrete than what you see right there on the bottom of your screen there. They're urging people to flush judiciously.
Yeah, conserve water. So, you know, this isn't the time to be doing dishes or laundry there. Flushing, yeah, only when necessary. You know, don't limit your showers if you can.
Sure.
Anything that you can do at this point to not put further stress on this system, given that it is at a really critical state at this point, talking about the Bradenton sewage plant there. And then, you know, another important point, too, from officials just now, why you still have power.
Sure.
And we've seen some widths go as small as 7, 8, 9, 10 miles. This is really big. This is a wide eye for a 155-mile-an-hour hurricane. It looks about at least 40 miles wide. On the unusually high side for sure. Port Charlotte and then into Arcadia. Your weather in Arcadia is really going to get bad, and Wauchula too, because this is all going to move northeast at a slow speed. There will be some weakening, but it's going to be rough. It really is going to be loud. The rain is going to come down in sheets. There could be a rumble of thunder. We have seen, look at this, we have seen an incredible amount of lightning in the eye wall. Hurricanes, by nature, are not big lightning producers. You're wondering why. It's because in a hurricane, the winds go around in a circle, so you don't have winds bumping into each other. They just go around in a circle. Think about our summer thunderstorms. They're generated by land and sea breeze boundaries coming together, and the air goes up. That doesn't happen in a hurricane. It just goes around and around and around. So typically, that process to produce lightning isn't really around or doesn't happen in a hurricane, but the fact that there is so much lightning simply indicates it's an extremely strong storm, and there's a lot of turbulence in the eye wall, and this will continue for the time being. Let's, what else do we do here, Tyler, as far as graphics?
You know, Paul, I think you kind of covered it pretty good for now. I think the biggest takeaway with respect to storm surge is the sense that our viewing area, especially Venice northward, is escaping all of that. You know, it's really right along that landfall point. And east and south of there, if you kind of took another look at that radar, I'll draw a little bit on there for you. But at areas around Pine Island and south and Captiva and Boca Grande, all those spots, and again south, I saw some video, unreal video from Fort Myers Beach, where storm surge in the streets was upwards of 6 feet. Just imagine kind of sitting in the ocean and there's water up around your neck. That was in the streets along Estero Boulevard down towards Fort Myers Beach. So this is not a good situation. This kind of southwesterly fetch, if you will, that we have in all these areas on the eastern side of the storm, right into Cape Coral right now. It's going to be not good, just to say the least. There's really not a whole lot of describer words I can use that when you have spots that are 5, 6, 7, 8 feet above sea level and you put 12 to 16 feet of storm surge on it, it's devastating. So this is very close to home, but thankfully our immediate viewing area, well, going to definitely deal with a lot of impacts in terms of the wind, especially our southern counties. The storm surge has avoided areas around Tampa Bay, even just to the south.
Yeah, and you think about, you go back the past 10 to 12 years, just the amount of development, not only here in Tampa Bay, but we've all driven down towards Fort Myers, Bonita Springs. I mean, the growth, the amount of urbanization, the number of homes that are built, these are not sleepy areas anymore. I mean, there is just so much growth, especially post-recession, 2008, that the population boom. There's very few breaks along the way where there's not much. I mean, there's some kind of going over the bridges of Charlotte Harbor. You kind of look around at a lot of mangroves, but I mean, it's pretty much nonstop, folks, all the way up and down 75, and this whole area now being impacted. I tell you, Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral, this is all the areas that are getting hit really, really hard by this storm. And as far as flooding going, so this is where the winds are coming up from the southeast, and all this water is being pushed, towards Fort Myers, Bonita Springs, Naples, Golden Gate. We're kind of getting out of the view of radar, but even down here, folks, the rain is heavy. We're just getting kind of far away from the radar site, the beam. And anyone, by the way, who try to ride it out in Sanibel and Captiva may be able to look up in the sky right now and see blue sky. So anyone that, and I'm sure there's somebody, I'm sure there's someone there that stayed and has the phone camera, and we'll show you pictures soon. But anyone that is on Sanibel and Captiva right now can look up, see a blue sky, and wait. And the problem is, then you wait for the backside to come through. And when the backside goes through, the winds go the other way. So when the hurricane approaches, it's going from the south and the southeast, and then you go in the eye, and you're excited about the fact that you're in the eye, blue sky, light winds, birds are chirping, you're looking around at the damage, you're okay, but you have to get out of the eye, and then you get back into this, and the winds are going the other way.
That would probably be the onset as well, I would imagine, Paul, for some storm surge issues in Captiva and Pine Island, because up until this point, wind for the most part has been kind of on offshore with that easterly flow, and then all of a sudden it's clear and quiet, as you said, and then backside of the storm, 100, 120, 130 mile an hour winds are straight onshore, and all of a sudden the water's coming up. It is drastic changes when you go through the middle of that eye wall and things kind of flip around and do a 180.
And we go back a couple of days ago when the storm was still in the northwestern Caribbean Sea heading for Cuba, and I'll be honest, the forecast was hard. Remember we had some models that were still going up to Pensacola, and we had other models that were going east, and they were kind of flip-flopping back and forth. And up to a couple of days ago, it was expected, or it looked like this was going to be right off Pinellas County and sliding northeast into Pasco County. We know it's how bad it is here, but imagine translating this eye just north of Tampa Bay or on Pinellas County. You're talking about a big problem here locally. Someone else is getting it. So it's not good. It's not a good situation at all. And the Media Bay area was lucky we escaped this, but unfortunately we're thinking about our friends that are getting impacted right now, because it is not a pretty situation, especially in some of this eye wall right here. Again, the worst weather in a hurricane is usually contained right in that eye wall, going out 20, 30 miles. Once you kind of escape the eye wall, the winds decrease pretty quickly. You just kind of, we always said, you want to avoid the core of the hurricane. If we could find a way with this storm to keep this core just offshore, it would have been okay, but we just couldn't. That trough was strong enough, and it kind of deflected and turned the storm northeast, and that slight northeast track, when storms parallel our coast, slight little jog is enough to make landfall. Yeah,
I think folks need to prepare themselves for some of the video that we're going to see come out down in southwest Florida where this storm surge is coming in. You think back to Hurricane Michael. Remember the area of Mexico Beach that was mentioned a lot in Gulf County up in the Panhandle? Up until we saw the video, I don't think it was really hitting home of what that storm was capable of with the storm surge. You put 12 to 16 feet of water on land in some of these spots, if not even higher than that. There's always the peak being missed by the observations. It's always higher than what the observations kind of record. That is a landscape-changing, life-altering storm surge. It truly is. So it's going to be heartbreaking, I think, to see some of the video coming out of places like Cape Coral and Fort Myers the next.
And, and the
24
thing
hours.
the thing that's important to remember about our West Coast is really about the slope of the continental shelf. As you move west of us, the water stays fairly shallow for a long time. And what does that allow? That allows the water to build up. When we talk about approaching hurricanes on the East Coast, yeah, they get storm surge flooding, but you go offshore on the East Coast, and the depth of the water really gets deep fast. It's just two completely different topography, geography off our coast, and there's off the East Coast. That's why storm surge, really along the entire Gulf Coast, is a huge problem because of the shape of the ocean floor and the depth of it. As the hurricane comes, it kind of brings with it a wall of water, and then you have the wind pushing it up, so it kind of builds and it slopes up slowly. And that is why the water really begins to increase, and it just gets pushed to the point it has nowhere to go, and it tries to move inland, and it's blocked by, by land. It all piles up, and that's our storm surge problem here along the Gulf Coast. It's really a function of how shallow the water is as you move even hundreds of miles just off our West Coast. Waiting for confirmation of landfall. Also, it is going to be interesting. Just watch on social media. We'll show it to you what we can, but we will see pictures, I'm sure, of people that are in the eye right now. And do we have a satellite? Todd, can you show a satellite? Do we have?
Yeah, give me 1 second if you want to keep chatting.
See if you can pop up the. Can we grab a true color satellite of the Zoom Florida one?
Yep.
Just want to see how clear. We know how clear it is as far as radar goes. There's not raining here. Just want to see if it really coincides. I want to see if the eye is cloud-filled, or I just want to see if the eye is clear. We'll be able to tell if we can kind of see the ground from space. That means that anyone here can look up and see blue sky and probably see the sun shining. I'll just wait till Tyler does that.
Yep, coming up right now.
So try the zoomed-in one, if we have that. So it looks like I'm just going to look at it on a monitor. That's it approaching the coast, and yeah, I mean it looks like it's probably partly cloudy in the eye. I see some hints. You can kind of see the Gulf underneath there. You know what is also interesting about this? If you have any friends that are up in Tallahassee or back here up towards Mobile and New Orleans, even up by Atlanta, the chatter up there is like the weather is so nice, very low humidity. Lots of sunshine. You talk about a study in contrast. You have beautiful, probably the nicest, think about this for a second, folks. The nicest fall day so far is here. And the worst weather on the planet is here. Think about that for a second. The worst on the planet happening right here, and some of the nicest weather on the planet is happening 300 miles away. And that's a fact. And as you zoom in, well, I think we can see some clear skies. So again, anyone that's underneath this eye can look up and see at least breaks of sunshine. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's more interesting than anything else because what really matters is the weather around the eye. But as that eye moves inland, and if you're in that eye, and that could even be Arcadia, and that could be anywhere south of us, you will probably see some blue sky for a time this afternoon, and tonight you'll see stars in that eye. Tell you, as far as the satellite appearance goes, I mean, what you look for as far as a strong hurricane goes, and we've shown you hurricanes that are undergoing shear and they're not a perfect circle. This hurricane's almost a perfect circle. Another example or reason why it is so strong. Take a look at the lightning back here. This is all lightning data, and here's the clear skies. There it is right here, moving onshore. You can also see, again, the atmosphere is a fluid. And you can see waves in the atmosphere kind of propagating out of this, all this energy that kind of moves out. You kind of see it, we've got these gravity waves that are extending out. So it's just, from a scientific point, this is incredible, but there's nothing incredible for anyone that is dealing with this storm right now. Last night, we had tornadoes outside of Fort Lauderdale. Airport Hollywood had planes flipped over. We've had a couple tornado warnings today. There's a tornado watch up, but looks like maybe, is that a warning? Yeah, it's a warning there on the East Coast.
Yep.
And there could be a couple tornado warnings. What's interesting now, there is some breaks in the rain. So the rain area, there's an area moving through Highlands County and into Polk County, some dry air may be coming in on the south and southeast side where it's not raining at all. It is raining very heavily along, I tell you, you want to take about the drive that would be one to remember, and I gotta tell anyone to do it, but driving from I-75, we'll say from the Golden Gate exit, you've been down there before, maybe the Marco Island exit off 75, you drive all the way to the Skyway, and you'll have a book to write about the wind, and I'm sure there's someone on the highway. It's not closed. I mean, it'll be tough going for really anyone that's trying to go up and down 75 from, say, from the Skyway all the way south. There's Port Charlotte. There is Venice. On my Facebook page on Twitter, I have a post going that says, you know, just write down your experiences. If we don't want anyone to venture outside and put yourself in danger. But if you can take a picture outside your window, if there's pictures or video that you can share with us safely, you can send it to me or Tyler or anyone on my inbox on Facebook or Twitter or through the station, and because this stuff is really, really bad right now. This is the seventh Category 4 or 5 hurricane that has made landfall since 1950.
I believe so. Yeah, seventh one. Landfall should be coming up momentarily. And producers, I'm just going to walk over to the green wall here for a second and jump in. I think a big thing to note here, Paul, is that this is really the beginning of a long stretch of very strong winds and a whole lot of rain that it's going to last through the night tonight. If you're in Tampa, if you're in Polk County, if you're in Lakeland, whatever it is, Apollo Beach, I mean, the wind has been gusting already tropical storm force for the last couple hours in a lot of spots around Tampa Bay over into Pinellas County. And the storm is way down here. And as it cuts into the inland spots over the next several hours, this is slow moving, still moving at 9 miles per hour. It's going to be a rough night tonight. It's going to be a loud night. You think back to what we experienced during Irma. Paul, I know you remember just dozens and dozens and dozens of Facebook messages as we were on the air and the storm was kind of cutting up through Hardy County and Polk County of just, when is this going to stop? It's so loud. And this is a stronger storm as it's making landfall now than what Irma was at this point. So this is going to hold together, at least the core of the wind is going to take a while to wind down over land. That's why they have hurricane warnings over on the East Coast, but they could certainly experience hurricane force winds by the time this gets over to them. So I think the takeaway is that this is just the beginning. With respect to our viewing area, we're thinking about the folks down south in Cape Coral and Fort Myers and Port Charlotte and all those spots through Southwest Florida that are going through the worst of the weather right now. But with respect to our impacts, it's going to be this evening and overnight as this core kind of moves right up through here and over towards Orlando. Widespread power outages. We're on the radio nonstop. They're carrying our coverage. So if your power goes out, that's a good way to kind of listen to what's going on. We'll do our best to describe the location of things to you when that happens.
We had some I had messages. I made a list back in the weather office of things I need to talk about. We talked about just visually, obviously, this has been pretty cool. Is just the water being moved out of the bay. It's because of that north-northeast wind direction. And we made a big deal about this last night, saying, I guarantee tomorrow we'll show you some video of the bay being emptied. The question a lot of you are asking, okay, the water has to come back.
Yeah.
And the water will come back. But I don't think it'll come back to the levels that will not be that will not be manageable. When I looked at some of the data, the general rule is when departing hurricanes are moving away from you, so this is going to be moving away. It'll be moving towards the East Coast. Yeah, the wind's going to turn northwest and west, so the water has to come back, and it's going to want to be pushed into the bay, but there's no longer a hurricane in the Gulf. The hurricane's now on the East Coast. So could we get some minor flooding? I absolutely think we could, but in the big scheme of things, it's probably, we've had so many events of 2 to 3 feet of water that if we end up this event with getting 2 to 3 feet of water along our west coast, I would consider that a big win for us. So we're not going to get we're not going to get a 5 to 10 foot storm surge.
Right.
We're just not. And I don't know what the Hurricane Center has out right now for data for us, but when storms are moving away from us, this will be over by Orlando, and we'll start getting a northwest wind and a west wind, so the water's going to come back, but it's not going to come back 5 to 10 feet.
Right. I remember during Irma as well, we were saying, folks, don't stop walking in the bay because the water is going to come back.
Right.
And there was the fear of how quickly it would come back, and it didn't really materialize that way. It's really interesting how the physics of the storm just work as it's moving away from you. It's totally different than when it's approaching. Just the pull of the water back coming into a dry bay is just not the same.
Yeah,
so
and
I think you're spot on
we
there.
may get some minor flooding,
Sure.
and there may be maybe 3 feet, maybe 2.5 to 3 feet of water on the backside. But we'll get 2.5, 3 feet of water here after a cold front in the winter with a 30, 40 mile an hour wind.
Right.
So I'm not dismissing anyone that's watching me right now that lives on the coast. Go, well, you come clean up my water. I get it. But what we're trying to avoid here is a big deal, a major event, and I think that we will avoid a major event. That's the Brookdale Bayshore cam, which, by the way, it looked like there was some islands out there earlier. Now there's not, and we'll take a couple of more views. Let me see if I can get this to load.
Yeah, there you go.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, it kind of looks like, I mean, it's almost, I've never seen a view before, Tyler, when you're looking at the bay and you know, you could navigate what looks like you can do some little canoeing around some of these islands that have formed out over the bay. This is obviously Bayshore Boulevard. The hospital's over here. Davis Island's over here. And when I came into work, I did a little trip down Bayshore. There were a lot of people out there, and the wind was whipping, that just had their cameras out and were just videotaping the Bayshore with the water being pushed out. Temperatures today have been obviously on the cool side because of rain, and the winds, we had a wind gust early at the airport, about 50, but right now they're running about 25 to 30.
Yeah, and I want to mention too, I know a lot of folks had problems the last time the bay drained out. This isn't a problem-free scenario. Seawalls in your bay, if you live on a canal, there were a lot of folks that had to get seawalls repaired because when the water drained, there was no longer that pressure on the seawall, and it kind of shifted or cracked, and we've seen a lot of boats in harbors or in marinas just kind of sitting on the dry ground. So that's a big problem as well when you're talking about property damage.
Pop up the geo color one I just popped up. This is kind of interesting. I'm trying to answer questions I had messaged to me, and those of you that have had sent me messages, I think I had about 700 in the inbox, but this is one that was pretty common, is like, why is the hurricane like attached to this line? I mean, what's up with this? I mean, because you think about it, you usually see a hurricane, it just sits in its own. This is caught on a trough, and we were, during the forecasting process of where this storm is going to go, you remember, the governing factors were a ridge out here, if I can kind of see it, it's kind of going around in a circle, and a trough along the East Coast. This is the East Coast trough. Upper level winds blow down, and the reason why this storm has turned northeast is the trough was strong enough to grab it and turn it a little bit to the east, and now it's going to kind of ride up this trough. So you can get hurricanes that it's almost looks like it's part of a cold front, doesn't it? I mean, it almost looks like we have a cold front hurricane attached to the same spot, and it actually is, because it's dry here. And as I said, the weather over us, I mean, the weather right now in Northport, we can make a case that is some of the worst on the planet. And then all of this right here with temperatures in the 70s and 80s and low humidity is some of the nicest around. And eventually we were going to get some of this as the storm begins to move away. No doubt about that at all.
Paul, how about we'll take a little step off our weather coverage for a second and kind of get some new data, and we'll...
Linda's over there saying, can we go on?
Can we talk, please?
we were wondering if we can just go to 4:30.
No, I'm very fascinated. We're fascinated, learning, and impressed with both
at this point, I'm to the point where I'm tired of hearing myself talk. That's not unusual.
You're doing
I learned
a nice
about the
job.
eye wall replacement. I thought that was fascinating. But
cycle.
yes, cycle, the eye wall replacement cycle.
Yes.
Thank you, Paul and Tyler. And while they continue to keep an eye on the track there, you know, they were talking a lot about how the southern areas were really really getting hit hard. And we actually have our Kimberly Cuizon. She is live for us in Sarasota. That's actually where Kimberly lives. And I know, Kim, you've been out there for a few hours now, and the conditions have deteriorated pretty rapidly. So can you describe what it was like when you first got there and what it's like there now?
Allie, well, the wind continues to get stronger and stronger. This morning around, well, really around midnight, we started to feel those gusts, but now it's hard to explain unless you really hear it, which I'm sure many people are right now. It's a certain different type of howl. I've lived in Florida my whole entire life. I have never heard this howl before. It is strong. It sounds so different, and it just gives you that feeling that you need to be inside, you need to be out of the elements and somewhere safe. You can see right over here. So we are at the closest hotel to Siesta Key that's open right now. We're at a Best Western just off of US 41 across from Gulf Gate Drive. Right across the way, which I believe Travis is showing you, is a home of it's a village of tiny homes. These are homes that are often rented out for vacation rentals. They look like they're empty right now. They appear to be doing great, but it's the trees around it. You can see that they are bending with every gust that continues to blow. Again, for a Florida native, have never been through anything like this. I know during Hurricane Irma, wind gusts were strong, but talking to somebody who is familiar with this area as well, Dennis, you're the maintenance manager here. I want to welcome Dennis. So Dennis is the maintenance manager with Best Western Plus. You said that you went through Hurricane Irma. You've lived in the area several years, but this feels different to you.
Yes, this is definitely very interesting. The wind is so much stronger than Irma. Just watching it here, it's just tearing everything out.
Dennis, I know we see from your hat, you have the hat that says Siesta Key, Florida. You've lived on Siesta Key for several years. We've heard from Paul that we hopefully will not see those storm surges that we were expecting, but still, what are your concerns?
I'm pretty much concerned about the storm surge because I do live on Siesta Key, and it's a ground floor apartment, and they're talking 10-foot storm surge. So at 10 foot, it's coming in my front door. So I'm hoping it goes inland and goes to the other side or something.
And Dennis, I know that you're kind of riding out the storm here too. You work here.
Yeah.
You guys could have closed down, but I know that you opened your doors. You even brought Fox 13 in here when we didn't have any rooms to go to. Welcomed our crews in. I guess just why is that so important? We're hearing from so many people from different areas of Sarasota County that have hunkered down here.
Well, like I said, I'm from Siesta Key, and they had a mandatory evacuation. And we have trailer parks surrounding us everywhere, and the intercoastal waterway, and the owners were nice enough. They didn't have to open it up. It's not a shelter. This is privately owned, and they were good enough people to say, let's open it up for the people and, protect our community.
Well, Dennis, I just wanted to thank you for your time. I know that you have other work to get out here with the guests, but I wanted to thank you for taking a few minutes to talk to us. And that is some of the... Thanks, Dennis. And that is some of the things that we are hearing, through all of the bad of this storm. And we know that there are areas that are going to be hit bad, especially here in Sarasota County, further down south. There is good stories coming out of this. Dennis has been going around checking on families, making sure that they are safe. And really, when these storms hit and you are in an area with people you don't know, you really become familiar with them. It kind of eases your mind for a little bit. But these wind gusts continue to come in here through Sarasota County. I've been getting some text messages from people that I know throughout the area. I have heard that power is now out in Gulf Gate near the SCT area, which would be the Suncoast Technical College and other parts of Sarasota. So it is going to be a long few hours, a long next couple of days, but we're all in this together, and we all live where you live, and we're going to be okay once the storm passes. Back to you.
Floridians are going to continue to come together through all of this, and of course we're thankful for Dennis there for bringing you and Travis in and keeping you guys safe there in shelter. Kim, continue to do that. Thanks for being out there for us. You can really judge the wind by the bend in the palm tree.
Absolutely.
And it is really bending out there right now.
When someone has lived here their whole life and they say this is different, they can hear the howl is different. They can
When she said that word, howl.
wind, right. They know.
It's going to be a rough ride for a lot of folks down there. And of course, our hearts are with all of those people in our southern counties. The governor spoke just a short time ago.
So here's what he had to say about the storm as it came ashore, and also how Floridians, just like Dennis, can help those that are being affected.
We also understand that people that are displaced are going to need assistance, so the Department of Economic Opportunity has already deployed funding and guidance through community action agencies to help Floridians in need of short-term support like utilities, hotel bills, and transportation if they have been displaced by the storm. Please continue to monitor local reports, weather reports. Be very cautious about going out into hazardous conditions, and then once the storm passes your area, just make sure that you're very careful, because there's going to be a lot of things, a lot of hazards that are going to be down on the ground. I know there's a lot of people that have reached out. First of all, I want to say thanks. A lot of people have offered thoughts and prayers for the folks that are in the eye of this storm, and that means a lot to us. There's also people that want to be able to do their part, and so I've directed Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. It's much better to donate financially rather than sending items. We have everything we need in terms of the immediate response needs, but there will be thousands of Floridians who will need help rebuilding. And to contribute to the disaster fund, you can visit www.floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. Again, that's text disaster to 20222.
Tens of thousands of people are already without power. The most have been reported in Sarasota County, where we just were. More than 78,000 power outages there. If you lose power, you can still access emergency information on the radio. And we are broadcasting on 3 different channels: Hot 101.5, 97X, and the occasional coverage on 102.5 The Bone. We want to check in now with Fox 13's Josh Cassio.
I saw Josh a few hours ago, and it was pretty bad out there. So he is live for us still, Treasure Island. So, Josh, I mean, we can see here from this live shot, those winds are whipping pretty good out there. How are you faring?
I'll tell you what, it is absolutely picked up out here on Treasure Island since the last time we talked a little over an hour ago. The winds have picked up. The rain is coming down even harder. Our sort of non-scientific way to tell how bad it's getting has been watching that tree right there, watching it bend and blow in the wind. And I'll tell you, that tree's been going through it for quite a while now. Also, I want you to look at the water and just see how fast it is moving from my right to left. It is really moving fast. You can see a lot of the white caps out there. Also, we're seeing the water continue to recede just behind this seawall here behind me, and we know the conditions are only going to continue to get worse. So it's a good time to mention that folks here in Pinellas County, the safety officials, they want people to stay inside, stay hunkered down, and don't be fooled by the breaks in the weather that we get every once in a while. They don't want people going outside to take pictures or anything like that, because yes, there might be breaks here or there, but the reality is the winds and the rain pick right back up, and boy, is it gusting very hard. We know there are 25 shelters open in Pinellas County. Zones A, B, and C had mandatory evacuations. Right now, there's about 4,500 residents in those shelters. In terms of power outages, we know there's about 12,000 people in Pinellas County without power right now, that according to Duke Energy. And again, you see why. The winds and the rains have been picking up out here. It is getting stronger. You can see the trees, they are blowing and bending in the wind, and it certainly is picking up. The gusts we felt seem to get stronger and stronger. You try to stand out here, and next thing you know, a gust will come by and give you a good whack on the back. So you got to be extra careful, and that's why, again, they want folks to stay inside. In terms of the barrier islands right now, you should not be coming out here. The only folks that are able to even be on the barrier islands are folks who live here, but quite frankly, they should have evacuated a long time ago. And the good news is, when we did drive around here, there are very few people out here. So most people do seem to be heeding the warnings that you can't be out here. This is not a time to take cool pictures on Instagram, even though it seems like it'd be a fun idea. The reality is, no, it is blowing really bad and only getting worse. And as we continue to watch it, that's what we've seen. It just continues to get worse and worse and worse. And those gusts get stronger and stronger. We expect it to get worse over the next few hours. Those power outage numbers will likely continue to grow. So again, the word from officials here in Pasco County: remain hunkered down and stay that way until this thing is gone. And then once it is, Again, be extra careful out on the roads. Watch for downed power lines. They're still concerned about flooding. Even if that storm surge isn't as bad as it might have been, they're still worried about flooding, downed power lines, all the negative safety impacts that we get from a hurricane. So time to be extra careful, keep it locked on the news, and just be extra safe out there. Guys, back to you.
And probably be patient too, Josh, because we're going to be in this for the long haul here. And we're going to be with you here on Fox 13. So Josh, stay safe out there, as well as your photographer. We want to show some of you folks the video here from Fort Myers. They are really getting a direct hit. And just look at how rough the wind is. You can see the palm trees just bending there, the water as well, just really rough. Now, the storm already caused flooding in this area. It's knocked out power. It has snapped trees. You can see the boats here just swaying. Possible tornado even flipped over planes at the North Perry Airport. That's in Pembroke Pines. And officials say the storm will significantly slow down after landfall and as it makes its way slowly through central Florida.
Well, our reporter Gloria Gomez usually covers courts for us, but she's been monitoring what's going on in Hillsborough County for the past couple of days.
She's live for us in Tampa. She's at the county's Emergency Operations Center. So, Gloria, what's the word there? Because I know we've been saying over and over again that the Tampa Bay area really got lucky with this. So is that still kind of the consensus at 2:45 this afternoon?
Yes, you are correct. That is the headline. Keep in mind, though, that Mayor Jane Castor had a press conference probably about a couple of hours ago reminding people that we are not out of the woods yet. She doesn't want people venturing outside, walking outside, driving anywhere. She wants everyone to stay put. Don't go on Bayshore and look at the Bayshore area and the bay and how it's receded. We don't need people doing that, is what she said. Keep in mind, though, the mayor also has been traveling around checking on her crews. We want to show you video that we shot just about an hour ago. You'll see the mayor thanking emergency response crews who are ready to go the moment they get notice that this storm has passed us. They're going to be the crews out there that are going to clean up our streets, make sure that emergency response crews, ambulances can get to people who they need to get to right away. I asked her why that was so important for her to visit all three sites this morning, and this is what she had to say. Take a look.
People are taking shelter in places that are high and dry and safe, but our City of Tampa team is out here ready to respond to any of our community's needs. So I just want to come out and say thanks to the people that really get it done behind the scenes, and thank them for their dedication to our community.
And so the mayor went out and visited 3 different sites, thanking those crews, telling them that to be ready at any moment to start cleaning up our city and our county. Obviously, this is a big task, but she also mentioned that, yes, we may have dodged a bullet, but she wants the public to stay put, not to venture out at this point, to be safe. Don't drive around. Don't be looky-loos. Just stay home until emergency officials tell us it's okay to venture out. And obviously, the Tampa police also stressing that same thing, and reminding us that, in fact, if criminals come out there and try to start looting or taking advantage of the situation, that the burglary charges would be upgraded, because this is a state of emergency right now. So keep that in mind as well. They just want the public to be aware that they're out there in full force protecting us, but we should also do our part and stay indoors until we're told it's safe to come out. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are at home watching right now wondering, what can I do? Well, that's what you can do, is you can stay home, because that'll help all the folks who are away from their families, trying to help and keep everyone safe. Gloria, thanks.
Stay at home. We're keeping you informed.
We'll give you the latest.
Thank you, Gloria.
Absolutely, Gloria, thanks. Well, here is the latest. All Hillsborough County Public Schools will be closed on Friday. The school district tweeting out the update. Students will return to class on Monday, October 3rd.
Well, the Pasco Sheriff's Office wants residents there to prepare for possible flooding and damage following Hurricane Ian. Sheriff Chris Noko actually released this video a little bit earlier.
Since your sheriff's office will be ready for whatever happens. The one thing, as we said, it's a little bit more east. So as it's further east, we want to make sure our residents on that side of the county, are aware. But know that our chainsaw teams are ready to respond immediately to clear the roads. We're going to be working with the power companies to make sure that they can restore power as quickly as possible out there. Our swift water response team will be out there in case there is flooding anywhere. But we want to make sure all our residents are aware of the fact that, even 2 to 3 days after the storm, we're going to see possible flooding issues because all the rains that go to surrounding counties can come our way. So with that being said, I want to make sure you're aware we are there for you. We are all in this together.
Yes, we are. And you were just listening to Pasco County Sheriff Naco, reminding residents to know that this is going to be going on for days, the aftermath. We have been watching at how Ian's winds have really affected our local waterways. This is a look at Bayshore Boulevard, a time lapse where you can see the water just sort of get sucked back as it recedes. It is pretty incredible. Look at that progression. Now, if you were here through Irma back in 2017, you might remember something similar happened. It's definitely caught attention of the residents down there. I saw a lot of folks along Bayshore Boulevard earlier. I was out there driving and people were pulled over. They were out taking pictures. They were out walking along where there's normally water.
Hopefully not anymore, though. Hopefully
not anymore.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, FEMA in Washington, D.C. is also watching our state very closely.
Here's what officials there had to say about after the storm passes by.
Once the storm passes and individuals go out into this water, the water is still dangerous, right? It's still going to be moving rapidly. It's still going to have debris in it. It's still going to have down power lines in it. So there's so many different dangers after the storm passes that also contribute to some of the indirect fatalities that we see after a storm. So people just need to stay focused. They need to listen to their officials. They need to understand what the threats and the dangers are. Those first few hours, days after the storm passes are just as dangerous as when the storm is going over.
Meanwhile, Baycare hospitals are closing all facilities to visitors at 5 o'clock this evening. OBGYN, NICU, pediatric patients, they may have one visitor throughout the storm. Morton Plant North Bay in Newport Richey and Bardmore's emergency department in Largo are closed. So Hurricane Ian has already spawned several possible tornadoes in South Florida. One was confirmed in Broward County last night. You can see a lot of trees down there and people out picking up debris. The good news here, though, Paul, is no one was hurt, but I have to imagine that our middle counties need to be bracing, Tyler, for that possibility throughout the afternoon, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of rain that we've had through September, and now we're talking like 10, 15, maybe 20 inches of rain in spots between now and like tomorrow morning. So that's a lot of rain, and you got really gusty winds. Kind of one of those scenarios where a lot of the root systems just get kind of pulled up out of the ground, and the tree just kind of slowly falls over. That could be widespread. Hopefully not a huge issue, but certainly a threat. Getting very close to landfall right now. Let's jump on over to Sky Tower. If not now, it's within the next couple of minutes down near North Captiva Island. And you say, what do you mean? The storm's been on shore for a while. Well, defined landfall is kind of when the center of the eye, it breaks a portion of land. So yes, this eastern eye wall and northern eye wall has been bumped on shore for quite a while, but it's kind of right here in the center of that eye. This is North Captiva Island. You got Captiva Island, Pine Island, and then up a little further north, you got Boca Grande. So somewhere right in here is going to be the defined landfall point. That should be coming in momentarily. Don't want to jump the gun on that. We'll wait for National Hurricane Center to give official word. Venice, Englewood, Northport, just getting slammed right now. I mean, you have winds kind of pivoting around this in this eye wall, which is right in here. 100 to 120 in spots that we're getting some radar estimates on, and all of that again is just going to pivot around into southern parts of Sarasota County. So this is some of the worst weather in our viewing area is going to be southern half of Sarasota County. Venice down to Englewood, Northport, really getting slammed by this very, very heavy rain coming down. And all of this is really going to be gradually progressing north over the next several hours. If you're around Tampa Bay or inland, again, Hardee County, DeSoto, Highlands, Polk County, it's going to be some big time issues as we get into the overnight hours. This is going to take a while to wind down over land. So a lot of that weather that is south of us now is going to be gradually progressing northward. We've had a lot of rain already. Winds already gusting to tropical storm force in a lot of spots around Tampa Bay. Saw some gusts in St. Pete. 60 miles per hour, had a gust at Sarasota Bradenton International, about 70 miles an hour, and those winds going to get worse. This may still be a hurricane over Polk County late tonight. You know, if you went through Irma and that kind of came up through Hardee County and into Polk County, that was a big, big deal. It was loud, a lot of structural damage. Power was out for a couple of weeks because it simply just toppled a bunch of power poles. The winds were so strong. Unfortunately, that's kind of the scenario we're looking at as this moves northeast up into Polk County and over towards Orlando through the night tonight. So it's going to be a long stretch as this continues to slow down, and again, a gradual winding down of the system over land. This, again, may still be a Cat 1 hurricane by the time it approaches places like Bartow, Fort Meade, Frostproof. All those spots have a lot of wind and rain coming their way over the next several hours, Paul.
I just posted, we'll show this on TV. A friend of mine down in Fort Myers, we'll show it to you. There's really a lot of damage. Fort Myers Beach, the water is in between homes, and I'm sorry, I just was reading some of this online and looking at my feed and my inbox, but we'll get that kind of reprocessed and get it on TV. But this area down here, Tyler, just pivot the radar up a little bit so I can kind of zoom in. This area right here from Bonita Springs, and show Fort Myers Beach if you can. Thank you. It's right here, right there. Sanibel, all the way back to about Bonita Springs. This area is where is really going to show a lot of the big storm surge flooding, and there's water that the storm surge numbers are probably going to be about 10 to 12 feet down here, and water kind of going in between some of the homes. So this is going to be pretty significant. We're going to get confirmation, and I'm sure you talked about this before. This is going to be the center point of the landfall right here, Sanibel and Captiva. The weather is going to slowly improve for them, but it's going to take a while because you still have kind of the backside of the storm to go. And if you're watching me, you know, inland in this path, and you know, the problem with these hurricanes, we joked about this during Irma. It's like being stalked by a turtle. It's just, everything is slow. Nothing is quick, and you get anxiety, and you're wondering how it's going to impact you. And I want to be clear about this because I know there was a long time during this hurricane event, a potential hurricane event, for anyone watching us in our inland counties, that you thought that you were completely in the clear. And I understand that because for the longest time, we were wondering, will it hang over Tampa Bay? Would it fall some of the models and maybe just go a little bit west of us? And it really was, the big concern was the storm surge flooding, as it should be. And everyone inland is saying, oh, we're okay. We're okay. And then 2 nights ago, we started talking about, you know, this trough may be stronger. You know what? This storm could start moving south. And all of a sudden, it went from inland counties not in play to being in play. And you're at home going, what the heck? So I understand how that works. And it also goes to show the challenges of meteorology. I mean, a couple of days out, you know, these little, and I said, and I made it perfectly clear, any little track adjustment was going to make a big difference to our local weather. And we had about 3 or 4 of them, and they kind of added up. And before you know it, folks over in Orlando, who my buddies at Fox 35 in Orlando, joking, well, at least we don't have to worry about it here. And then a couple of days ago, I was, whoa, yes, you do. So this has been a completely different setup. And all this does to you inland is add to your anxiety and your angst. You went through Charlie, you went through Francis, you went through Gene, and this isn't fun. So we're going to walk you through this tonight and see how this kind of plays out. But this, what's interesting for at least for now, is that how to the east side, there's not a lot of rain. And it probably what's happening here tonight is some of the dry air is kind of being, there's a lot of dry air to the northwest of the hurricane. So some of that is probably rotating in and being spun up on the east side. But for now, from Lake Okeechobee through Highlands County is not raining at all. There is heavy rain, Arcadia. This does kind of match up with all the models that had the strongest, the highest rainfall distribution from Tampa Bay to Orlando, kind of 50 miles either side of I-4. And so far, the rainfall distribution is kind of adding up to that. Here it is. It's this whole area, and we're doing rainfall totals. And look at those numbers. I can't wait till you do a little pixel cue on that. Can you move up the frame at all? You may have to clear the numbers. I'm not
just
sure.
focus on kind of our viewing area, but I'll zoom it down for you. Yep.
But that is, I think that's 10 plus. So right there, that's Venice and Northport. Rainfall totals 7, 4, 7, and we're kind of getting started. So here, there's going to be about 10 to 15. And then all of this is going to move northeast. We made a point of saying this has been a wet September, and really none of this rain is needed, and there's certainly rain to come. So I think we'll take a little bit of a break. We'll take a little break and we'll come back. It's top of the hour, 3 o'clock. Thanks everyone for tuning in. And if you're watching me inland, we'll get you through this next couple of hours, next several hours. We'll see you then.
This is Fox 13 Tampa Bay, special coverage of Hurricane Ian. Please stand by. Our live coverage will continue in just a moment. If you lose power, you can watch live Fox 13 news coverage of Hurricane Ian on your phone by downloading the Fox 13 News app and clicking on the Watch Live button. Now is also a good time to download the Sky Tower Radar app. It'll give you live radar coverage, plus other important information. The Sky Tower Radar app is free and available in the Apple and Google Play stores. Count on Fox 13 for continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. You can also listen to Fox 13 hurricane reports on our radio partners, 102.5 The Bone, Hot 101.5, and 97X. This is Fox 13 Tampa Bay, special coverage of Hurricane Ian. Please stand by. Our live coverage will continue in just a moment. Now is also a good time to download the Sky Tower Radar app. It'll give you live radar coverage, plus other important information. The Sky Tower Radar app is free and available in the Apple and Google Play stores.
And welcome back. Thank you so much for being here with us on our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Let's check back out in with meteorologist Tyler Eliason. Tyler.
Yeah, guys, just still kind of waiting for official landfall word from the National Hurricane Center. Really should be any moment, but we'll certainly wait for that before we say anything. Going to be somewhere down near North Captiva Island. Captiva Island itself, one of those spots will go down as the official landfall point. We'll get the numbers from that. Wind speeds are really picking up in southern Sarasota County. Venice, 81 right now, but you notice a lot of spots. This is interesting. Lakeland, Bartow, Winter Haven. You say, where are my numbers? Unfortunately, those stations stopped reporting earlier today. Just some issues with either wind or heavy rain, just maybe some damage to the stations. We don't know that officially, but I think we're really just going to rely on Sky Tower wind speeds as we kind of go through this. So we'll jump on over to Sky Tower right now and show you where that eye wall is. And if you're south in Sarasota County right now, you're undoubtedly without power, hopefully listening to us on the radio. So we'll do our best to kind of visually paint the picture for you with our voice, if you will. Englewood, Northport, over to Venice, Manasota Key, over to Port Charlotte, all with very strong winds, likely over 100 miles per hour. I'll pause it right here and jump over to some wind speeds for you and just kind of do some sampling to give you an idea. We're clicking just north of Englewood there, 114 miles per hour. Again, these are all radar estimates, but likely very close to that is what we're seeing down on the ground. So kind of South Venice, just north of Venice, getting a lot of samples down towards Englewood, anywhere from 115 down to 100 miles per hour with some of those wind gusts as that northern eye wall gradually kind of pushes on shore. And this will gradually wind down. You're not going to get wind speeds like that in Lakeland later on tonight, but this is going to take a while for this to spin down over land because it's making landfall at such a high intensity. So there's going to undoubtedly be wind damage over a wide area as this progresses north. And it's moving slower and slower as it moves on shore as well. So we're at, what, 3 o'clock now. It's moving 9 miles per hour. I'll do a little sampling here just to kind of get an idea of distance for you. We'll take a point from where that northern eye wall is right now, just kind of drag it north and east, we'll go 80 miles. So let's do the math there. It's about 8 hours, maybe a little less than 8 hours. So by the time we get to 10, 11 o'clock tonight, it is going to be howling through a lot of Polk County and Hardy County. Many of the spots that were hard hit during Irma, and you know what you went through. I mean, I remember it very clearly, folks just saying, what is going on? When is this going to end? Make the noise stop. Unfortunately,
we have another one of those extreme wind warnings on?
Yeah, probably just came in. We're looking at the printout here. Yep, extreme wind warning, southeastern Manatee County in west central Florida. And these extreme wind warnings, what does that mean? These are issued for scenarios in which you need to be in the most interior room of your house, away from windows, pretty much taking the same precautions that you would during a tornado.
Yeah, this is one of those warnings that are just rarely issued, and you never want to see them issued because they only happen in events like this. I'll read it from the Weather Service in Ruskin, who puts it out. In capitals, take cover now. Treat these imminent extreme winds as if a tornado was approaching and move immediately to the safe room in your shelter. Take action now to protect your life. So this is up until 6 o'clock for southeastern Manatee County, Charlotte County, western DeSoto, Lee County, and Sarasota County. So this is a large area. And that is all, and the reason for that, Tyler, is because they're going to be in the eye wall for a long time.
Yeah, kind of was just talked about before that came in.
Yeah, and so this is going to be a tough, what time is it now? It's, so we're talking 3 hours that this area is going to end up being, is going to be in the eye wall. Issued at 3:03, in effect until 6 o'clock. National Weather Service has issued an extreme wind warning, which is rare. This is one of the warnings you never want to see on your printer. So this is all of this area here, and it extends into western DeSoto and also Charlotte County. It's kind of out of our viewing area. In Sarasota County, all of Sarasota County until 6 o'clock. So anyone in Sarasota County, not that I'm sure you're not out, but you want to get yourself in a safe spot in your home, because the next 3 hours are going to be especially tough, because you're going to end up being in this eye wall. Now, will you see winds of 155 miles an hour? Probably not. But even if your winds are 90, 110, 120 in that zone, that's a big deal. And you never want to get in a spot where you get one of your windows compromised, and you've got wind in your house, and then things really start going bad. So shelter in place in all of Sarasota County and portions of DeSoto, Manatee County until 6 o'clock tonight. There's always a chance that this could either be changed or it could be canceled early. But for now, that is the situation. Extreme wind warning. And then multiple lines of rain have been whipping to the northwest. So even around Tampa Bay, it's been a tough afternoon, gusts 40, 50, 60. But as always, the worst weather in hurricanes is just that core. The hurricane, the eye wall, which on the south side doesn't quite look as extensive as the northern side. The northern side, and a lot of it is the radar beam is hitting this, and then it's having a tough time seeing the other side of the eye. But this is especially bad. It's at Port Charlotte, Venice, Englewood, and Northport. And when I was back in the office taking a bit of a break at 3 o'clock, I read some messages on my inbox, and it was simply people in Venice and Northport going, Paul, it's really tough down here. Paul, it is so loud. Someone messaged me and say, is there a tornado warning because it's so loud outside right now? No, there's no tornado warnings in the eye wall. It's simply the amount of wind, and it's noisy in situations like this. So let me see if we can also take a look. Can we maybe pop up the...
I'm working on getting a visual of that extreme wind warning, just so we can see kind of where it's outlined.
We know it's all of Sarasota County.
Correct.
Which is critical, and it's part of DeSoto County.
Correct, and parts of Manatee County.
Part of Manatee County as well. It's really anyone that's going to be in this eye wall is going to have extreme winds. And the process is slow. I mean, I've been here now several hours, since late this morning, and this storm has not moved all that much. This is going to be a rough night. It gets dark in only about 4.5 hours from now. So by the time it gets dark, the storm is going to be over here. And then we're going to kind of have to walk you through this tonight and look for any signs of tornadoes or any stronger winds. and kind of see how things play out throughout the overnight hours. Here's some of the wind speeds. This is Doppler estimated, 122, 100, 104, 97. I think all of those numbers look accurate to me. Out in these beaches, out in Lido, in Holmes Beach, and even in Anna Maria, where it's with the intercoastal, there's some openness to the east of you, and the winds are blowing northeast. It is really whipping along the coast of Manatee and Sarasota counties.
Yeah, it is, Paul. I'm going to still try and pull up that extreme wind warning a little more. You can drive around on the radar for a second.
I'm gonna show the stats right now, because we get updated numbers every hour. We get a new position update. So here's the 3 o'clock numbers. Just about making landfall, waiting for the official confirmation. The center itself is now 20 miles to the west of Fort Myers. Top winds are still 155, and if anything, it's slowed down a little bit. You don't want it to slow down. I mean, I'd give us a north-northeast at 20. North-northeast at 9 is slow. And that means that, you think about if you go 9 miles an hour, and in about a day, you don't really go that far. You get 9 miles an hour times 24 is 180, it's about 200 miles. So in a day, we go to the other side of the state. So we got a ways to go. We'll put this into motion. The track forecast now, we're done with modeling. The model page has been deleted for this storm, because now it's just kind of watching the eye on radar. And the track is pretty similar to what we were talking about last night. It'll weaken to a Cat 3. By the time it gets to Orlando or near Orlando, that'll be tomorrow. It'll be a tropical storm. That's when the winds will start going west-northwest for us, and that's when the water will start coming back. But as we've talked about a couple times so far today, the water is out of the bay and the inlets. It has to come back in. That process takes time, and then to get flooding on top of that, it's hard. I'm not saying there can't be some high water with the west-northwest wind on the backside, but we're not going to get no 5 or 9 foot storm surge in Tampa Bay when a storm is moving away from us. The physics don't support it. Storm's moving away, west-northwest winds, not going to happen. But there could be some areas of high water. And if we go through this hurricane and say, did you have high water at your house? Yeah, we had about a foot above average, 2 feet above average. That's a win when you get a Category 4 or 5 hurricane right off your coastline. Winds 150 in the motion, north-northeast at 9. Then eventually going out over water and maybe making a second landfall up there in South Carolina. The flash flood risk is going to stay pretty much off the charts, and we've noticed that heaviest band of rain just north of Tampa Bay. Let's see if the European model numbers are in. This is additional rainfall. Still showing, and the model's actually doing a pretty good job. There hasn't been much rain in Highlands County, so the European model is going 1.5 inches, and that kind of lines up with the rainfall distribution so far. It doesn't mean it's not going to rain again in Highlands County, but the way the storm has been configured, a lot of the heaviest rain has kind of been in the north and northwest quadrant of the hurricane. So if you follow that along, it kind of matches up these numbers. 17 in Sarasota, 14 Bradenton, 6 in Tampa. That seems low. 17 Lakeland, and then 12 in Bartow. Here's some wind gust forecast, and this is looking at Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Some of these numbers may be a little high, but these are wind gusts. These are not sustained winds, and this is the storm moving into Hardee, DeSoto County, and then eventually moving away with the winds turning west-northwest during the day tomorrow. Tampa Bay impacts, gusts 120 this afternoon. The storm surge is happening. 12 to 18 inches of rain, and then we look at our northern counties. Citrus, Hernando, Pasco are probably going to be, in the big scheme of all of our 10-county area, will probably do okay. I think your biggest concern, if you're watching me up in Wesley Chapel or Newport Richey, is trying to avoid losing power. I think that's your biggest concern. There's no flooding along the coast, so maybe some tree damage, some cleanup for sure, but the biggest issue for you is going to be, can you avoid losing power? And if you do, you consider that a big win. And then this is the area that we're going to have to really babysit and watch between now and tomorrow morning. Is Ian slowly moving into Hardee, DeSoto, Highlands, and Polk counties? 12 to 18 inches of rain, isolated tornadoes, and wind gusts easily 75, 80, 85. The good news is, as the storm heads for you, it will be weakening, but its starting point is high. I mean, it's starting, this is not a Category 1 making landfall and then weakening. It's Category 4 making landfall and then weakening. So the whole winding down process is going to take a time. And the reason why storms weaken over land, two reasons. They lose the energy source, which is the water. Once it moves away from the water, hurricanes, by the way, are essentially heat engines. And once they get away from the water source, the heat engine is kind of cut off. And then the friction of the land, just the fact that instead of the hurricane spinning over open water, it's spinning over trees, and that whole friction also helps to kind of spin down a hurricane. But that process takes a while, and it will take a while for this storm as well. Tyler?
Yeah, Paul, trying to work on another little visual here for you.
Tyler's over here working graphics, saying, can you keep on talking so I can finish this graphic?
Just a cool little visual here, I think, of the eye wall and kind of that stadium effect within this storm. So this is kind of a three-dimensional view. I'll put a pause on it. We've definitely had landfall. Just waiting on the official word from the National Hurricane Center for the stats on that, you know, what this is going to go down as. Cat 4, did it bump up to a Cat 5 by the time it made landfall? But we'll do a little drawing here. This is going to be the landfall point where this crossed over. Somewhere right around northern end of Captiva Island should go down as the official land point. Just look at kind of the stadium effect around the northern and western side of that eye wall. Pretty darn impressive, and that is where the strongest of the wind is right now. And Paul, you've mentioned our folks in our viewing area in southern Sarasota County, down around Venice, Englewood, and Northport. You folks are getting just really, really strong winds out of this right now. Likely, if not sustained winds, definitely some gusts upwards of 100 miles per hour. And of course, that extreme wind warning that goes until 6 o'clock for parts of Manatee County, Sarasota, DeSoto County, down into Charlotte County. That extreme wind warning basically means you need to be in the most interior room of your house. It's interesting because it's the same as a tornado warning. When that is coming your way, that is the potential for structural damage, windows breaking, and the threat for that kind of glass flying around when you have extreme wind warnings come out. It doesn't happen very often. It's reserved for situations like this.
Yeah, and you know, thankfully, we'll start seeing some improvement. Those of you that are getting tired of this in Venice and Englewood and Northport, once you get out of that eye wall this evening, once you can get that away from you, that red circle, you get that away from your house, that is when you'll start noticing dramatic improvement. But it's going to take a while. Don't forget, the storm is moving at 9 miles an hour. And in the whole world of tropical hurricanes, tropical storms and hurricanes, 9 miles an hour is not very fast. It's probably a little bit below average. We have some that move 2-3 miles an hour when they get stuck with low steering currents. 9 is pretty slow, and then it will slowly move away from you. So the improvement process will begin probably, if I had to guess, probably like 9 o'clock to maybe midnight, probably around 10 to midnight tonight is when this is going to all be over here, and you'll just get steady 30, 40, 50, and then it'll continue to improve tomorrow with the storm over by Orlando. Our friends here in Sarasota County, you'll be able to breathe some relief. And then you have to start the process, I know, of going outside and kind of assessing the damage around your house. And a reminder, we harped on this on Irma. A lot of the injuries with hurricanes is not from the storm itself, it's from people cleaning up the next day that are not used to using a chainsaw and go up on a ladder. So be careful when you get out and you have to do some work around the house. When you look back on the stats, and it's the amount of people that are hurt trying to clean up after the storm is gone is a lot higher than you think. So please be careful when you're dealing with that. Storm surge, Tyler?
Yep, got the extreme wind warning up just to kind of give folks a visual of where that is.
But it's also the portion. The problem is it's the portion of
those. It shows the whole county, yeah.
I know.
It's really going to be southeastern Manatee County and down into Sarasota County, and then east from there, DeSoto County especially, for our viewing area. And it's not out of the question that we get another one of these popping up for maybe Hardy County later on today. You know, there's going to be some weakening of the winds, but I mentioned this earlier, still a strong likelihood that this is probably going to be a Cat 1 up into Polk County, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, it takes time. I mean, this is not a Category 1 landfalling hurricane. This is a Category 4, and to go from a 4 to a tropical storm takes time. It's like dissipating an engine. You know, if you want to spin it down, it just doesn't. It takes time for that whole process to continue. They gave a 310 advisory. Was that because they mentioned landfall?
They must have mentioned landfall.
Yeah, 310 is a weird time for an advisory.
Yeah, 311. Give me a sec to pull up the advisory there, Paul, and we'll get the stats on that.
Something came up. So probably a special statement that said landfall's been confirmed. Let's go home. No.
Kaya Costa, Category 4 landfall.
Okay, there it is. So now it is officially moved in. I didn't hear that.
Kaya Costa, which is just north of North Captiva Island.
Yeah. Yep. So basically on Captiva Island, landfall has been confirmed, and that was at 310.
Yep, we're at 310.
310 landfall, and now the storm officially is over land, and now the weakening process will commence, but it's going to be pretty slow. Top winds are now at, well, we're heading in the right direction. We've gone 155 to 150, and by the time, the numbers will steadily drop. So from this point on, we reached the peak winds, so this is going to, when we talk about the next 5 o'clock advisory, probably like 135, 140 probably, and then probably accelerating, because then part of the circulation is still over water. So when it gets inland, more of the circulation is over land, so it goes 130, 120, 110, and then by tomorrow morning, it's a tropical storm. So it does spin down over in Orlando. The main concern now is, well, the continuation of storm surge flooding. It's really the wind issues and isolated tornadoes in the path. So I assume all of you in Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands, and Polk County are at home, and you've kind of buttoned down the house as much as you can. This is just going to be a case of sitting tight, watching the storm go by, hoping you don't get any windows compromised, any roof damage, and then it's going to be a matter of probably losing power, and then tomorrow getting up when the weather improves and it's kind of assessing your situation at your house and hoping that you don't have any significant damage. Tyler?
Yeah, we'll kind of jump around for a second. You know, still focusing obviously mostly on our southern counties. We're not ignoring our northern counties and areas around Tampa Bay.
Why don't we do like a big radar? Why don't we do this? Let's start in Citrus County and just zoom in and just show what's going on everywhere. Because I'm always afraid that people are home saying, how come you don't talk?
Right, exactly.
By the way, the #1 email message, how come you don't talk about fill in your town? Or the #1 email before storm is,
fill in your address.
I live in Lake Wales, just south of this street, what will I get? And then that's the whole inbox. So let's go through county by county on the radar.
Yep, we'll start up north, do a little zooming in here. I mean, you folks in Citrus County and Hernando County and even Pasco County, it's a windy, kind of just rainy, dreary afternoon. I mean, most of the rain is not too heavy, hasn't been too heavy just yet. Wind speeds certainly manageable up here. We're talking gusts, you know, at the moment 20, 30 miles per hour at most. It may get a bit stronger later on tonight. It'll depend on the exact track this takes kind of up the spine of the state and over towards Orlando. Right now seeing some wind gusts like 36 just south of Brooksville, 27, 28 around Wesley Chapel. Not all that bad. Zephyr Hills, 35 miles per hour. You folks will escape the worst of this by far. We'll keep an eye on how things are going up there. Still the potential for you for some tornado warnings. Usually it's kind of the northern and the eastern parts of a landfalling tropical system where most tornado warnings are issued, and kind of some of these feeder bands as we've seen over east of the Florida Turnpike. Not out of the question you may get one of those later on tonight. We'll be watching for that potential. Around Tampa Bay right now, certainly some periods of heavy rain. You notice the wind, or the rain intensities kind of go up and down. There's little bursts of heavy rain that come through from time to time, but all of that is just going to add up and stack up, and I would expect rainfall totals to be there.
That's what we call squalls that are going through.
Yeah, exactly.
You said the word squalls. You said, what's a squall?
Yep.
These are the lines that when we say heavier rain in squalls, that's a squall,
yep.
That's one, and that's one. This is when all of a sudden you're at home and all of a sudden you hear everything kind of escalate. and you say, honey, things are escalating outside, and then that goes by, it lulls, and the next squall goes by, and the next one. They're kind of lined up in a parade, and they'll continue to move to the west-northwest. And unfortunately, a lot of times when you lose power, it's when one of these squalls go by, and you get a quick burst of wind, 70, 80, and all of a sudden there goes a tree branch, and then you're kind of done, and you say, well, now we got to kind of wait. And the problem with losing power in an event like this is our local power companies, they got to stay safe, and they have to wait till it's safe to go outside and work. So once you've kind of lost power, unless you get some miracle, you got to kind of wait till the process is kind of finished with the storm.
Right, yeah, they can't go up with the bucket truck right now, obviously. Mixed in with those squalls, Paul, seeing some wind gusts, tropical storm force, TPA at the airport there, 49-mile-an-hour gust at last check. A lot of Pinellas County right now, 30 to 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. If you guys want to pop up radar real quick, I'll kind of zoom in on a couple more places for you. Really heavy rain north from Tampa downtown, kind of right up 275 right now. It's not going to last long, but you folks in Carrollwood about to get a pretty big heavy burst of rainfall there that will move over towards West Chase and Citrus Park. You guys over that way right now in far northwestern Hillsborough County, kind of in a bit of a lull, but it's those lulls where just the rain kind of stops for a second and then it picks up. And this is going to be now through like tomorrow morning. So you can kind of get the idea of why rainfall totals are going to be an issue when all is said and done. Safety Harbor, Oldsmar getting some really heavy rain right now. Towards Plant City, it's coming down. Zephyr Hills out towards Lake Thenodisas, another little burst coming your way. Down towards Apollo Beach, Ruskin, Waimama, Sun City Center, periods of heavy rain. I was out this morning where the pool was getting kind of high, drained it before I came into work, and it stopped raining for a second, and then all of a sudden it was pouring rain 5 minutes later. Again, more of that where it just gets kind of loud at times as the winds pick up later on tonight. Our southern counties, of course, have been getting whacked with heavy rain. Bradenton, it's fairly weak right now. Sarasota, downtown Sarasota out towards Siesta Key, rain in and out of some moderate rain. There's some heavier rain coming in from your east right now. And then, of course, the worst weather is down towards Northport.
This right here is the eye wall.
Yeah, it's not
so, fun. Northport, Venice, Englewood. If you're watching us, and we have a lot of viewers here. I mean, the Northport viewership is always big. And if you still have power, social media, if you can safely take a picture outside the window, or you can send an email, direct message me. I'd like to get a sense of how bad it is down there, because on radar, it looks really bad. And I'm sure trees are bend over, 50, 80, 90, 100-mile-an-hour winds, and it's a mess. These are the Doppler radar estimates, and you get well over 100 miles an hour in Englewood and Northport, and this is enough where shingles start going, and you start talking about at least some minor structural damage to your home, and that's pretty much all the way in the big populated area from Northport to Englewood to Venice, really struggling right now.
Yeah, it's not a fun stretch. We know it's extremely loud, pretty scary sounding outside right now. And the worst part I think about this is how slow it's moving, Paul. Yeah, and it kind of prolongs the misery. Arcadia, the leading edge of the eye wall is just about to you. So if you're watching me in Arcadia and Mayaca City, which is over here, this is when the weather's really going to start deteriorating for you. Arcadia, the winds are going to pick up, and the rainfall rates will pick up pretty soon as the northern extent of the eye wall begins to move over you. This is what we're going to do the rest of today, is really concentrate on the eye wall, because for a lot of people tonight, it's going to be just a very rainy and a very windy night. And that's going to be about the extent of it inland. I'm not saying that's not a big deal, but there'll be persistent winds of 50, 60, 70. There'll be a few higher gusts. There may be an isolated tornado, but that's pretty much the weather for most areas inland tonight, except around what is going to be a collapsing eye wall. Sooner or later, the eye wall will begin to diminish and break up because it's lost its energy source. A lot of it now is over land. It's no longer over the Gulf. So the weakening process is going to start, but it's not a snap of a finger and all of a sudden it just collapses. It's physics. It just takes a while for anything to spin down, and that's it. Tyler. Couple numbers for you, Paul. The Punta Gorda Airport at last check gusted to 108.
Wow.
Meanwhile, the latest gust 50. So if you're in Arcadia right now, that kind of gives an expectation of the change that you'll see as this northeastern part of the eye wall progresses northward. It looks like maybe within the next hour roughly. It'll just depend on the speed of this thing. Had 102-mile-an-hour wind gust at a small weather station, co-op station just west of downtown Punta Gorda as well. That is the middle of the eye wall, those winds that you're getting right now.
Yeah, I just looked at, is there any way that we can show a picture from my phone on TV?
Super zoom?
This is Captiva. Can we do this?
If you want to pull it up on your Twitter, I can get it up on a
Yeah, we'll find a way to get it
It'll
up.
take a minute.
But I got a friend of mine that sent a picture from Captiva, just houses with shingles gone, and there's going to be all kinds of damage. I mean, this is going to be one of those things where we're going to talk about this today and tonight, and then it's one of those things where you're going to say to yourself, well, let's wait till we get a helicopter up there and kind of oversee the damage, because I think it's going to be pretty extensive. Captiva, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach, Charlotte Harbor, even downtown Fort Myers, where the water kind of comes into downtown Fort Myers. I'll put that picture on my social media
faster at Purdue University
we'll share it and we can see it. But it's just, you know, the damage is pretty apparent. And here is where the winds are probably, what did it say we have at Punta Gorda? 108?
108 at the airport.
And the thing you have to remember about that, that does not mean that the airport has sampled the strongest winds. That just is like that's where the anemometer, the wind gauge is. The chances of it being in the spot with the highest wind speed right here is pretty small.
Well, this all looks pretty sweet.
I'm probably the winds have been at least 108 anywhere inside this kind of arc, this northern eye wall. So we'll say minimum 108 and probably maximum 130 or 140 would seem to make sense. I'm not saying 150 because that is probably pretty limited, especially with the storm over land now. But we'll say widespread wind gust here, 100 to 125 makes sense. And that's the kind of wind, of course, that will cause damage. This is rough, too. This is rough in Anna Maria. Sarasota, downtown Sarasota has kind of been on the northern edge of the eye wall now for a while. They're under that extreme wind warning, but this has been a rough day. These are populated areas, and we talk so much about, you know, hurricanes, you know, finding spots where there's not a lot of population. Even though it went south of what we consider our big population area, Tampa Bay, there's a lot of people now. This growth that continues all the way down to Fort Myers the past 10 years, I mean, it's packed. And there are no escaping big populated areas on our West Coast. So Venice, you know, all the way up to Sarasota, it's a rough afternoon. Winds 100, 110, 120. And now it's on the cusp of impacting Arcadia.
Yeah, it's probably interesting you were talking about the observation stations not capturing the peak. The National Hurricane Center has done extensive studies on that, not only with respect to wind speeds, but with storm surge. They said the observation stations will never capture the peak, so it's always going to be higher than that highest number that we have. 108 is saying something when you get that at an observation station. So certainly I agree with that. 120 to 125 gusts, probably the peak within that eye wall that's going through southern Sarasota County right now. You folks in Northport, we're feeling for you. Englewood, Venice. We know it's a really rough stretch of weather right now, and it's just going to keep moving north from there. Sounds like we're gonna put a little pause on the radar coverage here. We'll kind of regroup with some more data and send it on over to Linda and Allie.
Well, Paul and Tyler, I know you guys were just talking about some of the pictures you're seeing. You got to check out some of this video that we're getting in from Fort Myers. Look at this. This is courtesy of Matt Settles, and you can see the storm surge here. I mean, this is a condo, and the water is well up to that first floor. The wind is unbelievable. This is right near Fort Myers Beach. Now, this shows the amount of the surge, just how powerful it is. Matt Settles is there. We're hoping that he is safe, but we have just seen an unbelievable amount of video and pictures.
It's just making my heart race to look at some of the video that we're seeing. We're hearing houses are destroyed. Some are floating away. I hope these people evacuated, because, you know, it looked for so long like it was going to come right up Tampa Bay. And some of our folks may have evacuated down to Fort Myers.
You're absolutely
and now
right.
you're seeing what is happening, and that's why you have to continue to watch Fox 13 and other news channels like down in Southwest Florida, because we tell you, hour by hour what this storm is doing, and just those subtle movements make all the difference. That could have been any of our beach towns along our beaches.
And I know so many people were waking up this morning. You and I were just talking about this, about sort of the guilt that we feel, because this was supposed to be us. And we lucked out, but I know, as Paul's been saying over and over again, our good news is certainly their bad news.
I feel sick for the folks in
you really
Southwest
do, don't
Florida.
you?
Yeah.
And the governor actually just spoke about the current conditions just a short time ago.
And here's what he had to say about the storm as not only it came ashore, but as it will move across our state.
And that people that are displaced are going to need assistance. So the Department of Economic Opportunity has already deployed funding and guidance through community action agencies to help Floridians in need of short-term support, like utilities, hotel bills, and transportation, if they have been displaced by the storm. Please continue to monitor local reports, weather reports. Be very cautious about going out into hazardous conditions, and then once the storm passes your area, just make sure that you're very careful, because there's going to be a lot of things, a lot of hazards that are going to be down on the ground. I know there's a lot of people that have reached out. First of all, I want to say thanks. A lot of people have offered thoughts and prayers for the folks that are in the eye of this storm, and that means a lot to us. There's also people that want to be able to do their part, and so I've directed Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. It's much better to donate financially rather than sending items. We have everything we need in terms of the immediate response needs, but there will be thousands of Floridians who will need help rebuilding. And to contribute to the disaster fund, you can visit www.floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. Again, that's text disaster to 20222.
Some good info to have there, of course. And of course, we've got our crews out along the coast. We want to check in with them now and see how it's looking outside. We'll start with our Justin Matthews.
Yeah, he joins us now from Apollo Beach. And I believe when we talked to you earlier, Justin, the weather was not too bad. I see that you have your hood up, so it must be deteriorating.
Yeah, it really is. We are also kind of by a wall here up there, and there's the gusts. I mean, this has been the story throughout the afternoon. It seems okay, and then there's this really big gust, and this is just a sign that the weather really is deteriorating here. Deteriorating, I should say. I want to show you. We've been talking about the water levels really receding and going down. So take a look at this dock ramp right here. On a normal day, this ramp to this floating dock is level. You would push a cart across it, but now it is so low. This floating dock is just resting on the ground here, and then some of the boats, I mean the top levels of the boats are where the dock is, so you can just kind of get a sense of how low the water is. And Paul has been talking about the water receding in a lot of the areas of the bay, and we're seeing it here in Apollo Beach right now. And you can also just see the strong winds pushing some of the water out here in this area of the bay. It's intense. The wind is intense. The rain is intense. Now let's look at some video of what we saw earlier when we were by the reserve, and you could see a little bit of debris. You can see some of the water that was sucked out of the bay, and a lot of the homes that have docks. The water was sucked out beyond the docks, so it was pretty incredible to see. Some people who came by to look said that it looked the same as it did when Hurricane Irma came, when all the water got sucked out. It looked very similar to that. Now, I did speak to someone who went out to look at what was going on. She was supposed to actually fly to Peru this week with her family. That trip, of course, got canceled. Let's hear what she had to say.
Because the flight got canceled, we have to stay here. My grandma, I'm with her. She's not from Florida, she's from Peru, so I wanted to show her what a hurricane was like. I know the winds are pretty strong, but the hurricane's supposed to be arriving later, so I kind of wanted to show her what it was like right now. And I just wanted to see what it was like, how people are, protecting their homes and stuff like that. So.
And what do you think of all this?
It's crazy. It's really windy. It's really rainy. I'm literally soaked and drenched right now. It's absurd. It's crazy.
crazy, soaked, drenched. That is the story here in Apollo Beach. And just with the wind gusts, of course, that is throwing debris everywhere, and it's gotten worse over the last several hours. Back here at the Circles waterfront here near the marina, you can see there's branches all over the place here. There's going to be a big cleanup after the storm passes, and the weather just continues to deteriorate slowly, unfortunately, out here in Apollo Beach. And that's just really the story. And we do feel safe. We have some things blocking us from the wind, but it's rough out here.
Yes, all right, but that is the most important thing, Justin, that you and the crew stay safe. Thank you. You know, Paul did mention that after the storm, when all the debris is on the ground and people are trying to fix things and clean up, that's when a lot of the accidents and injuries happen. So be careful.
Yeah, because there could be down power lines, and those power lines oftentimes are live, and they might be covered in water. You might not see them, so that is especially important for you to just make sure that you stay inside after the storm. I mean, here's a perfect prime example here of an exploded power line. This is what we're seeing all over the area as we're taking a look at some of these images from Sarasota County. As we have been saying, really our southern neighbors are getting the brunt of this, getting hit really hard. I believe we have Kimberly Cuizon for us. She has been live out there for us all morning into the afternoon. Kim, how you doing out there? I know you've moved onto a balcony because things got pretty bad. How is it now?
Allie, we keep saying this time after time when I come to you, but again, the wind gusts continue to pick up. Just a short time ago, we got an emergency alert telling us to go indoors to find a safe place. And I'm going to show you why, because as you can see, the winds that are gusting, this again is just right across the way from Gulf Gate. That sign over there for Sarasota Pavilion has been destroyed. That debris is in the roadway. We've seen other things flying off, becoming almost, I don't want to call it missiles, but becoming debris that could really hurt you if you were standing out here. We've also seen there's a tree. We spoke with Dennis earlier, just about an hour ago. He planted this tree, he told us, 7 years ago. And you can see the limbs are already snapped off. At times, it is bending in half. Dennis is hopeful it will still be standing after we are all finished with Ian. And if you just look at it, I mean, the gusts, I think you can see it on TV, but they are just absolutely incredible gusts that show just how powerful Mother Nature is. We're seeing it right now with some of the rain bands coming through. There is other debris out here. Some of the light poles, we've seen some of the lights topple off and kind of go through the empty parking lots here. But Travis and I are going to pick up our audio cable here, and we're going to walk up the stairs. I want to introduce you to a couple of people who we've been talking to throughout the day. There you go. We have Jody, Valerie, and Betty. I believe you all are from Sarasota County, right? Yes. Okay, so Jody, I know you and your mom live right across the way there at Gulf Gate Mobile Estates. Your home is over there. You're over here watching it. Is this hard right now?
Of course. I mean, this is our home. This is our only home. So we certainly want to be able to go back home once this storm blows through. But we feel safe here, and I know this is the best place we need to be right now.
Now, Valerie, I met you just a short time ago. I'm not sure if you live over there. Can you talk about why you're here right now?
I live in Nokomis, and it's a mobile home. So I'm actually on the other side where it's really, really windy, and you can't really stand outside. So, yeah, I'm here because we got evacuated, and I hope everything is there when I get back. I swear to God.
I really hope so, too, for everyone right now. Betty, we lost power here at the hotel where we are all staying at. How hard is it not being able, of course, I know there's radios and our cell phones until those batteries give out, but how hard is it kind of just seeing all of this blow through right now?
It's crazy. I have never seen the wind blow this way in all the years I've been down here. But it's in a way, it's exciting to see. A little scary, but we're safe.
We are safe. We are safe. And Jody, I wanted to ask you too, I mean, does it make you feel better? You know, we're all kind of here together, but knowing that we are in a safe spot.
Of course, yeah. We have a great community over at Mobile Estate, so it was nice that we have several people who came over here together and we could kind of hunker down together and meeting new friends around and chatting about what's going on. It does make us feel better that we are here in a community.
Well, ladies, I want to thank you, all three of you, for joining us. I know we're going to stay in touch and find out how everybody fares the storm afterwards. And I want to point out, too, some women have on jackets here, and that's part of the thing. As the storm has gone through, we have really felt that temperature shift, that temperature change, but really just a time to stay safe right now as this wind gusts continue to grow stronger here in Sarasota County. Back to you.
Yeah, I know Paul was saying that this weekend we're going to have beautiful weather, but this is certainly a tough price to pay for that nicer weather. Kim, stay safe out there. I know this thing is slow moving, so we've got a long way to go. Hopefully you guys can get inside for a little while.
Yes, we do.
Well, officials have warned, and Justin Matthews just showed us, so you're going to see a lot of trees and branches blown down. It's already happening. Just after noon, this giant
fungus stuff on it. Yeah. So that's what brought it down, I guess. And everybody was driving around here, so that's okay.
So these guys came along and...
Yeah, he just stopped by. I mean, it happened probably not even a half hour ago. And he had about 10 or 12 cars have gone by so far, and he stopped and had a solution to it, took care of the problem.
Neighbors helping neighbors. You can't beat that.
It's wonderful.
Tough times like this bring out the kindness in each other, and when we're going through times like this, we have to remember to be kind to each other, right?
And we're just in the beginning of it, so I know we're going to be seeing a lot more of that. And I know, Linda, you've heard from friends who are in Fort Myers
They told me the house was shaking. They have kids. They're in the interior part, and they're not even near the coast. A neighbor's car flipped over. So, I mean, imagine being in your home with little ones that are frightened and the house is shaking.
It's terrifying to think of as a mother, of course. And again, as we've said before, this was supposed to be a direct hit for us. And I know Paul was saying earlier that this is moving at 9 miles an hour. So it is going to be a really long duration storm. And also mentioning that when this comes more inland and starts to hit more of our viewing area and into Pasco County, it's going to be nighttime.
Yes, risk of tornadoes.
And some heavy winds. So
we're going to walk everybody through it. We're going to walk everybody through it. We're not going anywhere. But now we want to check in with our Josh Cassio, who I believe is at Madeira Beach. Josh?
Yeah, we're actually on Treasure Island right now. Earlier, we were showing you views of the water. We've switched sides. Now we're along Gulf Boulevard. You still get those views of the trees blowing. We're still dealing with a lot of wind, torrential rain as well. But one thing you know, if you've been out here, typically this is an area that's filled with tourists and beachgoers. Not so right now. Right now, it looks like a ghost town out here. And really, that's good news. That means the vast majority of people heeded the warnings, left and evacuated just as they were told to do. Again, as everyone knows, in Pinellas County, there's mandatory evacuations for zones A, B, and C. And of course, here on the Barrier Islands, no one should be here, really anybody, but unless you're one of the folks who lives here or a first responder, that's the only folks that are really out here right now. And quite frankly, that's all who we see on the road. Our first responders and large trucks like that, the fire rescue truck heading by. You can see the trees blowing behind me. They are really moving pretty hard right now, bending quite a lot. We do see a sign. I don't know if we can get a shot of it, but there's a sign down not too far away that was knocked over earlier today. But again, what the big story out here is right now is the fact that everyone does seem to have evacuated, so that's good. But we continue to deal with those winds and the rain here on Treasure Island. We do see, as Paul was mentioning, squalls earlier. That definitely describes what we're experiencing. We'll have a few lulls here and there, and then you just get whipped with wind and rain coming down. It is the folks out here in Pinellas County, the safety officials, they're continuing to urge people to stay indoors, stay hunkered down, don't come out and start taking photos. Don't become a looky-loo. Stay inside. We know right now there's about 4,500 people who have went to the shelters here in Pinellas County. There's also about 12,000 people who are without power in Pinellas County as well, that according to Duke Energy. Of course, once the storm passes, they'll be working to get the power back on. But right now, about 12,000 people are without power. And again, the message from folks out here, stay hunkered down. Continue to ride out the storm, continue to stay informed, and most importantly, continue to stay safe. And thankfully, that is largely what we're seeing. I can't tell you, quite honestly, we did talk to a few people who decided to ride out the storm for one reason or another. That was their choice. Again, officials recommend against that, but there are a few. But large warnings and staying away and stay safe. Again, a lot of wind, a lot of rain out here, and it doesn't show any signs of letting up anytime soon. Linda, Allie, back to you.
All right, Josh. Thank you. Josh is in Treasure Island for us. Stay safe out there. And maybe a good time to plug in all of your electronics and get them charged now before you lose power.
And the extra chargers.
Get them all juiced up. Well, right now, 15 Florida hospitals have evacuated and initiated what they call patient movement missions. So hospitals have protocols in place to actually handle emergencies like this on two fronts.
So not only are they preparing for patients who may be injured during the storm, but they also have to protect their actual facilities. Tampa General, as most of you know, is located right on the water. And earlier this week, crews put up this aqua fence around the hospital campus. It can hold back water that has a surge of up to 15 feet above sea level. TGH also has backup generators in case of power outages and an adequate water supply. Ahead of the storm, Tampa General chose to cancel elective surgeries, so there will be no elective surgeries for the next 2 days. And the visitor policy also changed, and it's being assessed on a case-by-case basis. So as for the TGH urgent cares, they are all closed. Officials will assess reopening plans tomorrow, but it's possible that the urgent cares won't reopen until Friday.
Meanwhile, Baycare hospitals are going to be closing all facilities to visitors at 5 o'clock this evening. So the NICU pediatric patients, they may have just one visitor throughout the storm. Morton Plant North Bay in Newport Richey and Bardmore's emergency department in Largo also closed. Further south, where they are dealing with the really serious impacts of Hurricane Ian, Sarasota Memorial Hospital closed its urgent care centers. They did that yesterday. Entrances to the main hospital have also been secured there. The ER does remain open. And right now, you know, it would be extremely difficult to get to any of these facilities, really. And if you happen to experience an emergency, the state is still urging everyone to call 911, but understand that those emergency services may not be able to respond right away in these conditions.
And police have a warning to drivers in South Tampa. Stay off of Bayshore Boulevard. Officers are seeing a growing number of people parking along the shoulder or even in the middle of the roadway and then walking down into the bay. All right, this is very dangerous. And officers will have your car ticketed or towed, so you may have no way to get back home. So there's that. Fox 13's Lloyd Sowers is live from Bayshore. What's it been like there? Did I hear some sirens going off behind you there, Lloyd?
It's just about as bad as we've seen it all day long. A driving rain from the northeast blowing to the southwest, pushing all the water out of Hillsborough Bay. You're right, now is not the time to come to Bayshore Boulevard to see it because the weather is really bad here now. We will pan over here and show you that the balustrade of the Bayshore, you really can't see it, but it's dry on the other side of the balustrade. Let's show you some video from earlier today. This is what it looked like before lunch this morning. There were people walking out there in the bay in some places, and the wind had just taken the water completely out of the bay, blowing to the southwest, and people were coming down to the bay shore and taking a look because the weather was pretty nice then. Take a listen to what they were saying.
So I'm a true Floridian, born and raised actually on the East Coast. I survived Hurricane Andrew as a child, and I just know that sometimes it's better to stay put early on because it can just change so quickly. And so with that being said, you know I mentioned that I live in an apartment complex, so I really felt safe. Everything's poured concrete. I'm on the 3rd floor, so if anything, I'm in a really safe area.
Yeah, now is the time just to fold in and
Well, thank you. Here we are. We have with us signing Holly May and Leisha Martin. Here we are. We have with us Chaplain Holly May and Leisha
Thank you, Governor. Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh,
Chaplain Denny.
if y'all remember him. He said, a little consideration, Eeyore, a little thought for others makes all the difference. He said, a little consideration. So whenever a storm comes, or even the storms of life happens, consideration and helping your fellow human makes life a little more bearable and allows for all of us to connect on a human level. So if you would, with that spirit, could you please pray with me if you're a praying person? God, as we plan for the storm ahead, help us to look out for each other, serve one another, and love our neighbors as ourselves. Through adversity comes strength. Help us to use this adversity to grow stronger within our human connections with each other, our communities, and ultimately strengthen the resolve of South Carolina. So, Lord, I also ask that you continue to watch over Florida as they're getting hit right now. Watch over and protect them. And I pray all this in your mighty and precious name, Lord. Amen.
Thank you. John Quairillo, National Weather Service.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. Ian made landfall this past hour as a Category 4 hurricane with wind speeds of 150 miles per hour just southwest of Punta Gorda, Florida. Ian is still expected to bring various but rather widespread impacts to the state of South Carolina late this week into early this weekend. Of course, we have various threats, including the potential for some heavy rainfall and flash flooding, stronger winds, storm surge along the coast, and even some isolated tornadoes. So as I mentioned, Ian is currently a high-end Category 4 hurricane, wind speeds 150 miles an hour. It's moving to the north-northeast around 10 miles per hour. The current forecast from the National Hurricane Center shows Ian moving northeast across the Florida Peninsula while gradually weakening, and then coming back out into the Atlantic Ocean as a tropical storm, where it's expected to maintain its strength as it tracks toward the South Carolina coast on Friday. Tropical storm warnings are currently in effect for the entire coast of South Carolina, and a hurricane watch is also in effect from Charleston County south. And the reason for that is Ian, while it's out over the Atlantic Ocean, there is the potential for it to strengthen or to be a low-end Category 1 hurricane. So that hurricane watch is to account for that potential intensity track error that we have, the potential uncertainty in the intensity. And just in case it does strengthen a little bit more than currently forecast, the hurricane watch is in effect as a precaution. In addition, the storm surge warnings in effect now as well from Charleston County south through the Georgia state line. So the current weather pattern still is favoring strengthening winds beginning tomorrow and then increasing storm surge as well. And that's all well ahead of Ian's approach. Breezy conditions should occur on Thursday across most of the state. Wind gusts may be as high as 30 to 40 miles an hour at times. The tropical storm force winds themselves, though, aren't expected to arrive until Friday morning, and those tropical storm force winds could continue through Friday night and maybe even into early Saturday. So with that, I think residents should be prepared for some power outages, as these winds could be sufficient to maybe knock down some trees and power lines. So just have a plan in place for that. The strong onshore winds could result in a prolonged period of storm surge inundation along the coast beginning Thursday and continuing into Saturday. So this could result in significant inundation of 3 to 5 feet along the southern and central portions of the coast and 1 to 3 feet for the northern portion of the coast. So what that really means is if you're in an area normally prone to flooding along the coast, a spot that tends to see water fairly often, you should really plan to seek higher ground. Heed the warnings from local officials. Just keep yourself safe from the expected rising water that we'll see Thursday, Friday, and into Saturday. In addition, periods of heavy rainfall are expected to begin late Thursday and continue into early Saturday. We're expecting a widespread 4 to 6 inches across the state, but certainly some areas could see higher amounts, especially toward the coast. I just want to remind everyone that all it takes is just a few inches of rain in a rather short period of time to quickly cause flash flooding. So that's just something to be aware of if you're out driving. Be aware of those low-lying spots and areas more prone to flash flooding as well. And finally, there is a tornado threat along the immediate coast, and that seems to be more late Friday into early Saturday. So an isolated tornado is certainly possible as those bands from Ian move across the area. So once again, as I mentioned yesterday, I think it's really important not to focus on the intensity of the storm. It could be a tropical storm, it could be a weaker hurricane, but we really need to focus on the expected impacts across the state. And we do expect higher winds. We expect at least areas to see some flash flooding. We expect to see high water coming in from the ocean, inundating parts of the coast, and some isolated tornadoes. So if you need community-specific information, I recommend going to your local National Weather Service office, visiting the website. A lot of detailed information on there to kind of help make your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Quirelli will be here, of course, to answer more questions if you have any later. What he mentioned in trying to predict as best we can is always very uncertain science. Is this storm or hurricane is going to be stronger than some and weaker than others. And sometimes we get a lot of wind and not much rain. Sometimes we get a lot of rain, not much wind. Sometimes we get a lot of flooding. And so we really don't know exactly what is going to happen, but we do know that a 40-mile-an-hour wind can knock a big truck over and off of a bridge. So it could be that if the winds get that high, we'll have to close some bridges at some time. We know that the water in places, if it usually floods at a very high tide, you're going to see some water this time. Might be 1 foot, might be 2 feet, might be 5 feet. We really don't know. But what the rule is typically is to run from the water and hide from the wind. And so that is the rule here. And the third part of that is to be sure to know where you are, to be prepared. Now is the time to finish getting prepared because these winds are going to be coming. We know that, and we know we're going to get some rain as well. So be prepared, know where your important papers are, know where your medicines are, know where you're going to go if you need to go, know what you could do with your pets, alert your family, all of those things. You must always, we're hoping for the best, but we're preparing for the worst. In light of what we know about this storm or hurricane, and we know that it is really hitting Florida hard. I think it's as hard as anything they've seen there in a long time. Fortunately, typically when they go across land, they weaken, but this is going across and is in the ocean, but they're very unpredictable. Some people here may remember when some almost were going in one direction and took a right angle and went in another direction. So they're very unpredictable, so we want to be safe. So I have, at 3 o'clock, I issued a state of emergency, not an evacuation, but a state of emergency, effective at 3 o'clock today when it was filed. And I'm activating the state's emergency operations plan. It is in writing. It's available on the internet. You can look it up. It's got details on who does what, how, and all of those kind of things. And also, this state of emergency is lifting a lot of the regulations and a lot of the rules that allow us to move quickly, to move people, to move assets. And also, the state of emergency allows us to draw down federal FEMA dollars. And I was in touch on Monday with the FEMA administrator, and we are as prepared as we can be for what is coming. Again, I'm not ordering any evacuations. The counties, we've been in touch with the counties constantly. The counties do not believe they need evacuations. I'm ordering no evacuations. I'm ordering no closures of state government offices. I'm ordering no school closures. That is up to the school districts themselves. Today's order does a number of things. The National Guard is activated to begin pre-positioning assets and troops. The order allows agencies to suspend any regulations that may hinder operations during the state of emergency, such as weight limits and hour limits, but not to the extent that it puts anyone in danger. Also, the Department of Transportation can suspend regulations on bridges. This is weight limits on bridges and highways, the hours of operations of truck drivers, all of those sorts of things, fuel requirements. The labor licensing regulation can change the scope of practice, can lift those regulations. So if we need nurses, so if we need certain types of skills, we don't have to go through a licensing process. These measures, all of them, allow the state to draw down federal funds for these preparation purposes. Now, we went through a lot of this with COVID, and we've been through a lot of it again with the hurricanes and storms that we had before. This is nothing new to people who have lived in this state for a number of years. We've had plenty of hurricanes, plenty of storms, and even some tornadoes. But a lot of the visitors or people who have moved into the state recently may not have seen this. A lot of the young people may not have seen this. This storm can be very, very dangerous. So we ask you once again to get your information from official sources, be informed, be prepared, and be safe. And now, Mr. Stinson.
Good afternoon, Kim Stenson, Director of State Emergency Management Division. The State Emergency Operations Center is going to move today to Operation Condition 2, which is an enhanced level of alert. It includes the activation of the State Emergency Operations Plan, as the Governor's already mentioned. And activation of the plan allows us to coordinate state resources more efficiently and operate under the same emergency management framework that we've operated under during several disasters in the last several years, and has worked very well. It will also include selected state agency presence at the State Emergency Operations Center. Our priorities right now include support to counties and contingency planning for a number of missions, including transportation, sheltering, supply, and equipment, as well as an active public information operation to keep citizens informed. We continue to have daily conference calls with local emergency managers to share information and identify any unmet needs. And then, as the Governor's already mentioned, South Carolina residents should continue to check their local weather outlets to get updated storm forecasts and double check their personal emergency plans. And those plans should include such items as ensuring everyone in your family knows what to do in the event of emergency, identify those threats that you might have to take action against, know where to go if conditions become too unsafe to remain in your home. Also, as it was mentioned earlier, if you live in a low-lying area or areas normally prone to flooding, make sure your emergency plan includes that. Have an emergency kit with items such as a 3-day supply of bottled water and non-perishable food for each family member, as well as flashlights, extra batteries, and chargers for your mobile devices. Prepare your home or businesses by securing any items that are outdoors to bring them indoors. Certainly prepare for the possibility of power outages, and frequently monitor weather conditions and be aware that tornadoes are likely to develop during a tropical storm. Also, keep your important papers in a water-tight bag, and then finally ensure all your medications are filled. To help with the planning, we encourage all residents to visit our website at scemd.org, which has a wealth of information for individual families and businesses in preparing for emergency situations. Our South Carolina Emergency Manager app is also a great tool, which includes a module that allows citizens to create their own personal plan. And then lastly, another reminder that this is not just a coastal event. We expect this storm to impact all of South Carolina in some way. Thank you.
Nanette Edwards.
Thank you, Governor. Nanette Edwards, Executive Director for the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff. We've been in contact with our utility partners. They are preparing, staging resources so that as the storm moves through, they can safely work to restore power. I do want to remind you that they will only run the crews and the bucket trucks when it is safe to do so, and that means when there are wind speeds higher than 30 miles per hour, they will wait until they start putting their crews out. With regard to fuel, we are in contact with our fuel partners. They are reporting no issues, so we have sufficient fuel supplies. And with that, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Secretary Hall.
Christy Hall with the South Carolina Department of Transportation, the Secretary of Transportation. The DOT, we currently have more than 2,100 employees statewide that are doing preparation work in advance of the storm arriving. Additionally, we are relocating some of those resources to the coastal areas to help with the expected recovery operations that may be required due to down trees or isolated flooding. As you heard John Q. mentioned, we are expecting the winds to increase in the state on Friday as the storm moves through. And some of those winds, depending on the level and the location of them, may trigger some of the high-level bridge closures in the state for a limited period of time based on judgment of the local law enforcement alongside DOT. Those restrictions generally are for 30 miles per hour of sustained winds, that high-profile vehicles, meaning delivery trucks, transfer trucks, RVs, things of that nature, would be restricted from crossing some of the high-level bridges like the Ravenel Bridge and the 526 Bridge there over the Wando. And then if winds reach 40 miles per hour sustained, then we would look to partner with the local law enforcement entities for potential closure of those structures, but in order to provide, to ensure safety of the motoring public in those areas. So pay attention to official news sources in those regions, plan ahead, just be aware, track what the storm is doing, and plan your routes accordingly if you have to travel at all on Friday as a storm moves through the state. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Dr. Simmer.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Ed Simmer, Director of the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control. The more than 3,000 members of the DHAC team are actively preparing for this storm to ensure we limit the impact on the people of South Carolina as much as we can. We're working with our healthcare facilities, nursing homes, hospitals, and others to make sure they're ready. At this point, we're not planning on evacuating any medical facilities, but we do have staff and resources ready to assist should a facility need that on short notice. I would, however, note that as wind speeds increase, in many areas, emergency medical services may not be able to operate safely for some period of time in the middle of the storm. So please consider that as you're making your plans, that there may be some time when EMS is not able to respond immediately because the wind speeds are too high. Also, please, we strongly recommend you stay out of floodwaters. Floodwaters often have toxic substances. They can be infectious. So if at all possible, stay out of floodwaters because they can be quite dangerous, not just the drowning risk, but also because of what's in them. From the environmental side, we continue to work with our over 2,000 dam owners across the state to make sure that spillways are clear, that when needed, water levels are lowered, of course, working with those downstream when that is done. We've contacted all of our dam owners. All of them should have our contact information, but if you need more, please visit scdhec.gov/dams, D-A-M-S. And finally, we're also working with local communities along the coast so if there is significant beach erosion that imperils homes or other important structures, that we'll be able to respond very quickly after the storm to try to shore those up, replace the sand very quickly so that those buildings can survive. And with that, I will turn things back over to Governor McMaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Simmer. Are there any questions for anyone? Mr. Bustos.
Why not, just for safety's sake, in case it does become a hurricane, why not do the evacuations?
It's not necessary based on all the information we have. It is an expert opinion and common sense opinion as well that it is not necessary to evacuate. An evacuation entails a lot of disruption, and it's not necessary with this storm. It has been necessary with others. This one doesn't have the wind speed that some others have had, but it's got more wind speed than some have had. And again, they hit different parts of the state. But we think that the analysis that we have made with the National Weather Service and also watching what's happening in Florida indicates this is not a situation where we need to have evacuations, and therefore I will not order one.
Are shelters going to be opened?
There will be some. That was discussed before, but not to the extent that they were earlier.
Thanks, Governor. Mike Leach, South Carolina Department of Social Services. Out of precaution right now, there'll be a couple of shelters open up in Charleston County and one tomorrow in Jasper County, and they all are opening between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. You can find more information on scemd.org on that, or you can actually text shelter to and your zip code to 43362. And it'll give you a list of nearest open shelters within 200 miles. But at this point in time, out of precaution, there are 2 or 3 that are opening tomorrow.
Another question.
Governor, have you spoken with Florida Governor DeSantis? Have we offered them any support, any supplies?
We've been in touch with his office. We have not offered to send anything at this point because we are preparing here for whatever may happen. We always hope for the best. We prepare for the worst. Any more questions?
You talked about this yesterday, but the experience that this team has for storms like this, how crucial and important is that, in a moment right now?
It's enormously experienced, and everyone you see here has been through this many times, it seems. We've certainly had our share, and we've had our share of some very high winds, and as well as a lot of water and a lot of flooding, really unprecedented. You remember I think we had 2,000-year floods within just a few years of each other. So this experience and the collaboration and working together among this team is really extraordinary. And we have a great plan. It's in writing. We believe we know what to do. What we want to, the main thing is we want the citizens to realize that they must take care. They must know if they're in an area that is forecast to have any problems, they need to know where they're going to go, when they're going to go. Their family members need to go, and all the things that Mr. Stinson said that need to be available, important papers, medicines, things for your pets, all of those sorts of things need to be planned ahead of time, and we do have time now for people to make those arrangements and to make those decisions. Again, we don't think this is going to be as bad as some that we've seen, but we think it's going to be worse than some that we've seen.
Question for John, how does this storm compare to storms in our recent history?
That's an excellent question. I know people like comparisons, and it's often difficult to do that because every storm is different. Some storms in the past that have maybe brought strong winds, the wind impacts might have been right along the coast. In this event, we do think the winds will extend all the way from the coast to well inland, even into the upstate, would see some of those higher winds. The rainfall threat exists across the whole state. So, like the governor was mentioning, we're not expecting the rainfall to be as catastrophic as it was in 2015 for the floods or during Florence or Matthew. But certainly, if we get enough heavy rainfall in a short period of time, we would see flash flooding. That's something we should expect and anticipate and be prepared for. In terms of the wind speeds that we're forecasting would certainly be enough to cause some issues in terms of knocking down trees, power lines, maybe some minor damage to homes, siding, and shingles and things like that. But, it's not going to be a destructive wind, but it could be an inconvenience and cause people to be without power for a little while. So, like everyone was saying, we work very closely with all of our partners in emergency management and state and county and local governments to pass along the latest information, and they're using that to make the most informed decisions. And so my recommendation is, it's really hard to compare to previous storms, but if you're taking the proper precautions and listening to the advice of local officials, you're probably going to be okay.
Any more questions? Thank you very much.
You've got winds sustained at least 90 to 100. Got a sustained gust at Punta Gorda 124. So if you're living here at your home, you probably have witnessed winds at some point over 100 miles an hour. That's a big deal. The storm is on shore. It made landfall on the north side of Captiva. Kind of in the same spot, you think, kind of the same spot Charlie did. Very close to the same spot Charlie made landfall. And the trip across the peninsula is going to be fairly close. Now, when you Charlie made landfall, and the trip across the peninsula is going to be fairly close. Now, when you compare the two, obviously, the wind field from Ian is much larger than Charlie, and that's really an important point going forward. We'll talk more about this and a lot more tonight Now back to the news desk.
All right, thank you, Paul. Yeah, I remember Charlie. Charlie was so compact and it was so fast that it was like, it was over like that. And then, of course, we could see all the catastrophic damage. This thing is like a behemoth that is just inching like a turtle across Florida.
It's crazy.
Exactly. So we have crews across Tampa Bay. They especially now have moved on to our southern counties because that is going to be where the crux of the damage is, as we can see now as the storm moves south. We're talking Sarasota, Charlotte, Lee, and then now moving more inland.
Yeah, and you mentioned that those areas there. I was just looking, the power outages in that area continue to pile up. I was just looking, Sarasota County, this is just Florida Power and Light customers too, which doesn't cover everyone. Sarasota County now over 180,000 people without power. That's over 60% of the FPL customers. And we've had Kim Quizon doing a tremendous job in Sarasota County all afternoon and morning there. And Kim, what are you guys seeing there? Do you have power where you are in your condo there? You've been sheltering on someone's balcony there. How are things looking?
Yeah, Chris, we're actually at the Best Western off of US 41 across from Gulf Gate. We did lose power just a short time ago, so we've been trying to save some battery energy out here. But one thing that I will show you is people have been out here all morning long, and now what do you see? You don't really see anybody out here. Keep in mind the power is out, but that is also because the wind gusts have been picking up. I kind of feel like it's cliche at this point. We keep saying they keep getting stronger and stronger, but those gusts continue to remain very strong here in Sarasota County. And that is part of the reason why law enforcement, first responders have stayed off of the roads. Now, we did talk to Sarasota County, and we did hear that there are emergency calls coming in. We heard some very traumatic calls even that are going through the county first responders. But since first responders cannot make their way out on the roadway, we're told that there is a medical director through the EOC that is helping people that are stuck at home with medical emergencies perform potentially life-saving, not operations, but procedures until people can safely get out of their homes and get to a hospital or wherever they can go. But as you can see out here, winds are still gusting. It kind of has remained the same over the last few hours. We've seen some signs blow by. Those are signs that haven't really been secured down. Some lights come off of the top of the poles. But we continue just to watch these trees really do what palm trees do during storms, bend and kind of move with the wind. This is kind of the thing that you expect to see in a hurricane, and this is what we are seeing right here, right now. And I can tell you that speaking with police, speaking with law enforcement, they say that they are actively coming up with a plan. Here in Sarasota County, we still have at least a few more hours of this really bad weather, if not several more, if you listen to Paul. But they say that they are working on a plan to really get out and see where areas are that need attention. Since they had to pull off of the roadways, the calls that they have heard, damage that they have heard, are mainly down trees. But of course, that will all change once they are able to get out here. Of course, nightfall is going to be coming up soon, so it's going to be a little different, especially with power out for so many people. I know a lot of people have been through this with Hurricane Irma. Of course, we have our new residents to Florida who haven't been through this, but right now everybody is just kind of sitting tight, watching the storm pass by and really hoping for the best. Chris, back to you.
All right, Kimberly Quizon live for us again there in Sarasota. Yeah, the power outages, again, if you look at Lee County, Sarasota, Collier, you've got over 500,000 people now without power.
And I just heard from somebody who lives in southwestern, near Mayaca City, and her power's out. And they've got a generator up. So, yeah, I think it's probably going to start happening more as those winds keep increasing. And also, despite the police saying don't do this, some people just can't resist looking and walking out onto the bay. That's where the water got sucked out of the bay as this storm approached. And we're talking about various places around here. I've already had that. Boats sitting on the muddy bottom. Yeah. And of course, where we saw it the most was right there off
Bayshore Boulevard, right there in the Hillsborough Bay. But also you can see in Old Tampa Bay, Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer is live out at Ben T. Davis Beach, right along the Courtney Campbell Causeway. Same effect there, Aaron. And are you seeing a lot of people who just have to come by and witness this for themselves?
We are. And fortunately, this is the first time, I think, since we've been here in the last hour or so, that no one is out here. But when we got here about an hour or so ago, I mean, there were several people out here on what is usually the bay. This is usually completely covered in water, all the way up actually to the beach. If you turn to the right there, you can see how far away we are from Ben T. Davis Beach. That's where there's usually people on a normal day, you know, sitting in the sand, enjoying the sun. Not today, thankfully. And that's, you can see how far out the water has receded and been sucked out by Hurricane Ian. Just within the last half an hour or so, we've really begun to feel the rain pick up and the wind start to pick up. Nothing, of course, close to what they're seeing down in Sarasota and Manatee County, but we're starting to get some stronger bands. You could see the wind over there. Just those trees are starting to really blow in the wind. So we're getting the effects more and more here in Hillsborough County and Tampa. But I think people are starting to really heed the advice of police. Stay home. Don't come out here. You know, it's okay to come and look, but don't come stand where the water is eventually going to come back. So this is what we've been seeing out here. We're going to be out here the rest of throughout the day into the evening. I mentioned the wind. I'm blocked over here by Whiskey Joe's, so you can't really tell looking at me, Chris and Cynthia, how windy it is, but it is getting bad out here, and, you know, it's just only going to get worse as the afternoon and evening progresses.
All right, Aaron Mesmer live for us there along the Courtney Campbell Causeway at Ben T. Davis Beach,
which there's
right now, a little more waterfront property right
there. Exactly. But don't get stuck in that. If you go walk on that, you might get stuck there, and then the water starts coming back in.
You don't want that.
Not a good thing. All right, let's check in right now with Fox 13's Josh Casio. He's in Treasure Island. I know the wind was whipping up pretty good when last we checked in with you, Josh.
Yeah, you're right. And the story out here on Treasure Island is that the conditions have progressively gotten worse hour by hour. And just the last few minutes, we've experienced some of the biggest gusts of wind that we have seen all day. If you look here behind me, that tree, boy, it's been blowing in the wind and bending pretty much all day long. If you look across the water there, you can see all those trees blowing in the wind, the water just continuing to move incredibly fast. And what's been pretty interesting here, we've been watching the water continue to get sucked away. That sailboat there, we're seeing more and more of the bottom of it. There's a boat next to it as well. Same thing. They are, we're continuing to see that water just pulled back from the seawall here. You know, officials here in Pinellas County, they are continuing to tell people, please hunker down, please stay where you are. Don't go out in the storm until it has fully passed. And even when it's gone, wait until the all clear comes through, because they don't want people, you know, running into down power lines or trying to drive through flooded streets. We know there are 25 shelters open in Pinellas County, about 4,500 people taking advantage of those shelters. Also, about 12,000 people at least here in Pinellas County are without power. That according to Duke Energy. And again, the message is stay inside, wait till this is all gone, because as we've been seeing and experiencing out here, it just gets worse and worse by the hour. You can really feel the wind at my back right now, and those white caps are getting even stronger. I will say there are times where it sort of lulls out a little bit. It's not too bad, and then we get moments like this where you really got to stand firmly to not get blown away by this storm. Fortunately, my photographer Mike here is standing in under a parking garage, so he is good. We are protected, but boy, you can really feel the wind and rain out here. And like I said, it progressively gets worse hour by hour. Most people, the good news is, most people here on Treasure Island have left. It really is a ghost town out here. The only folks we tend to see are the emergency crews who are going up and down, making sure everything is okay. But again, a lot of wind out here, a lot of rain, and it is showing no signs of slowing down. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, good to know that you're not endangering yourself or the photographer, that you have shelter right there. Want all our viewers to know that you guys are safer than maybe it sometimes looks on TV. Thank you, Josh. Governor DeSantis has a message for Florida. This is going to be a nasty couple of days. Same thing Paul's been saying, our whole weather team's been saying. And he's stressing that if you're in Ian's path and you still have time, because Polk County, you have now pretty much run out of time, to go to the safest possible shelter and just stay there. His last hurricane briefing was around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Listen.
Well, this afternoon, Hurricane Ian is now making landfall in southwest Florida with winds of 155 miles per hour, and that is just shy of a Category 5 hurricane. 155-mile-an-hour winds are incredibly dangerous. There will be debris in the air and flooding powerful enough to move cars around. So please do not be outside during this storm. If you're in those Southwest Florida counties, you need to be sheltering in place. Don't forget that Ian will produce hurricane-strength winds and massive floodings, not just where it makes the initial landfall, but throughout the state of Florida. So central and northeast Florida will also feel impacts. Now, while most people in the evacuations did leave, there were some that chose to stay. I was speaking with the sheriff down in Charlotte County, and while most people did leave, they had a small number of people that just wanted to hunker down. And at the end of the day, that's a decision they made, knowing that they had the ability to evacuate and knowing what the stakes were. Nevertheless, life safety operations will commence as soon as it's safe, to be able to identify people who may be in harm's way and who are in need of assistance. And Kevin will say, I'll say a little bit about that, but Kevin will say more. We'll also hear from FWC about their efforts that they have staged and ready to go. If you are still in Southwest Florida, just please stay inside until the storm passes. It may appear to be calm at some point. You may just be in the eye of the storm, and the backside of that will get very, very nasty. The storm is expected to move across central Florida and exit Daytona Beach sometime on Thursday. We've already seen around the state tornado warnings issued far from where the hurricane is entering in Southwest Florida, and those warnings will likely to continue until this finally leaves our state. So even if you're not in the direct path of the storm, you need to take all tornado warnings seriously, and you need to take appropriate precautions if that is happening in your area. The Florida Department of Transportation has just announced that Fort Drum, Canoe Creek, and Turkey Lake service plazas on Florida Turnpike are now closed. Obviously, they will try to get those open as soon as they can. We have 200,000 power outages reported throughout the state of Florida, but outside of Southwest Florida, crews are working to quickly restore power. Of course, 200,000 is a drop in the bucket for what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. There's going to be widespread power outages, particularly in Southwest Florida. We have over 100 portable cell towers ready to be deployed into the area once it is safe to enter. Once the storm is passed and it is safe to go outside, you still need to be cautious. Avoid down power lines, standing water. Stay clear of downed trees, and don't drive in standing water. And please, if you're going to use a generator for your home, do not allow that to be inside. The exhaust needs to be outdoors. Stay out of the way of emergency crews, out of flood waters, and away from all down power lines. Stay off the roads. There's no need to rush back. You're going to have a massive surge of people that are going to be going in to provide, of course, life safety assistance for those who may have stayed in some of the more hazardous areas. You're also going to have power workers going in. We were just in Lake City. I was thinking we had all these power workers, these line workers from all these different states. I saw them from Texas, Louisiana, all these different places staged. We have a massive, massive mobilization. Their job is to get in there and help to restore services. You're also going to have folks bringing in things like food and water. So there's no need to rush back in. There's going to be a lot going on in the immediate aftermath, and a lot of people's safety depends on that. If you're on the roads, you're putting yourself in danger and limiting the ability of emergency crews to restore power and clean debris. Now, we don't know how much debris is going to be, but there's going to be debris, and that's going to make it very difficult to navigate some of these roads. That's why FDOT's immediate mission is to clear the roadways so that people are able to go in and access that to be able to help deliver services for people. In 2019, we were projected to be hit by Hurricane Dorian, which was a Category 5 storm. Fortunately, at the last minute, it took a northward turn and missed the coast, but we did have a really massive mobilization. This mobilization's exceeded that. This is a really, really significant effort, county level, state level, federal support. It's really been impressive to see. Director Guthrie has asked for additional airlift, hoists, and high water vehicles from DOD in coordination with FEMA. The Secretary of Defense has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional forces, which we very much appreciate. We will also be submitting momentarily a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties. We will request that the federal government reimburse 100% of the upfront costs for the first 60 days to ensure that we can quickly recover and move forward into the response and recovery part. And if you think about this storm, we had storms that have been as strong as this hit Florida? Michael, Hurricane Andrew, Labor Day hurricane many decades ago? Yes. Have we had big storms that left a lot of water and flooding? We had Irma recently. This is really bringing both to the table. I mean, you're going to have massive amount of power hitting that coastline with really strong winds. That is going to do a lot of wind damage, but you also have the storm is so massive, and people are kind of comparing this to the track that Charlie took in 2004, because Charlie was like this, was expected to hit Tampa Bay. It turned and ended up hitting Southwest Florida. Charlie was strong, but it was a fraction of the size of what we're dealing with here with Hurricane Ian.
All right, that was the governor's briefing around 1 p.m.
Yes.
And some takeaways from there. But this seems like almost tradition, and you can probably name some of these, that if there's a major hurricane hitting the Florida Peninsula, it's going to pass through Polk County at some point, right?
Exactly. I mean, it's just they strategically are placed. And of course, this storm is like 300 miles wide, which is pretty much the width, really, when you think about it, of the state of Florida.
As Paul and Tyler said, much broader wind field than we had with Charlie. You know, people compare it to that track.
All right, so now Polk County, especially eastern parts of it, emergency management officials there telling people in low-lying areas, if you haven't already gotten out, you need to do it. Fox 13's Ken Suarez at Peace River Village. Tell us exactly where you are, Ken, and what's your situation out there?
Well, actually, Peace River Village is right over there, but we're right next to it. We are at the Peace River, just off State Road 60 in Bartow. Take a look back here. This is the problem. You see this little pathway, and you see on the left part of your screen, there is a little place for people to sit, a bench. Well, usually people can walk, sit on the bench, even go further down. If you keep on looking far into the distance, you see a white thing. Well, that white thing is the dock, and that is the shoreline. So look at all the distance between what used to be the shoreline and what is the shoreline. The reason being is that we've had so much rain recently, and the ground is incredibly super non-absorbent. Now, you can see the rain coming down, the wind blustering up. This is only making things worse. We were talking before about Peace River Village, which is only right over there. A lot of people, because they're in such a low-lying area, should be getting out. They were not getting out. I can tell you that a number of people we spoke to said it's just not going to happen. At this point, emergency officials are saying even though the storm is on its way, we still have enough time to get people out. They're saying if you're in the west part of the county, that's where the really high wind is going to happen, over in the Lakeland area. But over in the east, it's going to be a little bit less. So those shelters are going to close a little bit.
There goes Ken, because things are starting to deteriorate in that part of Polk County. So maybe we should get to Paul again to see exactly what's going on, checking back on the storm, where it is. And of course, Polk County is definitely going to suffer some of the brunt of this.
And they'll do it at night, which is no fun.
It's tough.
Gets dark in about 3 hours from now. So this is Irma was a nighttime event, and this is going to be a nighttime event for Polk County. This is when what we're gonna do tonight is really watch the eye wall, because everything around it is going to have bad weather. But as far as when you're talking about the ability of causing some damage, it's going to be around that core of the hurricane. And as the core moves inland, the weakening process will kind of accelerate over time. But it's such a big and storm hurricane, the process takes a while. And this will, by this time tomorrow, probably a tropical storm on the East Coast, but from point A to point B, it'll take a while. A little side note, we've done a lot of talking about Charlie, kind of the relationship of Ian to Charlie. Back in the weather office, just kind of getting my act together and looking at some data. Ian made landfall at the exact same place that Charlie did on the north tip of Captiva Island, the same exact spot. I mean, it's amazing. All the places there it was, and the trip over the peninsula is probably about the same thing. The trip with Charlie was there was damage lying up by Arcadia, then it moved up towards Orlando. This is going to be about the same place. The whole structure, though, of this storm is a lot different than Charlie. The wind field is about 2.5 times bigger with Ian than it was with Charlie. A bigger wind field means the potential of producing more damage. Also, what's amazing is still the amount of lightning. We can see little dots in the eye wall. Typically speaking, only the strongest hurricanes produce a lot of hurricane. I explained this a couple times. We talk about, we're in Florida, and we get our lightning because of land and sea breezes colliding. And it's the collision of air, the air rising, that produces lightning. Hurricanes don't produce a lot of lightning because hurricanes, the wind go around in a circle, and you don't have winds bumping into each other because it's going around in a circle. But there's so much instability and turbulence in this eye wall, it's producing lightning. It's almost always a sign of a strong hurricane. This morning, hurricane hunter planes, some of the messages from some of the scientists and the engineers on the hurricane mission this morning when the hurricane was just offshore, said it was one of their roughest rides in memory. Plane going up, plane going down, struggling to get through the eye, saying all kinds of trouble. Usually those trips, as they would be so difficult, they're usually okay, but when there's enough to talk about it, you know it was a bad ride. Let's take a little radar trip. So here is the eye wall, and for our friends, we know you're watching in Venice and Englewood and Northport. This has been a really difficult 5 or 6 hours. It's still coming down. I have some good news. The back edge of this is out here, but the strongest weather pretty soon should begin to pivot northeast of you, head up towards Arcadia and Wauchula. And then we'll get into some of this. It's going to rain for a while longer. Your rainfall totals in Sarasota County, I think, going to be about 2 feet, if not higher than that. Now, eventually, as what's left of this eye begins to move northeast, it's going to be Arcadia, Wauchula, Sebring, Avon Park. What's going to happen to your house? Well, the wind's going to pick up, sustained probably about 80 to 90, with a few higher gusts. Also, as far as being safe tonight or today, you know the layout of your house. You know what's outside. To me, the biggest concern is, as long as your house is buttoned up, you're going to be fine. I always think about, okay, what trees do I have around my house? Some of you do, some of you don't, some of you are, there's no trees nearby. But if you get some old oaks or something that you think is maybe having a little, some sort of pest damage or whatnot, kind of get yourself in the part of the house that if in the small chance that tree was to fall, you know, put yourself in a spot of the house where we're safe over here if it does fall. I know it may sound ridiculous, but as long as you're in a well-built home, you're going to get through tonight unless something like that was to happen. So just maybe think about that tonight, and I hope a lot of you kind of know kind of how your house behaves in strong wind events. From about the Hillsborough Manatee line north, it's occasional squalls going from east to west. We'll zoom in. We've had some squalls go by the TV station, and for a while it just kind of rains, and all of a sudden the rain really picks up. If you're going to lose power at your house, it's going to be through one of these bands that go by, because now here in this light green, it's not all that bad. But when some of this pivots to the northwest, that's when the winds all of a sudden go from 40 to 70, and that's when that gust kind of knocks down a branch, and then you got to kind of wait till the power company comes out in a day or two. Also in, listen, Lutz, Sun City Center, heavy rain for you, heavy rain through Lithia, heading up towards Fishhawk. And nothing going on in Plant City now, but rain is on your way. Bartow, you get some rain here. There's rain down by Fort Meade. Highlands County, for the most part today, you've actually been dry. Now the rain's coming, because here comes the eye wall. So it's going to be kind of rough the next few hours through all of Hardee and DeSoto counties, and then deteriorating in Highlands County, and then Polk County will get into the eye wall, and it's going to be pretty rough. Those of you that went through Irma with us, kind of the same thing, probably a lot more wind, at least a bit more wind in this case. And it's going to be a little bit long lasting because this storm is not moving really fast. It's 4:42. We'll get the 5 o'clock update. The winds last hour, Tyler, were they 150 on the update, I think? Because they went from 155 to 150. Probably going to be down about 135, 140.
145 as of 4 o'clock.
145. So we're going to get constant numbers that'll fall between now until the storm moves off the East Coast. So at least the storm has begun the weakening process. Let's also show Citrus County. Citrus, Hernando, Pasco. Don't want to ignore you, but for you today, it's just been this. It's been light rain, and then band goes by. Zephyr Hills and one go by. And then Brooksville, once in a while, some bands go by. And that's pretty much what you're going to get the next couple of hours. Also, by Orlando, where the weather is going to be bad. And then through let's go through northern Polk County and kind of zoom in along I-4. Our friends in Bartow, Lake Wales, Haines City, Winter Haven, it's simply kind of waiting to see how close. Really, it's about seeing how close the eye wall gets to you. You can get lucky and have it just sneak a little bit south of you, and then you kind of avoid the really bad weather. Everybody is in our viewing area tonight is going to have wind. The worst weather is going to be that eye wall, and as that eye wall deteriorates as it moves inland. And then let's move the radar, I guess, maybe down to the south a little bit more, Tyler, and we'll kind of take a look again at the storm as it continues to move north and northeast. It is completely onshore now. Most of the eye wall is onshore. Port Charlotte. It'll be interesting if we get any pictures, because the well-defined eye today was over Captiva and Sanibel to see if we get pictures of people looking up at the blue sky for a time. In fact, here, along I-75, Fort Myers, I'm not saying it's completely clear, not raining, but there could be breaks in the overcast and people may see blue sky overhead as the eye goes by. Hang in there, Venice and Sarasota and Bradenton and Anna Maria. You just got to get through this. Once you get this out of here, then you'll start improving. Just hang in there. I know it's probably fatiguing. It's been a long afternoon, a long day, howling winds, shutters bouncing against the house. Not a very pleasurable day at all. I hope some of you still have power. A lot of you probably watching us right now on battery through some of your apps. I think probably widespread power outages in Venice. And then when all this goes by, it's going to be a lot of blue tarps around the region because I've already seen every damage picture I've seen so far has been significant roof damage, and we see that constantly with these landfalling hurricanes. What else do we have, Tyler? Can we pop up? That two-color satellite? I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah, and Paul, one thing to note here too, as the storm kind of moves onshore, the weakening process causes the wind field to expand, and I'm seeing a lot of weather stations kind of dropping off across Manatee County into parts of southern Hillsborough County. Kind of that secondary band you see there of very heavy rain is packing a punch. There were hurricane-force wind gusts through pretty much all of Manatee and Sarasota County over the last hour or so, and that continues right now.
That's a great point. I think this, Irma and Charlie, this is a stronger storm, I think, as far as the impacts in a bigger area in our viewing area. Everybody will have strong winds tonight. Strongest along that core, but the winds do expand as the storm moves onshore. Incredible satellite presentation today. I've said this a couple times today. If you're watching now for the first time, the weather here around central Florida, and especially near the eye, is some of the worst weather on the entire planet. At the same time, the weather here up in Pensacola is some of the best weather on the entire planet. It's sunny with low humidity in the 70s and 80s. I mean, it's so nice. People are outside going, this weather is so nice. So it's in our state. In our state, best weather in the world here, worst weather in the world here. Think about that for a second. And this is going to continue. We'll eventually get some of this as the storm goes by, but this is a pretty big price to pay for sunshine and a bit lower humidity later on in the week. Incredible satellite presentation today. You can see if you look at this, I mean, there's nothing positive about this. I mean, scientifically, it's just incredible. You can see some of these waves. Look at these like waves that kind of extend out from the center. That's really a classic example of how the atmosphere is a fluid and it kind of behaves just as it is. So we'll have more weather information coming up. We'll kind of walk through the radar steps tonight as the storm moves inland, but for now, it's back to the news desk.
Yeah, Paul, we were just, Chris and I were saying earlier today, we were in awe of that, what you just showed us, that presentation there. Now, we are getting some video, and this is from Fort Myers Beach. This is along Estero Boulevard, for those of you who know this area, and you can see it is submerged. There's the cars right there. Yeah, significant flooding. I'm not sure how many feet overall, but I do know we saw one video that said the camera was at 6 feet along Fort Myers Beach, right, Chris?
And it was being covered by water.
And it was being covered by water. So it would seem they got at least 6 feet of water in downtown Fort Myers Beach. And we are, of course, continuing to get video and images as the afternoon wears on. Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez, she's out there live in Tampa. So where are you exactly, Regina? Tell us.
Cynthia, good evening. So I'm actually right outside of our station, a couple miles outside of downtown Tampa right now. Decently strong wind gusts, a lot of sideways rain sporadically throughout the afternoon. Tampa Mayor Jane Castor did say that now we can expect here in the city tropical storm to Category 1 conditions. We do keep getting updates from the electric companies around here. We know that there's about 100,000 people in the city of Tampa without power right now. But as Paul and everybody has been saying, obviously, Ian making landfall and causing catastrophic conditions for our neighbors down south. And I do want to show you some of that video that we have gotten in and are continuing to get in. So we're going to start with some video coming from the streets of Sanibel Island. This was just a few hours ago. These conditions have definitely gotten worse as we've seen a lot more of these images. These streets turning into rivers as Hurricane Ian began to close in on the Gulf Coast. Cameras in the city of Sanibel actually caught this footage showing debris floating in this fast-moving water. The storm has already caused flooding in a lot of places, knocked out power. We did just get an update of more than 1 million across the state without power. Some places have snapped trees. A lot of people already seeing flooding in their homes, and it also triggered a possible tornado that flipped over planes at an airport closer to the Miami area. Now I want to take you to some video out of Naples. So with this flooding, these roads are extremely unsafe right now. This was provided to us by Naples Fire and Rescue. They actually posted this to Twitter not too long ago. You could see like basically a fire sparking due to these wet power lines. We've heard from state emergency management officials and DeSantis multiple times today. They stress no matter where you are, if you are hunkering down, stay inside your home. Do not try to stand in this water, drive in this water. Like I said, there's a lot of debris, dangerous objects floating around. The National Weather Service is reporting wind gusts of up to 120 miles per hour in Naples right now. Meanwhile, when it comes to power outages, DeSantis said that we can expect this. There are hundreds of thousands of representatives across the state already ready to restore this power. You could see a lot of these trucks here, about 30,000 employees from different electric companies all across the Gulf Coast and across to the east where the storm is going to continue to trek. They said that they're going to work to restore power as soon as the storm passes some of these areas. The governor also reminded residents who lost power or who are going to lose power as well to call their service provider and not 911. Now, he's been providing us updates on resources available to some of these impacted areas. More than 400 ambulances across the state are ready to go in once this storm passes. He did say those who decided to hunker down, there is no more time to evacuate. You should not leave your homes, and that some emergency calls are not going to be responded to until it is safe for these emergency crews to go out there. Now, he also mentioned a really interesting point, Cynthia. More than 30% of the population in some of these communities are people ages 60 or older, so that's going to be a huge concern, Cynthia.
Yeah, it absolutely will. And you mentioned Naples, city of Naples. I'm just reading here on Twitter. They're now under a citywide curfew right away. And so clearly they've got some issues there as well, a little bit further south down the coast. Thank you so much, Regina Gonzalez.
It's going to be a long night, a long couple of nights for a lot of people, and some people who tried to get out just didn't quite make it. Dozens of passengers are stranded at Orlando International Airport because of the hurricane. The airport suspended all operations earlier today. Stores are gated up, check-in lanes are empty. The only people left in the airport are those whose flights were canceled at the last minute, and there are a few dozen of those there, and they're actually being asked to leave the airport and go to a shelter.
Scariest part for me isn't necessarily being stuck here as much as like we only planned for a certain amount of days. When you have a little kid with you, he takes top priority, so when he starts running low on stuff, that's when it gets kind of terrifying.
Oh, man, that is tough with a little one like that to take care of during a situation like this. Best luck to Brittany and her family. The exteriors of the Orlando airport are protected with sandbags you see there. And again, their weather will start to get rough later tonight. That's what Tyler and Paul have been telling us. And you know, we've been watching this. Here's a little time lapse we put together earlier for you of the effect on the Hillsborough Bay right along Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. Just as our meteorologist said, this would happen. The winds, when they're blowing from the northeast, which is what we had in the Tampa area, it pushes the water out of the bay. And you can see the dry land there. And we saw a video earlier of people getting out and walking through that, which is not advised, but all the same, this is the opposite of storm surge, right? The water being sucked out of the bay, and you see the progression there. This happened in Irma, too, in 2017. But again, Tampa police having problems with people just stopping on Bayshore Boulevard to get out and either take video or photos or try to walk down to the bay itself. So don't do that. Don't make it harder on police than necessary, and don't put yourself in danger. We can show you all the video and pictures from right here. You can stay in the comfort of your home or watch on your device. We got you covered. Fox 13's Lloyd Sowers has had us covered all morning. He's been right there along, watching the progression of the water leaving and coming back to some degree, Lloyd.
Yeah, looking right into the northeast that you were talking about, that wind coming from the northeast to the southwest. Let's show you what it's doing. Literally sucking the water out of the bay. Craig Davison, if you'll pan right down there, you'll see the wind blowing across the top of what water is left there. This is Bayshore Boulevard. As you can see, the bay bottom right there as that wind sweeps down across there like something out of Star Wars, like a different planet. Down there you see Ballast Point, and that is the Bayshore Brookdale, where we have our camera where we saw that time lapse taken from. And then Craig's going to pan off to the left here, show you what the bay looks like. Exposed crab traps, exposed rocks. There's some debris on the bottom of the bay, and then we move on out left, and you see there in the background, you see the gray downtown Tampa. And as you alluded to, Chris, let's show you some video here from Tampa Police Department. They were cruising the Bayshore a little bit earlier. They want people not to stop and park, okay? People were literally stopping on the Bayshore. Some were turning on their four-ways, get out, taking pictures, taking selfies, blocking traffic, causing a dangerous situation. They do not want you to come down here, and if you were to come down here, they certainly don't want you to park on the Bayshore and get out and take pictures. So stay off the Bayshore. We'll show you what it's like here. A declining, deteriorating situation all day long. Before lunch this morning, Chris, there were people down here. The weather was pretty good. They were walking their dogs. They were running. They were exercising. Then around noontime, it started to decline. It's just completely kind of deteriorated now into sort of a gray, windswept landscape with a dry bay bottom. And it will be probably a very long, dark night here along the Bayshore, as we do have some scattered power outages now here in the South Tampa neighborhood. So stay with us. We'll keep you up to date, and we'll send it back to you for now.
Just a minute, though, Lloyd, odd question for you, but something that Cynthia Smoot just pointed out there. You know, in years past when this would happen with the water moving out of the bay, one of our, famous traditions here, right, is Gasparilla and people throwing beads from floats into the water. That used to happen a lot, but they've really cracked down on it the last few years during the parade. So you seeing any lost Gasparilla beads out there?
We haven't seen any beads, Chris, but we are south of the parade route. So this is the no bead throwing zone for the floats here. So we are not seeing any beads where we are. We'll have to go check north of Bay to Bay to see if there are any beads up there. But man, if there are any pirates out here, they are shivering me timbers because it's a blowing gale on the Bayshore.
Yeah,
for sure.
And let's hope they didn't anchor their ships too close to the shore there. It might be sitting on dry land. Thank you, Lloyd.
So even though it was Southwest Florida that took the direct hit, we are still seeing rain, high winds. You just saw Lloyd out there on Bayshore. So there's still the potential for danger here. St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch, he just finished an update on what that city is seeing, and he was joined by St. Pete's police and fire chiefs. Here you go.
We want to ask you to shelter in place as the worst parts of Hurricane Ian are still yet before us and heading our way between approximately 5 p.m. and midnight tonight. We will experience tropical storm force winds and rainfall, and we're experiencing power outages throughout the city of St. Petersburg. We ask you to stay at home, be safe tonight, and at first daybreak tomorrow, St. Pete Fire and St. Pete PD and our St. Pete employees will go out and assess first damages, fallen trees, down power lines, and make that first push to clear our roads and restore power so that our first responders can begin to move us to normalcy. That would allow Duke Energy as well to get out and start restoring power to our community. But for tonight, please stay at home and please stay safe.
And if you're at home and if you have power, then you're downright cozy compared to a lot of people.
Count yourself lucky.
Exactly. Power crews, they are out there. They are getting ready to fix the outages. They'll be on the road as soon as it's safe to do that.
Yeah, we just heard the number tick up above the 1 million mark statewide for power outages, and that will go up, unfortunately. Fox 13's Catherine Hawley is live at Tropicana Field in St. Pete, which is one of the staging areas for those line crews that are going to go out. Hey, Catherine.
Hey there, Chris. Yeah, this is one of 3 locations that Duke Energy is using as a staging area for all of those crews who came in out of state to help. They are ready and in place as soon as it is safe to be out on the streets. And take a look, there are hundreds of trucks here. We're told that 10,000 extra crew members from across the country came down here to Florida to be on standby and waiting to respond. They came from the Midwest, Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, even from as far away as Maine. And they'll be out on the streets once it is safe to start restoring the power. The other 2 locations being used as staging areas are the Villages as well as Ritchie Brothers in Polk County. And we're told that the plan was to have these crews in an area that would be safe for them to weather the storm, but then close enough to respond so that once it is safe to be on the streets, they can get out there and start restoring that power. Now, here in Pinellas County at last check, there are about 95,000 Duke customers without power. Duke does cover about 2 million customers from Highlands County all the way across the coast and up to Georgia. And they expect that as this storm moves across the state, that more customers will be in the dark and they will need to get out there to help them. We have seen intersections with the lights out, people experiencing power outages. They're asking everyone to be patient and to be safe. And if you know flooding is coming to your house, it's a smart move to go ahead and turn off your power proactively. It can save you some safety in case of a fire or damage, and you really don't want to be in standing water when there is electricity in the area. Once the winds are below 35 miles per hour, Chris, that is when these crews will hit the road and start working on repairing those lines.
Catherine Hawley live for us in St. Pete. Thank you, Catherine. And yeah, she may have just mentioned this too. In Pinellas County, we have about 120,000 outages right now. Of course, that pales in comparison as to what we're seeing down south. But it's going to be a long night, and if you do lose power, we want to remind you that we are simulcasting also. So if you have a battery-powered radio, we're on Hot 101.5, 97X, and 102.5. Those are our radio partners. 102.5 The Bone. 97X is an HD station, by the way. So if you have a battery-powered radio or one of those, there are many apps where you can listen to live radio.
And if your phones are charged up, you, of course, can get us right there. Get us live on your app, on your Fox 13 Tampa Bay app. So it's another place you can watch.
All right, that does it here for the 4 o'clock hour.
Our hurricane coverage continues right now at 5.
This is Fox 13 Tampa Bay, special coverage of Hurricane Ian. Please stand by. Our live coverage will continue in just a moment. If you lose power, you can watch live Fox 13 news coverage of Hurricane Ian on your phone by downloading the Fox 13 News app and clicking on the Watch Live button. Now is also a good time to download the Sky Tower Radar app. It'll give you live radar coverage, plus other important information. The Sky Tower Radar app is free and available in the Apple and Google Play stores. Count on Fox 13 for continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. You can also listen to Fox 13 hurricane reports on our radio partners, 102.5 The Bone, Hot 101.5, and 97X. This is Fox 13 Tampa Bay, special coverage of Hurricane Ian. Please stand by. Our live coverage will continue in just a moment. Now is also a good time to download the Sky Tower Radar app. It'll give you live radar coverage, plus other important information. The Sky Tower Radar app is free and available in the Apple and Google Play stores.
It's 5 o'clock, and we're continuing our extended coverage of Hurricane Ian. I'm Cynthia Smoot.
And I'm Chris Cato. Thanks for sticking with us here. We just have had the hurricane officially make landfall within the last 2 hours. It is crawling across the southwestern portion of Florida right now. Many people, many of you watching, are being affected by this, and we have to track this. It's going to be a long evening. We're glad you're with us. We're going to have everything we can to keep you and your family safe. Let's get straight to Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado for the latest. Paul?
Yeah, just we'll pop up the and there's Tyler.
Hey.
Hey, Tyler, how you doing?
We'll go over to you, Paul.
Well, either one works. We have got an update. Can we load the new 5 o'clock advisory?
Yep.
This is the point now that we kind of throw the models out the window and just kind of watch the eye. So we have now a Category 4. Winds are 140. We talked about this during the past hour, that the landfall point of this hurricane was essentially in the exact same spot as Hurricane Charlie made landfall on the northern edge of Captiva Island. And there is the view now as the storm has moved in and kind of wobbles as it does so. Top winds of 140. I wish the speed would pick up, and if anything, it slowed down.
Yeah.
It went from, I think it was like 10 this morning, or 11, then 9 or 8. We need like an 18 or a 28 to move this thing along. But for now, it is over. It is moving inland. It's going to be a slow process, and we made a good point last hour that as the storm begins to weaken, what's going to happen is the wind field will kind of gradually expand. The strongest winds will still be what will be left of kind of a deteriorating eye wall, but really everywhere in our viewing area tonight, without exception, is simply going to have a very windy and a very wet night. That's going to be the weather tonight, and really what we're going to be looking for is specific areas where we will look for winds that are exceptionally high. We think they'll be around what's left of the eye wall, and also looking for tornadoes. And that's really about it. So if you're in your safe spot, if you're home, you're in a well-protected spot, it's really going to be a matter of getting through the night without any significant damage to your property, and then waking up tomorrow morning and kind of walking around and just kind of taking a whole accounting of how the house made out. And then we hope your home or house fares well in this event. By tomorrow night, or tomorrow afternoon, this is 2 o'clock on Thursday, storm is up north of the Cape and moving offshore. The winds are going to end up turning around. A lot of you have messaged me going, okay, Paul, you've showed the bay that's empty. You've shown all the pictures of what an empty bay and inlets look like. Is the water going to come rushing back in and then flood? The water's going to come back in because what's going to happen is once the storm gets up here towards Orlando, our winds will start going west-northwest, and the water's going to come back. The thing is, we have learned over the years when hurricanes are moving away from us that, yeah, the water levels can go up. We may even have some minor flooding, maybe a foot or two above normal tide, but this is not a setup of having major storm flooding. That's already happened. That's happened from the point of landfall south. We may get a bit of high water, but this is, if we get through this event with a bit of high water on our west coast, that's a pretty good outcome for Tampa Bay. So for now, the center is moving onshore. The heaviest rains kind of mirror what we said yesterday. Yesterday, when we talked about rainfall amounts, we showed you numerous graphics that would be kind of a swath running from about Manatee, Sarasota County, all the way up to Orlando. And these persistent bands are just adding up the rainfall. And this is going on and on and on. And over time, these numbers get really, really big. We saw over a foot in Sarasota County. It's still coming down. They're probably going to end up, Sarasota, Manatee, some of these areas here are going to end up between 1 and 2 feet of rain easily. We're going to have some major river flooding. It's not, everyone makes a big deal about the wind. Oh, it's a Cat 4, it's a Cat 3. But at the end of the day, when you talk about the damage, we're going to see some damage along the coast. It almost always goes back to what did the water do? And the water has inundated Fort Myers Beach. A buddy of mine just sent me a picture a second ago from the marina at Gasparilla that looked like it had big damage. So there's going to be all that, and there's going to be trees down, and but the storm surge flooding and the river flooding is going to be a problem. Tyler, let's move the radar around. Let's maybe go up to our northern counties first and just take a little trip because we don't want to ignore. We want to make sure we cover everybody. Not bad. Citrus, Hernando, Pasco. You've got some squalls approaching you from the east, and these are the squalls. If you're going to lose power, it'll be from one of these that'll go by, and you may be sitting in your house, everything's kind of nice, and all of a sudden you hear the shutters kind of hit the house, and things get a little escalated outside. It's because these squalls are going by, and those are the ones that usually will knock out the power. But for now, I mean, it's steady. Actually, there are breaks where it's not raining, and then squalls approach from the east. That'll be your weather for most of the night, I think. Around Tampa Bay, let's talk about Tampa, Pinellas County. Heaviest now, boy, Sun City Center. It's got some really heavy rain. These are some of the kind of the northern eye wall kind of spinning some of the heavier rain to the northwest. So it's really coming down Tampa south. And then from Sun City Center through all of eastern Hillsborough, Plant City, Dover, Seffner, Mango, New Tampa, over the bridges, downtown St. Pete. I'll tell you, anyone in the high rises, if you're watching me in downtown St. Pete, any of the high rises, boy, the wind was really whipping in off the open bay today. We had gusts 62, 65. This is always a windy spot with an east wind because there's nothing. I mean, there's no friction. The wind whips in off the open bay, and it's been a very windy day right through downtown St. Pete and over by the Vinoy and by the pier. I tell you, being on the pier today, tell you, that's a tough day because the wind is blowing right in your face. And it's tough to say, no doubt about that. Some of the heavier, my buddy over Seminole texted me a little while ago. Craig texted me and said, Paul, just lost my power. So power outages over in Seminole right now from some of those outer bands that went by.
Yeah, the wind gusts out there, 40, 50, 60, 70 through all of Pinellas County right now.
Yeah. So we're going to talk more. We'll have more radar views, and this is what we're going to end up doing throughout our coverage tonight. It's going to be a lot of radar stuff, a lot of wind speeds, a lot of wind gusts, updates from the Hurricane Center. We'll kind of walk you through the evening and nighttime hours. But now it's back to the news desk.
All right, yeah, I mentioned it. It's 130,000 without power now in Pinellas County. So
exactly.
There's a good chance some of you will lose power during the storm as this moves inland.
Especially as those bands are still coming in, and then you have like tropical storm or higher winds. So let's check in with Kim Cuizon in Sarasota, and I'm sure you're getting some pretty good wind gusts down your way, Kim.
Yeah, Cynthia, there really are. You can see the trees out here. We continue to talk about this hour after hour, but that really are. You can see the trees out here. We continue to talk about this hour after hour, but that wind gust remains steady. The palm trees continue to bend. One of the things that we've been hearing now in the background, which is always a little concerning, is that metal that is being ripped off of buildings, off of siding. When you hear that metal, you know it's a good thing that you are indoors, up high, away from all of that, because that can really injure somebody if that metal hits you. But while we have been out here, we're starting to lose cell service a little bit. That has been a little touch and go at this point in time. We have lost power as well. We're hearing that from a lot of people throughout Sarasota County, that their power is out right now. And you know what, just talking to the Venice police chief, Venice is about 20 minutes to our south, was talking to him. They have had to pull crews off of the road, but he said so far reports that he is getting is some localized flooding, some trees that are down, and some debris in the roadway, which is what we expect, especially when we're seeing winds like this. Now, as soon as Ian passes and it's safe to get out, we'll really start to begin to hear the reports of damage, of more damage, of what exactly has happened. And, you know, we have been talking, sorry, you just heard a really loud noise that sounded like a piece of siding coming off, but don't see anything right now. But as we have been talking about this, many of us have said that being here in Florida, you know, we've been through storms, but nothing like this. I know, at least not in my lifetime. Born and raised here in Florida, haven't seen this. Now, talking to Jimmy here, who is from Missouri. Jimmy, you have never been through anything like this. I know you say that you're a snowbird.
Unbelievable. We come down here in the wintertime. We're the snowbirds. And I just can't believe the wind, how fast it's blowing, and it's unreal. I mean, it's something that I've never seen before, and I hope I never do.
Now, Jimmy, I know that since you normally are a snowbird, what made you leave? And I'm glad that you did leave, especially given where your home is at.
Well, I live in a mobile home, but I just built a manufactured home. It's a brand new one in there. And I told some of the people that were going to stay, they can grab mine and go there because mine's a little stronger. But you don't know. This wind, we don't know what to expect when we get back to, you know, our mobile home.
And Jimmy, I've seen you too walking by your room. I've seen you on your phone looking at some of the reports coming from down south. You know, that could have been us. When we see that, our hearts go out to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Sarasota gets lucky, but this is, I think, the worst one that we've ever had here. From what I spoke to other people that have lived down here further, they say that this one's a really bad one here.
Well, Jimmy, I just wanted to thank you for your time, and I'm glad you're here riding it out and safe and sound. So, yeah, that's kind of the feeling that a lot of us have at this point in time, that we have seen storms. We haven't seen it this bad. Again, these wind gusts continue. There's still a couple of cars on the road. You see a car pulling in right there. We've seen some cars actually coming in trying to take shelter at a bank nearby. We're not sure if they're coming from down south, possibly. I have heard that conditions in Nokomis are really bad as well, just talking to somebody that lives there that has been sending me video. So at this point, I mean, what do we do now? We ride it out. We wait until it is safe to get out and see the damage that has happened, and really at this point hope for the best. And Chris, just want to let you know, Jimmy is a huge Alabama fan. We were talking football earlier, and he's from Missouri and he loves Alabama.
Well,
so
you're in the if you have to be stuck in a storm with someone, be stuck with an Alabama fan. Wonderful people. No, but we're glad you guys are safe. We're glad Jimmy is safe there too.
All right, we're going to move over to Pinellas County, and as we're going to out to Treasure Island, and Josh Cassio is just taking a look at the Duke power outages, and we've got, let's see if I can get my phone to work again, 95,000, Josh, out in Pinellas, and they're counting Clearwater separately, and there's another 39,000 out in Clearwater. So that's the Duke power outages. And Josh, it does look like it's picked up some from when we last saw you.
Yeah, absolutely. Whoa. This has been the windiest we've seen pretty much all day in just the last little while. The rain is coming in sideways as well, but boy, the winds, this is as bad as it's been. Our sort of unofficial wind gauge has been this tree here behind me, and that's as hard as it's been blowing all day. You can see the water moving quite fast as well. What I'm concerned about right now, as I'm looking out here, notice that sailboat. There's very little water under it. The bottom of it, the tail there in the mud, it is leaning very hard, and I'm not sure how much longer that thing is going to be standing up. In fact, I don't think we can get a shot of it. But Mike, if you can kind of look to our left down there, there's another sailboat with a blue body. That thing is on its side as well. So it gives you an idea of just how strong the winds are, how much it's moving the water here, and this water continues to recede from this seawall. We're hearing power outages here in Pinellas County as high as 130,000 according to Duke Energy, and that number continues to climb. And that's why officials here in the county are telling people, please just stay inside, stay hunkered down until the storm has completely passed. We do have lulls every now and then, but lately it has just been a barrage of wind and rain, and really it has been unrelenting. The good news is we have not seen a lot of people out here on Treasure Island. Most people did hear heed the warnings and get out. Of course, you know, in Pinellas County, A, B, C, all those zones, mandatory evacuations. But I heard earlier they were saying 50, 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts in our area. And boy, oh boy, can you absolutely feel it out here. It is quite forceful, and we're trying to stay steady, but boy, that wind, it's brutal out here. I do want to show folks at home, because I know they see us standing out here and they wonder, why are you out in the rain? It must be unsafe. I want to show you, my photographer Mike, we are standing underneath a garage here, so we are safe. Anytime the winds get too bad, we just go back under. So we're staying safe out here, but we want to make sure we can show you exactly what is happening on the ground as Hurricane Ian approaches. And yeah, again, the winds have picked up, and this is the strongest they have been. And boy, is it, it's whipping out here. And I don't know if you can hear it, but it is screaming. The wind is just screaming at us right now. Guys, back to you.
I can hear it. I can hear it, and that's always a scary sound. So you go back to your shelter right now. I'm glad you showed us that, too. Thank you. Josh Cassio in Treasure Island.
Yeah, that is starting to look like hurricane coverage out there now. It sure is. You know, we've seen a lot of this now. Officials are warning you're going to see tree branches and maybe entire trees come down as the big wind gusts push through. That's what we saw here. A big branch came down at Bell Shoals Road in Lumsden in Hillsborough County. And look at this. The homeowner who has the tree on his property says it wasn't too long before a good citizen, a stranger, came by with a pickup truck and a chain there and pulled that thing out of the road.
Well, the wind just blew it down. The tree's kind of old. You can tell how all the limbs, even the little limbs, got all that fungus stuff on it. Yeah. So that's what brought it down, I guess. And everybody was driving around here, so that's okay.
So these guys came along and...
Yeah, he just stopped by. I mean, it happened probably not even a half hour ago. And he had about 10 or 12 cars that gone by so far, and he stopped and had a solution to it, took care of the problem.
An unofficial road clearing crew right there. Yeah, that's just, you know, neighbors helping neighbors. We're going to see a lot of this over the next few days and weeks, really, as people help each other clean up tough times, bring out the best in each other. We've learned that through many storms.
We've already had so much rain, parts of the area that those trees, some of them are primed to fall down in a stiff wind.
Oversaturated. Okay, so Tampa, the big kind of hullabaloo today was Bayshore Boulevard. It's being closed now, not because of downed trees or flooding, but because Tampa police kept having problems with people. See all the vehicles that are just stopped there? Some people pulled over, put on their flashers. Some people just stopped in the middle of Bayshore so that they could, you know, take a photo or video of the water being pushed out of the bay. So that's, you know, something that wasn't helpful, having cars stopping in traffic there. And again, that whole phenomena of the northeast wind blowing the water out of the bay, we saw it during Irma 5 years ago.
That's right. Fox 13's Tony Sadico, he went on Bayshore today to show us exactly what happens to all that water.
Hey guys, we're on Bayshore Boulevard here in Tampa. We've already started to feel the effects of Hurricane Ian. Obviously, you see the light rain falling. The winds have been picking up, and look what it's done right here under the bay. It started to suck water out of the bay, so much so you could see the grass off into the distance. And this is something we expected would happen as the winds would turn easterly. In fact, the winds have been coming out of the east since yesterday. They've just been picking up in speed. We've seen gusts about 37 miles per hour. That's close to tropical storm force, and we expect that to continue as the storm continues to make its approach. This is something we saw, if you'll remember, with Hurricane Irma as the storm was approaching, and it really has to do with the structure of these hurricanes. The counterclockwise movement allows those strengthening winds to really basically pull the water out of the bay, as we're seeing here, kind of like a drain, and it's just an incredible sight to see. We've seen folks, of course, trying to take in this scenery as well. People on just walking, people on bikes. Unfortunately, a few people, quite a bit of people, we've seen folks on the road as well. This is in an evacuation zone as well, so we know law enforcement has been urging people to kind of get out of this area, not to necessarily come over here. But this is something that we expected with this storm, despite the fact that the storm is still well to our south. Keep in mind, the center of the storm is still way to our south, but we're already feeling these effects. It just goes to show the sheer size of this storm. We know in this area we're not going to see the worst of the storm surge. That's going to be more Englewood down towards Bonita Beach. That's something that the residents in this area are kind of happy to see. We know that this area is prone to flooding. I mean, even on a regular, and you can already see that the gust picking up from time to time. We know just a regular summer storm can cause this area to flood. We've seen tropical storms completely cause these roads to be impassable before. But at this point, we're kind of seeing the opposite effect, kind of that reverse surge, if you will, as we continue to basically wait and anticipate the storm right here on Bayshore Boulevard. Tony Sadiku, Fox 13 News.
All right, Tony, thank you. We got more video here from Southwest Florida as Hurricane Ian was coming ashore. This is from Joel Franco. It shows storm chasers and weather reporters on Tamiami Trail in Punta Gorda, and you can see one of the street signs there. Yeah, starting to feel the effects there, and right there, maybe hard to recognize, out there in the road getting taken out by a tree branch. Yes, that's Jim Cantori of the Weather Channel. You know, many people make the joke, you don't want to be in the town that Cantori is going to because that means the worst weather, and here he is holding on to the street sign,
which may blow away any minute.
We hope Jim is safe. He's done this many times, but we do hope he's safe. And yeah, these are things you see when a bad hurricane is coming to town.
Wow, and you know, Punta Gorda got the worst of it in 2004 from Hurricane Charlie.
Yeah.
So we are pleased, fingers crossed, that it won't be as bad as we saw.
I don't know, just based on Paul and Tyler showing us the storm surge that was going into there, I think it's going to be a bad scene for a lot of people there. We've been seeing video too out of Naples, which is seeing a lot of wind damage and flooding too.
Naples Fire Rescue, well, they ran into trouble when their own fire station flooded, and they posted the video on social media. Watch.
Hey guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here in Naples. Now we have a truck issue, and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay.
On fire.
Because why, Chief?
It seemed like the truck was going to catch on fire. It was smoking, and we didn't want the station to burn down.
Do you see how much water they're in? And you heard the fire chief say they had to push one of the trucks outside because there was smoke. They were worried the whole building might catch fire. That would be pretty bad. The fire station burns down. Crews wading through that waist-deep water and trying to get everything off the truck and trying to save what they can. That is tough. And I think I mentioned earlier, there's a curfew immediately in Naples. So I think Naples got banged pretty hard.
Yeah, let's not let this be understated here. I mean, the Naples Fire Department knows what to expect during a hurricane. I mean, they train for this kind of thing, yet here they were caught with perhaps storm surge that they weren't expecting just because of the power and then the length of time that it was sitting out there pumping all that water onto shore.
So we want to know, Paul, has it sped up at all?
No, not at all. It's actually slowed down a little bit. 8 miles an hour. You talk about taking its sweet time, and that was one of our forecast bullet points the past couple of days. It would slow down near Tampa Bay, and the weakening process has begun. Here's some wind data, and you can pick out your town and location. We've had some missing data because the amount of wind is kind of probably caused some damage in some of the anemometers, but we have Brandon gust 41, St. Pete gust to 77. Sustained Tampa is 22, but once in a while, a squall will whip by and the winds gust to 60. And then what else do we have? We have Sarasota 78, Venice sustained 54, gust 79, and then probably some missing wind. I don't really rely on this because it's been higher gust than that. Leesburg, strong winds. Brooksville, the airport, once in a while, gust 40. As far as the improvement goes, it's going to be a really slow process. In inland tonight, you know, we're just going to kind of watch this center and the eye, what's left of it, move inland. We'll watch some wind speeds. And I know, and a bunch of you messaged me, the inbox is always filled. And I know inland, who the past day or two, it's like, I thought this storm wasn't coming this way. And you're exactly right. There was a couple of days when really we were hoping the trough would miss the storm. And we said maybe the core of the hurricane would stay offshore. And then every computer run kind of picked up on a stronger trough, and that angle of approach from the south, you know, when it deviates a little bit to the right, it kind of exaggerates where it makes landfall. So the concern went up across our inland counties, and now I know a lot of you are sitting at home going, here's a storm coming our way that wasn't going to come our way, and now tonight we got to kind of ride through this together. And I certainly understand the angst as far as that is concerned. Little bit of improvement, not much in Venice and Sarasota, but there is improving weather back here. So if you're thinking about when can I breathe a little easier, let's see, it's 5:26. Let's say for you, maybe 9 o'clock tonight, you're going to get into this back here, maybe a little sooner than that. And then the weather for the overnight is windy at times, but nothing of the 60, 70, 80 miles an hour that you're dealing with right now, gust over 100. Arcadia is in the eye wall, and Wauchula is in the eye wall, and soon Sebring, Avon Park, Fort Meade, and then we're talking about Lakewood Ranch is having a tough time with some of these bands kind of moving back. Sarasota's had a rough. Anna Maria, which is kind of open on all sides, they're having a rough time. And also in Anna Maria, there's not a lot of friction around you, so the wind really whips in from all directions. So Anna Maria, Longboat, Sarasota, there's going to be some wind damage here. Thankfully here, no storm surge damage, but the storm surge damage is extensive, especially a lot of the video coming in has been Fort Myers Beach is having some of the higher storm surge. We've had little snippets. I've had my phone get a couple of pictures here. Once in a while, I get some good videos. Not good, but I mean, as far as going, wow, some videos coming in on the inbox. But we're going to have to wait until this goes by, and then we can really take an assessment of the situation. I'm thinking when we get some daylight and people can take a look, it's going to be pretty bad. I mean, you can't really tell now because it's not safe to go out. But I think the amount of damage down here is going to be really significant. We'll get a better view of that tomorrow, and then more so on Thursday. So tonight, all this weather is going to move through Highlands County, Hardee, DeSoto, all of our cities and towns up in sections of Polk County. You could run through that, Tyler, if you want. This is the high-res Futurecast, which shows the winds on it. We'll just roll through it slowly and kind of watch it and watch the wind arrows. And this is 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, real slow. Hardee County, heaviest rain moving into Polk County. Anything on that printer that I hear, Tyler?
It's coming out. I'm working our mouse at the same time, so let me step away.
I just want to make sure we're not missing a warning.
Yep. That's what.
When you hear the printer going on in the weather, it's not printing out anything except for a warning at this point.
Yep. So what we've had today has been extreme wind warnings, which are not good. This is another one. Southwestern Highlands County, southern Hardee County. Paul, I'm going to pop back up radar here. You can kind of jump over there.
What time is it up until?
Pinpoint there. This one's going to be until 7:30 p.m. Again, southwestern Highlands County, southern Hardee County, southeastern Manatee County, and still up for areas south, Charlotte County as well, and all of DeSoto County.
So that warning is rarely issued except in extreme hurricane events. And what the Weather Service is saying is treat the winds the next couple of hours as though you're in a tornado situation. So you get in the safest part of your house until the wind threat passes. That's a warning that is, it may be issued once every 20 years. It just depends on how many storms you get, but you can go a long time without seeing an extreme wind warning. And it's just a way for the only really way that the Weather Service can really relay the information of this is really bad. You need to stay inside a room in a safe spot in your house. So it's this area here. It's essentially where the eye wall continues to kind of break down a little bit. But this is all of this that's going to move into Highlands County. This is going to be the worst weather for the next couple of hours. And it's been the north side of the eye wall that's been particularly bad. Arcadia, we'll pop up some wind speeds. These are Doppler radar wind speeds.
I do want to mention too, Paul, southeastern Sarasota County still in this, and this is why you look at some of these numbers coming in here. 120, 130. Obviously, these are up in the atmosphere a little bit. These are radar estimates from the radar in Ruskin. So obviously, as the radar beam goes up a little bit, it's sampling higher in the atmosphere. But all of these have been validated with the observations, 100, 110, 115. So it's still no picnic in Englewood, Northport, and Venice. And obviously no folks down there watching us. The power's out, but hopefully listening to us on the radio down there.
Yeah, and it's going to be a slow process. And it always seems like, even though it's not, but it just seems like it's worse at night. So Tonight, it just seems like the sounds are louder at night, and it's just how it works. I mean, when you're lying in bed or lying on the couch and you have no power, and you just kind of hear sounds more. So we're going to get you through tonight and kind of track the strongest winds as they move from southwest to northeast. And this really, I mean, it's not Charlie again, but boy, I just remember this whole direction, southwest to northeast. But some of these wind speeds, and Tyler's correct, this isn't necessarily wind speeds at the ground, but it is a good indicator of how much wind we're talking about. We don't see this very often, even in tornado situations, of having our radar pick up wind speeds at this level. And then this is winds away and towards the radar site, all we're seeing here. That's why you have the green and the red. This is going to continue to move to the east northeast. Let's go back, and you want to do we'll go back, first of all, because we like to get this done, let's start up our northern counties and just do the whole trip again with the radar and try to mention some towns here. We'll go to Citrus County and Hernando County first, where what you're watching now is this coming your way from the east, from Claremont, and then spinning to the west-northwest, where there's going to be areas now where it's not raining at all. So you've got gaps. Here's a gap. There's a gap. Brooksville's doing okay. I think you're going to make it okay as far as really strong winds in our 3 northern counties. It doesn't mean you can't have gusts 60, 70, but for the most part, a lot of the worst weather is going to pass to the south and east of you, up in Citrus, especially Citrus, Hernando, Pasco. So let's put this into motion, Tyler, and we'll watch some of the bands quickly move from southeast to northwest. So here's a scene from Hernando, Lecanto, Inverness, Brooksville, Weeki Wachee, Spring Hill, Ridge Manor, just fast-moving showers coming in. And when some of these squalls go by, it'll come down pretty good. If you're watching me in Dade City, Zephyr Hills, here comes a squall, Dade City. The winds will pick up, and it could gust up to 60, 65 when that squall goes by. That's heading for San Antonio, too. And then Trinity, Odessa, watching rain go by. Bayport. How about Palm Harbor? Yeah, we're checking it out. Palm Harbor and Dunedin and Clearwater and Largo, right down US 19. Lake Tarpon, Carrollwood, watching more bands of rain approaching you from the east and southeast, and all of this is moving to the west-northwest. Been really rough the past hour or so. Ruskin, Sun City Center, Fishhawk, Brandon, Plant City, all getting heavy rain. These bands will easily contain wind gust 60, 65, Fort Meade, Bowling Green, and then Bradenton. This is all going to move to the west-northwest, and then as we move to the south or to the east, whatever you want to do, Tyler, I'm following you.
Polk County first.
Yeah, we'll do east, Lake Wales, Bartow. Bartow we talked about earlier. I have shared so many photos going back to early September. For some reason, it seemed like Bartow was a spot where heavy thunderstorms were kind of around you. Yeah. There was one picture, and I forgot the name of the street. Maybe it was Wilson, I forget, that just had so much rain. These are places that don't need any additional rain. And if you remember, 2 days ago, we had some big thunderstorms that kind of roamed around Tampa Bay and really produced slow-moving thunderstorms. That didn't help at all. And now we're going to get additional rainfall. So Bartow down 60, do not need any more rain. Rain and wind tonight. We're watching it for you. Fort Meade, Bowling Green, and then Zolfo Springs, Arcadia, all of this area, which is under the extreme wind warning, is dealing with the core of the hurricane. The winds expand out a long way, but as far as the really bad weather, it's in that core of the hurricane. That's what we're hoping. So maybe we'll get lucky and it'll stay offshore, and we won't get into that. We did, and we get into it. It's moving across the state. That's really getting into it, isn't it? And we did. So you get Arcadia, Northport, and because we've been watching so much of this, and I know you talk about the fatigue of dealing with this on our Manatee, Sarasota friends. We'll pay attention and give you an idea when this is finally going to slacken up in a couple of hours, because I know you need a break and you're kind of sick of this. But there is some, well, there's a little bit, where the winds will start diminishing as the night goes along. But the problem with this storm is 8 miles an hour. It takes a long time to go from the west coast to the east coast at 8 miles an hour. That's the problem. So this is going to be kind of a long night. Got 2 hours of daylight left, then it gets dark about 7:30 tonight. See, that's the big picture. How about this, Tyler? Just expand really wide. Just to get that's the big picture. There you go. I think that really tells it. It's a hurricane. I mean, right over us. And Let's go back and show that illustration of the weather in the southeast. Can we pop up the true color?
Yep.
And
yeah, 1 second.
maybe hit a refresh on it because it gets kind of old after a while.
Yep.
I don't know, I find this really interesting how, so it wasn't that far away, it was not that far away from us, and maybe the bigger view of just the state of Florida is, you can see the eye getting a little bit filled in, and this is the update on that, is that you can actually see the hurricane, and this cloud line that goes this way, that's the storm being picked up by a trough, and that trough is one of the steering mechanisms. Here comes the setting sun from the east. So you've got this hurricane over Florida, which is giving us some of the worst weather on the entire globe is happening right around Tampa Bay. And then you can just drive, we're not going to drive it because it's too bad to do that, but then you can get into the western panhandle out by Pensacola and Panama City. And anyone up there is going, can you believe, this is what they're saying, can you believe how nice the weather is outside right now? And down in Florida, down in Tampa Bay, they're having some of the worst weather around. So the weather up in the panhandle is so nice, 75, 80 degrees, sunshine, and low humidity. It would also be kind of interesting, Tyler, do we have the southeast dew point map that in this? Probably not, because it's not in the hurricane show.
Yeah, I'll pull it up in a moment, but kind of going off of what you were saying there, Paul, I used to work and live in Panama City Beach, and looking at some of the cameras there and talking to friends that I still know there, it is calm. The Emerald Coast is beautiful.
It is like that autumn day
blue sky
in the southeast that you're finally waiting. You said, when are we going to have a nice 75, 80-degree day with no dew points?
That's a 5.5-hour drive.
It's a 5.5-hour drive, and then you've got people right now that are begging for the rain and wind to stop. So this is unfortunately how meteorology works sometimes. And also, it's interesting because I can ramble on about this all day, but this goes to show, and we'll talk about this really, maybe this is not the time and place to talk about this, but you know, we did make a point back in August and September about, we showed the graphics like, boy, this hurricane season's so quiet, so quiet. This is the example of it only takes one. And this is, so we'll look back, and the whole thing about how bad how the season was. Here's the dew point map. I mean, I find this absolutely incredible. Yeah. From a scientific standpoint, look at this map. Look at this map. You've got dew points from about Gainesville south that are pure tropical air. Dew points in Key West, 78, and then you get up by Tallahassee, and you got a 39 dew point. 39 dew point in the western panhandle, which is like winter, and then you've got the ultimate in summer weather or tropical weather, which is a hurricane. So this is how you've got this boundary, and of course the humid air and the hurricane is winning up. We've got so much more to talk about, and we're going to throw it back to the news desk. We'll be back in a little bit.
All right, thank you, Paul. That is incredible there when you see the difference, too. Just not even that far away, the weather people are having. And then you have situations where there are a lot of people to our south who have loved ones that they would love to check on, but they can't because of severe flooding there.
When you zoomed out, too, that really got my attention. That was a great way to show that storm, because so much of Florida right now is suffering.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, it is. And the power outages just continue to go up to well over 1 million now. You know, a lot of people did pay attention, though, to the officials, emergency managers, and they evacuated and went to local shelters all over the area.
Fox 13's Sean Berry spoke to some people who fled the storm's path, and some of them not for the first time.
With much of Hillsborough County under some sort of evacuation order, many found shelter here at the Irwin Technical College on Hillsborough Avenue, filling it to capacity early this morning.
This was at least a category 3, so we opened all shelters at the same time. So we were expecting quite a bit of people to come in.
Cynthia Delanoez and her family, they live near the water and were among the first to receive mandatory evacuation orders.
And I run when there's a big one like this one. And more people need to take heed.
But Delanoez is no stranger to hurricanes.
I went through Andrew and through Hurricane Hattie in 1961. In my country, Belize, but here I am, waiting on another one.
And while some at this shelter are experiencing yet another hurricane in their lives, others who had showed up here, they haven't experienced anything like this before, ever. Ultimately, though, deciding it was better to get out of Dodge, not test Ian's strength, and ride it out here to shelter.
I'm trying to get it over with.
Peggy Paquette and her husband have been seasonal residents in a West Shore mobile home park for nearly 30 years now, never sticking around for a hurricane. That is until Ian.
I would love to have stayed right there, but we had to get out.
And while those seeking shelter here have prepared for the worst,
We have to. We have no choice. We have no choice.
they're still hoping for the best. In Tampa, I'm Sean Berry, Fox 13 News.
Thank you, Sean. And while we hope you're safe at home or somewhere else safe, you'll be glad to know the animals at St. Pete's Sunken Garden, they're safe too. Look at that. The gardens posted this photo on their social media pages. Apparently the flamingos, yeah, they're having a hurricane party in the bathroom. And apparently they're just fine. They're eating, drinking, you know, doing what flamingos do. So we are really happy about that.
Well, that's an only in Florida thing there.
It is.
All right. Before we get out to Regina Gonzalez, I do want to mention that we're waiting for Governor DeSantis to give a briefing. He's any moment now away from that as he's going to brief us on the latest conditions across Florida. But, you know, as Ian does start to creep inland, and we emphasize creep, we're getting new video and images in by the hour of conditions that are being seen across the Gulf Coast, especially the southwestern portion down there. Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez is kind of rounding all that up for us. She joins us now live in Tampa with some of the more remarkable things we've seen so far. Regina.
Yeah, good evening, Chris and Cynthia. It's catastrophic. It's remarkable. However you want to put it, it is definitely heartbreaking as well. I'm standing out here in Tampa where we were originally in that eye of the storm, but then that track shifted. We are now experiencing tropical, and we are just getting word that Governor Ron DeSantis is going to be giving an update on the conditions we're seeing down south.
As was predicted, we've also seen major flooding in places like Collier County, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. You're also seeing inland flooding because of the inundation that you're seeing. So some of the counties in the interior of the state are seeing major water events as well. We do know that Lee, Hendry, and Glades 911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted, and then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties, but I would say overwhelmingly, it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely, be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding. And Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas. We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter, and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of floodwaters and away from all down power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really, really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made, but in this situation, you've got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way, way, way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major, major impacts. We are, not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very, very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, I mean, downtown Naples is flooded. That's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. We're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very, very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there is apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there So just please make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. I'm happy that Volunteer Florida has now activated the Florida Disaster Fund. Sometimes people say, hey, we want to help. What can we do? And there's really two things you can do. One, send some donations, money. The other can be donate your time. What's not helpful is sending items and sending things to us. We have a lot of stuff pre-positioned. If there's a need for other stuff, Kevin and his team will work. FEMA, all these other groups can work to provide that. But if you provide money to some volunteer organizations and charity groups, they can make a big impact in people's lives. And if you're willing to volunteer your time, there's going to be ways you can be put to work, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to need help on the back end of this thing. So if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come and volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, www.volunteerflorida.org, to find volunteer opportunities. This storm is doing a number on the state of Florida. It is going to continue to move through this state today and through much of tomorrow. And there's going to continue to be a number of adverse effects. I can tell you that as soon as it moves beyond Southwest Florida, you're going to see a massive surge of personnel and supplies to be able to help those who are in need, get people back on their feet, and help to rebuild those communities. Kevin?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. I think everybody should know that the governor is extremely committed to being involved in this response, and he was here with me till late last night, and he was here with me early this morning, and he has not been anywhere but very near me the entire time. So, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership in that area. I mean, it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the leadership. As the governor said, Hurricane Ian has made landfall this afternoon as a Category 4. Winds of 155 miles an hour. I'm not going to read all the statistics that the governor's mentioned, but I'll bring a couple of new ones here. 1,100 resource requests have been we've received 1,100 resource requests. We have fulfilled 900 of those. Again, the difference of the 200 is stuff that we just cannot get out on the road right now. We're working as quickly as possible to address those needs. We have well over 200 shelters open. We have 42,000 restoration personnel. We literally have, with first responders across the state and additional ones coming in, there's well over 10,000 responders statewide ready to do stuff. As the storm makes its way across Florida, I remind Floridians to stay indoors if you're in the path of the storm. If you're sheltering in place in the path of the storm and you still have power and Wi-Fi, please visit floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter-in-place survey. We've had a lot of people answer that and give us that information. That helps us provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your family as soon as possible. Please keep in mind that first responders may not be able to immediately enter impacted areas to assist you due to the safety hazards. I will say we are planning a 3-prong response to handle that specific issue. We have personnel staged to come in via ground, via vehicles. We have personnel staged to come in via air with aerial deployed search and rescue assets. And then we also have the Coast Guard and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission ready to come in by sea for those barrier islands and beachfront properties. So we will have a response mechanism that involves all 3 of those arms. Shelter-in-place survey, again, I just reiterated, is floridadisaster.org/info. If you need immediate assistance, please dial 911. That site is not a replacement for 911. If it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. As the eye of the storm continues to move inland, is getting ready to enter areas such as Hendry County, Glades County. Do not go outside if all of a sudden the wind stops. In this situation, that means you're in the eye of the hurricane. Seek shelter immediately. Get into an interior room and protect yourself. Do not walk or drive through flooded areas. Floodwaters can stall your car and sweep you and your car away in the blink of an eye. We received reports of isolated tornadoes across east central Florida. If you're in a tornado warning, again, seek an interior room free of windows, get low, and put something over the top of your head to protect yourself. If a tornado warning, self-deployments. We do not want individuals self-deploying out on their own. That is very, very dangerous. Leave that to the professionals that are trained in how to do that. Do not take your personal boat out in these situations. We do not want to have to respond to yet another problem. The governor mentioned there are more deaths as a result of indirect situations than the actual direct situation of storm surge wind at the beginning of a storm. So please, what we want you to do more than anything else is stay safe. Please be careful out there. Again, Governor, thank you.
Do we have the Cajun Navy? They're on the way, right?
There are reports that they are on the way.
So I think the Cajun Navy is on the way, and okay, there we go. I mean, look, we really welcome. I mean, those are some really battle-hardened folks, and so Florida welcomes their support, and honestly, particularly Louisiana, because they've dealt with so much, and so the governor's been great. And look, we've got a long way to go before this storm exits the state, and there's going to be a lot of need to get into these communities, particularly in Southwest Florida, and offer the immediate assistance. But I do think the three-pronged strategy, we're going in by ground, air, and by sea, means that all hands are on deck, and there's going to be people that are going to be in harm's way. And what I've said is, the folks were told in these areas of the hazards. They were given time to be able to make arrangements and to leave. Some chose not to do that. They would have probably been better off doing that. Nevertheless, if people are in harm's way, we're going to go and do whatever we can to help those folks. And so that is those operations are going to commence as soon as it's safe to do so. Certainly, I would say, no later than first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no later. As soon as it's light outside and people are able to do it, and then it begins with the clearing the roads, making sure that the electrical folks can get in there. I was able to thank a number of these linemen. We went over to Lake City, where a number of them are staged. These are great folks. They're coming from all across the country. I mean, I met people from Alabama, from Texas, from Louisiana. They're all coming to Florida. When we were driving back to Tallahassee from Lake City, I saw this beautiful sight of all these electrical vehicles coming where they had all the electrical equipment on, and these are folks that are going to help put people's power back on. It was just a procession of them. So we talked about 42,000. I'll bet you after today there's probably going to be significantly even more. So you really are seeing just a great logistical effort to put all hands on deck in this response. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, Governor, you mentioned getting calls from people who have not evacuated, calls for help. About how many calls?
All right, we're going to pull away from Governor DeSantis there as he's taking questions. That was his briefing, obviously, from Tallahassee, just updating us on what they know at this point about damage and ongoing efforts to start responding to some of the reports of people that need to be rescued.
Exactly, because it's not safe in a lot of those areas yet for them to roll out to those people, but they are getting calls from people who didn't evacuate. He mentioned over 1.1 million power outages now, but the good news, at least 42,000 linemen out there ready to move and start fixing things as soon as it's safe to do so.
Again, that's the thing, too. They just can't go into a lot of areas yet, especially in southwestern Florida, where they're dealing with all of that storm surge. He mentioned that downtown Naples is flooded, and we know that we're going to hear more reports like that based on everything we've seen coming through social media from that area too.
Yep. But right now, yeah, that's it for the 5 o'clock news.
We'll be right back after this.
This is Fox 13 Tampa Bay, special coverage of Hurricane Ian. Please stand by. Our live coverage will continue in just a moment. If you lose power, you can watch live Fox 13 news coverage of Hurricane Ian on your phone by downloading the Fox 13 News app and clicking on the Watch Live button. Now is also a good time to download the Sky Tower Radar app. It'll give you live radar coverage, plus other important information. The Sky Tower Radar app is free and available in the Apple and Google Play stores. Count on Fox 13 for continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. You can also listen to Fox 13 hurricane reports on our radio partners, 102.5 The Bone, Hot 101.5, and 97X. This is Fox 13 Tampa Bay, special coverage of Hurricane Ian. Please stand by. Our live coverage will continue in just a moment. Now is also a good time to download the Sky Tower Radar app. It'll give you live radar coverage, plus other important information. The Sky Tower Radar app is free and available in the Apple and Google Play stores.
Good evening and welcome tonight. I'm Mark Wilson.
And I'm Allie Corey. We thank you so much for sticking with us as we continue to track Hurricane Ian, the storm making landfall just north of Cape Coral right around 3 o'clock this afternoon. So we're going to go ahead and send things over to Paul Delgado and Tyler Elias. I know you guys have been tracking this thing for, well, days now.
Yeah, we're actually going back to last Thursday. We had that tropical wave getting into the Caribbean Sea. We talk a lot about it. The two big factors when it comes to, the wind is a big thing because it gets big numbers, 110, 120, and it's important. There's no doubt about that. But it's always about the water when we talk about the threat to life and really causing big issues. The storm surge has not been a problem around Tampa Bay. It is certainly Ian South, but the rainfall numbers right now are really getting to be problematic. They're adding up, and we showed you some graphics the past couple of days where the numbers almost seemed unreasonable. Well, they may come close to verifying. These are all Doppler estimated rainfall amounts, and this is some of those numbers that we looked at yesterday and said, well, we said that can't be right. We're going to get 20 inches of rain, and we said, well, maybe we will, mainly because of the slow motion of the storm. Look at these numbers. This is 15, 18. 12.7, 15.1. There's a lot of rivers down here that are approaching record levels as far as water levels go, and the problem is it's still coming down. So we're going to talk about rainfall totals when everything is said and done. When this hurricane event is over, that could easily approach 2 to 3 feet of rain. It's almost getting into the Harvey type of rain. Not quite. I mean, they had 4.5, 5 feet of rain. But we're kind of getting into that little ballpark or big ballpark of rain. Now, it's been a sharp line. There's not going to be big rain total problems up in Citrus, Fernando, and Pasco. There's probably be a pretty sharp line where it goes from being really high. But these are all adding up and moving north and northwest right into Hillsborough and Pinellas County. What this really is, as we put this into motion, is just... All right, we're going to get more into this in a second, including more radar views. But for now, Sarasota is talking about the impacts from Ian. Let's join them live.
We're experiencing a very high call volume to 911, our Public Safety Communications Center. The Sarasota County Sheriff's Office would just like to remind everyone.
I thought that was really good so far.
Try to be patient, stay in the queue. They'll get to you as fast as they can. Additionally, our 311 contact center team that's located on the second floor of our emergency operations center is also starting to experience a high call volume. We're answering questions on a variety of topics, asking when it's going to be safe to return out, people trying to check in on their loved ones, and also, again, community members and individuals outside of our community offering assistance. Right now, it's really important for our community to understand that we have teams, our tactical first-in teams, ready, and they are poised to go out into our community and respond and to start to assess the damage. But that cannot happen until the wind speeds go below 45 miles an hour for a sustained period of time, about 30 minutes. Once that occurs, I'd like to assure the community that they are going to go out there and start to assess the damage. It's really important for our community members to understand that once they start to see these official vehicles on the road, that does not give them the sense of it being all clear. We ask the community to please continue to stay off the roadways, stay where you are, and wait till you hear from local officials, from Sarasota County and our partners, let you know that it's safe to return out into the community. We also just wanted to give an update. We're working with our partners at Sarasota Schools. Schools will be closed through Friday. Also, just in, we heard that the city of Northport's call center phone lines are down. So for our community members in Northport, we remind them to please call 311. Also, we'd like to mention, we've been talking about, we are partnering with the National Guard. The National Guard's 164th Air Defense Artillery Brigade's command team, that's the team that's located at Sarasota County Government's Emergency Operations Center. They have about 1,000 soldiers that are poised and positioned, they're pre-positioned to go out into our community once that TFIT team has determined that the roadways are clear. So at this point, I'll take some questions.
For the folks who, you said that there are thousands of people right now without power, including those evacuation shelters. What's being done, especially for folks who are in those evacuation shelters, to kind of keep them cool, to kind of, in terms of like temperatures, you know, what help is there for them?
So again, as we talked earlier this evening and earlier today, our community prepares for this. This is something that Sarasota County government, along with our municipalities, our state government, and all of our partners, we work very closely throughout the year to make preparations, plans. We have Plan A all the way through Z. So now that the power is out, we're working through those plans. We're working to ensure those individuals that are in our evacuation centers are able to remain calm as they can. We're checking on them. Obviously, our medically dependent evacuation centers, making sure those generators stay up and running. Additional question?
James Hill with ABC7. Cell phone towers. Do we have any information or details on the lines of communication?
We are getting some reports about the impact to cell phones, and that's why it's important to note that the Sarasota County Emergency Operations Centers, we have those satellite phones and we have communication with our evacuation centers. We are getting reports from community members and also from our partners throughout the community that they are experiencing issues with their cell phones. Yes.
And you mentioned that you guys are getting a lot of calls into your 911 center. What types of calls are you all getting? Are folks in flooded homes and they can't get out? Are they injured?
So I don't have the exact details of the calls, but they are a variety of topics. So I'll let you get with the Sarasota County.
And we have been listening in here to Sarasota County officials giving an update on what they have seen, which, as you just heard her speaking there, they've had a pretty high call volume there in Sarasota. You know, some of the southern counties, they're getting hit really hard, and we continue to monitor those conditions tonight as Hurricane Ian moves further inland. This is a live look at Fox Weather Cam. This is in Port Charlotte, and look at that. You can see a piece of metal just completely wrapped around the tree there is the wind gust just blow through. I mean, these winds are extremely powerful, and the damage is just catastrophic, to put simply, in Fort Myers. Take a look at this storm surge. This is at Fort Myers Beach. Matt Settles sent this one in to Paul on Facebook. The water you can see there, it's halfway up the first story of that building. And this was actually sent in a few hours ago, so I can only imagine what it's like there now. This is dangerous rising water. It has prompted so many evacuation orders, but you know, a lot of folks, they decided to just hunker down and to stay there. And right now, they're in the thick of it. They have no choice but to shelter in place. And before the storm even made it ashore, it spawned tornadoes across South Florida. You can see here, small planes flipped over like toys. This is at the North Perry Airport. This is in Pembroke Pines. This is just a little bit of what we have been seeing across the area, and we've got a long way to go, Mark.
Many more images coming in, just showing what a brutal and destructive day it has been, particularly in South Florida. Heavy rain and wind here pummeling Placida. This is also in Charlotte County as Ian slammed ashore today. You can see the trees, they're just blasted by those winds, and any of that thin metal is going to fly like a kite. Trees are down, metal debris, of course, all through the streets. And again, this is why emergency officials want people not only inside now, but sheltering in place for several more hours after it does pass, because once it does finally subside, then the emergency crews are going to have to take to the streets. And this is all out of Placida here. I want to show you this. This is a picture of a storage building that collapsed in Boca Grande. This is the Gasparilla Marina, which is just south of Englewood. And Paul, I know you know this area well. This is a place that has a lot of history, a lot of people, visitors, and a lot of residents there year-round. It's sad to see these kind of pictures there all the way down south. south.
Yeah, it's incredible when you look at the landfall point. I look back on the advisory from Charlie that made landfall on the northern tip of Captiva, and then Ian made landfall on the northern tip of Captiva. It's incredible. We're going to spend tonight getting dark soon, but an hour, maybe an hour, 15 minutes of daylight left. That's when things just seem to be more ominous and problematic at night. We're still getting these big bands of rain being pushed to the west and northwest. Pretty sharp dividing line of where it's really coming down and where it's not. The northern counties do have rounds of very heavy rain going by, but right now it's I-4 south that is getting the really heavy rain. This line is all going to slowly migrate northeast, and inside some of these bands are where the strongest winds are going to occur. As the hurricane continues to weaken over land, typically the wind field begins to expand. I still think, though, the strongest winds are going to be what is left of the eye wall, the core, that'll slowly deteriorate as it moves northeast. We're kind of hoping and looking for improvement for our friends in coastal Manatee and Sarasota counties, but this is going to be a long night. The storm is going to slowly move northeast. So many towns I could mention, but it's all of this and here where it's going to be rough, and winds will be sustained. If you're wondering, what am I going to expect? It's all this area is going to have winds like 60 to 80 with gusts higher than that, kind of in the same range, maybe not quite as much as we had, well, a little more than we had back with Irma. So we'll talk more about this and let you know when the weather will finally improve for everybody. That's coming up in a few minutes. Back to you.
All right, we are going to head out to Tampa now. We actually have one of our crews out there. Madeline Rivera is live for us. And so, Madeline, if you could just give us a picture of what it has been like out there for you, because we know that Tampa sort of dodged a bullet here with not getting the direct impact it was supposed to. So, but still, we're not out of the woods. We're getting high winds and a lot of rain. So how's it been out there?
Guys, yeah, we're definitely not seeing as bad of the effects that some parts of Florida, southern part of Florida, are seeing right now, but it is still pretty bad. The winds here really gusting. You can probably see the tree branches over here swaying in the wind, just giving you an indication of how strong these winds are. The rain has been falling pretty steadily. It's blowing the rain sideways. It feels like pins and needles on my face. It has just been unforgiving and very consistent. You can see behind me, downtown Tampa, as you guys know, usually pretty busy. Behind us, that's our hotel. You can see the windows and the doors are boarded up. Some people are outside, and that has been the case. People would go inside, outside as they go and check to see the conditions. But of course, as you guys have been reminding all day, officials are telling people to shelter, hunker down in place until the storm passes. I have spoken to someone from the Tampa mayor's office, and they say that as of now, there are no major emergencies in the city. A lot of down power lines, which they expect to happen, of course, through the course of the evening as this wind continues to blow. But as of now, no major emergencies. A few hours ago, actually, we heard fire trucks in the streets. So, you know, at some point when the winds reach 50 miles per hour, they're going to have to, they won't be able to address any emergencies out in the streets. They're going to keep those roads clear. So as of now, you know, we've been hearing some sirens. Just goes to show you that, yes, they are still responding as of right now, but no major issues that we know of so far. A lot of down trees, a lot of down power lines, and of course, we'll be continuing to update you throughout the day. Guys?
It's a little tough to say that that's good news, because just looking at you right now, Madeline, you can just hear that wind, and it looks extremely uncomfortable. And I see there's folks out there behind you. Have you seen a lot of people just trying to get out and see what's going on? I think we might have lost Madeline there. All right, well, hopefully you guys can tell her that she can get back inside now and take cover for a little while there. It doesn't seem like she's hearing us.
You know, in our network correspondence, we usually hear from Madeline, of course, when she's in D.C. or maybe even in New York, but she's
in London,
in her backyard.
Right,
For sure about that. Well, we heard from Tampa's Mayor Jane Castor just a few moments ago. She says the worst of Hurricane Ian is still yet to come for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, those are some pretty harsh words. Tampa residents urged to stay inside as conditions are only going to get worse. Let's take a listen.
We are expecting that we are going to get the majority of the rain and the higher winds starting about 8 p.m. and they are going to last throughout the night. We are still expecting widespread flooding throughout our city, and anywhere from tropical storm wind speeds to the possibility of Category 1 hurricane wind speeds. So still damaging conditions that are out there. We're asking individuals to shelter in place right now. There's been somewhat of a lull, especially since the Hurricane Ian made landfall down in South Florida. So there may be the idea that we've been through the worst of it. It is yet to come for Tampa Bay.
All right, Jane Castor with some words for everybody, especially in Tampa, needs to hear. Well, you saw this time lapse here earlier. We want to show it to you again. This is kind of that reverse storm surge that we saw again today. It didn't pull all of the water out of Tampa Bay, but in the shallow areas, especially there along Bayshore, it pulled out several feet of it. Most people saying this is the lowest they've ever seen it. One of those weird phenomenons from these hurricanes when you get them to the east of us and pulling all the water out of the bay. It will come back, of course. That was all about the position of the storm when it did make landfall. Again, this is Bayshore Boulevard. Remember those who happen to remember, a bit of a familiar sight. And Fox 13's Lloyd Sowers was right there on Bayshore a short time ago to show us conditions and all the folks who stopped by to see it for themselves.
For most of the day here, a driving wind from the northeast to the southwest here on Bayshore Boulevard. You can see the sign here. If you stand on your head, you can read it. Bayshore Boulevard and Harbor View here. We're just north of the Gandy intersection on Bayshore. And if you take a look out there, you can see that this storm has sucked the water out of Hillsborough Bay.
To check it out, it's kind of crazy just to see the sheer power of this storm and it just pulling the water back out again.
People who first heard that Ian would hit Tampa and push water into the bay now watch it push water out.
I just know that sometimes it's better to stay put early on because it can just change so quickly.
Early in the day when the weather was good, so were the pictures. Are you doing your own live shot there?
I am FaceTiming my nephew. He's in Lakeland, Florida, and whenever he comes to stay with me, we bring him out to Bayshore, so I wanted to show him that all the water got sucked out.
But as the weather went downhill, police wanted people off the Bayshore as Ian packed a backdoor punch for the Tampa Bay area. The wind continues to whip here on Bayshore Boulevard, that same wind from the northeast that has sucked the water out of Hillsborough Bay. Tampa police say stay off the Bayshore. This is an evacuation zone. Be careful out there. We're reporting from South Tampa, Lloyd Sowers, Fox 13 News.
You see, it's those steady winds. It wasn't just the water, it's those steady winds. And again, we're just on the leading edge of it here for Tampa Bay. So keep that in mind before you look out, see blue skies and want to dash out in that because it's far too soon to do that. No. Well, Fox 13's Kimberly Cuizon is in one of the hardest hit Bay Area counties. Also happens to be her home.
Yeah, she has been giving us updates all day, and she just filed an update for us from Sarasota. Let's take a listen.
And since early this morning, we've been watching this tree over here, and in a way, it's kind of become our gauge for the storm, aside from Paul Delgado and our amazing weather team. When we first got here, when I first got here this morning, the tree was fully intact, and now you can see where branches have splintered off as the wind gusts continue to get stronger, as they remain strong. The gusts continue to bend palm trees, to whip them around, and we have been seeing debris fly around. Across from us is Golf Gate and Sarasota Pavilion. We saw that sign topple within a couple of hours. It's still kind of intact, but the remnants of it remained on the roadway as some cars that shouldn't be out there continue to travel US 41. Law enforcement right now is staying off of the roadways. We're told that there are emergency calls coming in. Sarasota County has a medical director that's working with these callers on some calls that could potentially be life-threatening. They are working their way with these callers, helping them out until it is safe enough to get to people in their homes after Ian passes. And right now we are truly just watching these wind gusts, and we talked to several people who have left their homes and have come to safety, and listen to what they had to say.
This is our home. This is our only home, so we certainly want to be able to go back home once this storm blows through, but we feel safe here, and I know this is the best place we need to be right now.
I'm here because we got evacuated, and I hope everything is there when I get back.
It's crazy. I have never seen the wind blow this way in all the years I've been down here, but it's in a way it's exciting to see little scary, but we're safe.
We have a great community over at Mobile State, so it was nice that we have several people who came over here together and we could kind of hunker down together and meeting new friends around and chatting about what's going on. It does make us feel better that we are here in a community.
And these palm trees are really doing what palm trees do. We know that they're built to sustain winds, and they're really being put to the test right now as they continue to stay up right now. We have seen some down trees. Of course, those are the older trees that you do expect to fall during a storm. Now, we were out earlier today also seeing some of that water recede from the bay, and it's just been interesting to watch all day long, to talk to people, to hear how they are hopeful that their homes will be okay once we are allowed to get back onto the roadways, once they're given the all clear. And right now at this point in time, it's just really wait and see as they continue to ride out the storm. Back to you.
And a shout out to Dennis there, who runs that hotel, because he invited Kim and photographer Travis in to take shelter when things got bad.
We all need friends right about now. And you love the fact that a lot of them are together there so they can get through this, because if they haven't lost power yet, they may soon. We know a lot of you may already be listening to us on the radio and have lost power, but we're here for you. We're going to try to walk you through this, and we want you to know you're not alone, for sure.
You are not. We're going to be here right with you. And we want to check in with Gloria Gomez now. She's actually spent the day further north at Hillsborough Emergency Operations Center.
Yeah, very busy day for them, clearly. So many people had evacuated to Hillsborough as well. Here's what she said.
Tampa Mayor Jane Castor telling the public today that we may have dodged a bullet, but we're not out of the woods yet. She wants people to stay indoors, don't go driving around, don't go looking on Bayshore, just to stay put until emergency officials tell you it's safe to go outdoors. Now, the mayor actually did some visits herself, checking on emergency response crews, letting them know and thanking them for their service, knowing that the moment we get the all clear to start clearing up our streets and roads of any sort of debris or branches or whatever may be out there, that these crews will be ready to go at a moment's notice. Obviously, they want to keep those roads clear for emergency vehicles who may need to respond to people in a state of emergency. So Jane Castor said it was important for them to know that she appreciates them ready to go at any moment. Take a look.
People are taking shelter in places that are high and dry and safe. But our City of Tampa team is out here ready to respond to any of our community's needs. So I just want to come out and say thanks to the people that really get it done behind the scenes, and thank them for their dedication to our community.
The mayor also pointed out that we are expected unprecedented rainstorms here, possibly, she said, up to 18 inches with maybe even Category 1 winds. So these are the things to keep in mind. She says we're not out of the woods and we should be prepared for those kind of events coming up shortly. In Tampa, Gloria Gomez, Fox 13 News.
Well, let's bring in Paul on this now. And Paul, I'm struck by a couple of things just in these last few reports. A, the winds on Bayshore that Lloyd experienced a short time ago. We're really starting to see that. And even where Kim is in Sarasota, the winds for all of them and some of our most exposed areas, we're still not out of the woods, correct?
No, not at all. And I think what's happening now is we're kind of getting to the closest approach to the center of Ian. Eventually it will move away, but when you kind of look at it on the map, this is probably like the closest approach to Tampa Bay. I know we're going to kind of look ahead, but we're getting just morsels of pictures and videos from around the Fort Myers area, and when everything gets out of the way and we can kind of assess the damage, we'll worry about that in the future. It's not going to be a good scene at all down there. I've seen water levels over the roof of some homes, so we'll worry about that in the days ahead. But let's talk about what's coming up in the night ahead. Sky towers, and this is the closest approach, and you can look at the radar imagery and see that just the heavier rain bands are kind of rolling off of the eye wall or the core of the hurricane, which really is right here. And this is just, some of that is being pushed back through Tampa Bay. So for the next couple of hours, this will be the worst weather is going to be in the immediate Tampa Bay area, extending east. A lot of you have been messaging me, how about the wind in my town? I'm here. How about the wind? This whole area is going to have winds. It's going to be about 60 to 80 sustained and closer to what is the core, what will be left of the core eventually of the storm. There's going to be gusts well over hurricane force until the hurricane finally winds itself down. The good news is the weakening process is certainly underway. The hurricane has left its energy source, which is the water, and the friction of the land helps to accelerate the weakening process. But this was not a Category 1 hurricane making landfall. This was the 7th Cat 4, Cat 5 hurricane going back to 1950 that made landfall on our West Coast. It takes a while for a Category 4 hurricane to spin down, and that process will continue tonight, but it's going to be a rough night. I mean, there's no way around it, and all I can tell you to do tonight is just kind of watch radar trends. There's no place to go. The only concern would be inland if it's by chance you're at a spot that could flood. We're not going to get storm surge here, but if you're near a river or a lake where water could come into your house, your only other option tonight is just kind of ride it out. I mean, what else is there to do except ride it out? You should not be in a mobile home that is susceptible to winds of 70, 80 miles an hour. You need to be in a well-built structure, and this is going to be a rough night. It's getting dark now, and it's going to be a loud night, and you're going to hear the shutters banging, and you're going to hear tree branches hitting your roof. That's always a little bit disconcerting. That's the kind of night we're going to have. All I really care about is you staying in your home in maybe the safest room of your house. Hang in there. Hopefully, if you lose power, you can watch us through different mobile devices, and we're gonna go through this night with you step by step. Still some lightning around what's left of the eye wall, and again, all of these areas, heavy rain moves back to the west. Tyler, can we show wind speeds? Because a lot of people messaging me about, but if we can update, can we update the wind speed map?
The cautious thing you got to look at here is a lot of these wind speeds some of them are at least old, where they've gone offline. Sarasota, Venice has disappeared as well. Even Arcadia, that is not 45 miles per hour, obviously. They had wind gusts easily up over 100.
Yeah, what happens in a situation like this is the anemometers, which how you measure wind, are knocked offline. There's obviously data transmission problems because of whether it's loss of power, whether it's data transmission through 5G, but we do have that, we know that's reliable, 68 miles an hour in Tampa now, 38 in Brandon, 67 St. Pete. So the winds will be all of this moving across the peninsula, and we'll talk more about that as we move throughout the night, Tyler.
Yeah. Anchors for now.
Paul, thanks. And we know that a lot of you will lose power if you haven't already throughout the storm, and may not have it back very quickly. So if you have the ability to watch our live stream on your cell phone or your tablet, make sure you're charging it. You can do so at fox13news.com/live. But if you need those devices for a lifeline and you don't have a way to charge them, there's also the radio. You can hear our live broadcast on the radio, Hot 101.5 FM or 97X. 102.5 The Bone will also have occasional coverage.
All right, let's bring in Fox 13's Ken Suarez, who is our Polk County Bureau reporter, of course, knows that area well. It's his home, and he is out there right now assessing things for us. Ken.
So obviously with any hurricane, including Ian, as the storm gets closer and closer, in this case to Polk County, we are going to see more rain, more wind, and more problems. So let me tell you, right now we are at Peace River. The river is actually usually way back there. If you look in the distance, you can see a white structure. That is the dock, and that's usually where the river ends. But look at all this. This is a result of flooding that has been going on for several weeks. It's also the result of some of the rain that's happened today, but primarily because it has flooded. The ground is very, very wet, and it's probably going to stay that way. Now, there are a lot of other low-lying areas in Polk County, not only here in the Bartow area, but up in North Lakeland and other places. Even though it's getting later and later in the day, emergency management officials are saying if you are in one of these areas and you know that you are or you're not, if you are, then it's really time to get to a shelter. We understand that the shelter space, there's plenty of that out there, that they've seen a lot more people turn out in previous years to shelters for whatever reason. They've got a number of different kinds. We're talking about for families, for pets, and for special needs folks. Special needs might be a little bit difficult at this time. You can tell right now the wind is starting to kick up more and more. They're saying they're going to close those shelters when it gets a little bit too dangerous. They're not saying a particular time, but they are saying that they are going to take as many people as possible. A lot of people have not gone out in their eyes that should have really evacuated. For example, we were very close to Peace River Village. A number of people left, but a lot of people did not leave. Over in Fort Meade, we understand that the officers went there to another mobile home place on the water. and out of 100 mobile homes, only 6 families stayed. So that's what they really want to see, because, you know, as it gets later and later and closer to the time when Ian hits Polk County, it's going to become more dangerous. At some point, they cut off 911. You know, if you call into 911, you're not going to get a response. You're not going to get officers on the street. You're not going to get emergency crews. Obviously, it is way too late to go to any kind of a shelter then. So they're saying, do it early, do it now, and be safe. Back to you.
All right, Ken, thanks. And, you know, hundreds of residents already without power in Polk County. That number is probably up in the thousands, tens of thousands. And they are anticipating 12 to 24 inches of rain over the next 36 hours. Hurricane Ian is expected to pass over Polk County around 2 a.m. Thursday, in the middle of the night. Sheriff Grady Judd had some words of warning and hope for the county.
Issue. The blow is coming, the high water's here, and it's going to get higher. We need the people to help us, and they will. And we'll get through this. There's going to be devastation throughout the state. But people have to look out for people, look out for each other, and then we're going to be there for the true immediate emergencies.
And of course, we will continue to keep you updated on the very latest in Polk County as the storm continues to slowly move through. Meantime, the federal government is on high alert with the arrival of Hurricane Ian. Its impact could be widespread far beyond the Bay Area.
It's really something. Fox's Mike Emanuel now has a look at the federal response and what will be an enormous disaster for much of Florida.
The majority of the state of Florida is in Ian's crosshairs.
The head of FEMA with a dire warning to Floridians in the path of Hurricane Ian. The Biden administration promises to help as soon as the storm moves out. The president called Florida Governor Ron DeSantis Tuesday to discuss federal and state coordination. There are more than 1,300 federal response workers on the ground there. The Sunshine State may be the target, but the storm's impact could ripple throughout the entire nation if critical energy supplies are affected. Some fear gas prices could jump. The president had this to say to fossil fuel companies on Wednesday.
America's watching. The industry should do the right thing.
While the storm is disrupting offshore oil and gas production in the Gulf, with some employees evacuating, the president said the impact has been minor.
Do not use this as an excuse to raise gasoline prices or gouge the American people.
The oil industry says market forces determine gas prices, not companies. In the past, the nation has tapped its emergency supply of crude oil when disaster strikes. But the Biden administration tapped the strategic reserve in March in an attempt to bring down gasoline prices, and now its supply is depleted.
I'm reminded of Dumb and Dumber.
Critics fear it will impact the federal response in Florida. President Biden is set to visit FEMA headquarters on Thursday for a briefing on Hurricane Ian. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Hurricane Ian has made landfall. It did so in southwestern Florida around 3 o'clock this afternoon. It's left hundreds of thousands of people without power. In fact, right now, it is more than 1 million. According to the website poweroutages.us, which aggregates live power outages from across the country. That number represents nearly 7.5% of the state. Of course, the outages are constantly changing. Lee County, where Fort Myers is, has the highest number of outages and the highest percentage, followed by Collier County to the south and Charlotte and Sarasota counties to the north. As you might expect, when it comes to the individual power companies, Florida Power and Light, which has the highest number of customers, also has the highest number without power. Lee County Electric Co-op is also seeing some high numbers, and Peace River Electric as well. Governor DeSantis says 30,000 linemen, including many from out of state who have come here to help us. They are all staged and they are ready to go to get to work to get that power restored, of course, once it's safe to and the storm passes.
We are so thankful for them. You know, an important reminder as well for you tonight, even if the weather doesn't seem too bad where you are, pay close attention to this radar as well and listen to what our meteorologist is saying. You should really stay inside, because what happens is, despite lower winds in some of the Bay Area, we're going to expect a lot of flooding due to the heavy rain as well.
If there are flash flood warnings in your area, remember, it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded areas. We continue to coordinate with all of our electrical partners. As the governor's mentioned, there are over 30,000 linemen staged throughout the city, from north central Florida all the way down to Miami.
I know one of the things that is just so terrible about this storm, because I feel like there are a lot, is how slow it's moving, because we're going to be feeling these sustained wind gusts and this rain, Paul, for hours. Because how slow did you say it was moving?
It's only moving 8 miles an hour, and you know, for a lot of people, this started about 14 hours ago along the coast, just before daybreak, and it continues right now, and it's still a problem in Manatee and Sarasota counties. And we've been harping on the slow motion of this hurricane. It's only moving 8 miles an hour, and you don't get a lot of distance covered in 8 miles an hour. You only get like 8 miles. That's not a lot, and it's going to take a while for this storm to get to the East Coast. There will be improvements later tonight along our west coast, and I feel for everybody, but just the fact that I've been staring at the radar now pretty much nonstop for the past 24 hours, I especially feel for the people that have been watching us and dealing with this in Manatee, Sarasota, and now all of our southern counties, because this area right here has been really in the worst part of the storm now for about 8 to 12 hours, and it's been relentless. I've had people message me, and just basically, I've had messages on my inbox that have said 3 words: please make it stop, is what I've been hearing from folks to the south, because they've had enough. This is going to all move slowly north and northwest. Just expect, as far as what am I going to get for winds at my house, this whole swath tonight, it doesn't matter if you're in Fort Meade or Bowling Green or in Lakeland, it's going to be generally about 60 miles an hour to 80 miles an hour. There will be gusts higher than that right along the core of this storm that will eventually kind of spread out and weaken, because the storm is over land. But just widespread tropical storm to hurricane force gust, and it will be improving later tonight on the west coast. It's just going to be a slow, kind of ponderous process where it's going to take time. In all of our viewing area, probably and I say best weather in quotations, is our northern counties. Citrus County and Hernando have had squalls, but kind of removed from the core of the hurricane. This is rainfall totals that continue to add up minute by minute by minute, and some of the numbers, in fact, they're kind of going off the scale. We've had 18.4, 16.1, 14.3. There's going to be all kinds of flood warnings. A lot of these numbers are fairly close to almost 3/4 of the amount of rain that we typically see in the entire rainy season, all in about 12 to 18 hours in our southern counties. 6.6 Wauchula. This purple and this white is simply going to fill in and move northeast towards Orlando. And even around Tampa Bay, the numbers will continue to go up. So again, rainfall, it's always the water. It is the storm surge. It is the rainfall flooding. And then, of course, the wind. The winds are what you really notice, because you can hear the wind outside at night. What I want to tell you, as far as getting through the night, as long as you spend tonight in a well-structured home, where you're kind of in a spot where you don't have to worry about any river flooding or lake flooding, you're going to make it through the night, unless you're just in a spot where a tree could get knocked down. And the chances of that are pretty small, but you stay in the best spot in your house. It's not going to be a fun ride, but like we did together through Irma and Charlie, we're going to get through this tonight. I do admit it'll be a stressful night, and a night that you probably don't want to do again anytime soon, to be completely candid with you. Squalls now coming back to the west. The weather around Tampa Bay and Hillsborough and Pinellas, it's probably about as bad as it's going to get, because we're at the closest point to the center, or what's left of the eye of Irma, of Ian. Done that 3 times today. And this is going to continue to kind of rotate in these bands. Again, the process of getting away from this heavy rain is going to take a while longer. Let's go our northern counties, because I don't want to leave anybody out. and we'll switch the radar to the north. This is where it's just more bands of rain. There's even been times in our northern counties where the rain stops and then a squall goes by. This is your weather in our northern counties, 30, 40, 50 mile an hours with a few higher gusts than that. Then around Tampa Bay, it's steadier. Let's go into Polk County real quick, Tyler. We'll take a look at that. And the heaviest rain is southern Polk, but essentially all of the county right now has got gusty winds over 30, 40, 50 with occasional heavy rain. We'll have a lot more about this coming up in a few minutes. Back to you guys.
Paul, as you know, some of the most critical work during a major storm like this are hurricane force hunters. Air Force C-130 Hurricane actually made its way into the eye wall of Ian early this morning. Now, they do this all the time when there's a major storm like this, but this one was different. We know this storm is different. It may have been life-changing to some of those on board. One of the pilots calling it the worst flight he's ever experienced. And Fox's Madison Scarpino has more now on this. From Biloxi, Mississippi. Madison, I heard you might have been on this one as well.
That's right, I was. We were on board the 9-hour mission straight into the eye of Hurricane Ian, and it was definitely not all smooth sailing. There was even a point where we dropped 1,200 feet in just a matter of seconds. Watch. Just to give you an idea of what we were dealing with, here's some of the video during some of the terrible turbulence and what the crew called some of the worst weather they've ever seen. After taking off from the Air Force Base in Biloxi, the aircraft went in and out of the eye wall heading towards Florida 4 separate times. Turbulence was moderate initially, but after a few go-rounds, it became nearly out of control, and the pilot called it a, quote, war story. The crew went on to say that the turbulence we all felt was not normal at all for these hurricane hunter flights, and it's clear this isn't your average hurricane as well. While this mission is dangerous, it's incredibly important because going into the center of the storm is the only way the National Hurricane Center can get this critical data like wind speed, where the storm is, and how strong it is.
We got rocked, I'd like to say, like a boxer. The aircraft was basically overmatched at one point. We were max power. Trying to gain speed. We were basically diving, losing air. It was a mess. It was the worst thing you could want to happen as a pilot.
These flights have been running a few times a day since the weekend, and they're flying the last of the scheduled missions right now. Should be landing here soon. Back to you.
Madison, let me ask you again about, were you able to be anywhere, I guess you're flying in and around that eye wall, and I know one of the things that all of our meteorologists have noticed by watching, especially that satellite imagery, is seeing all the lightning in there, and they've all indicated how unusual that was, and it shows just how strong, unusually strong this thing was inside the eye wall. What else did they react to when they saw that?
Yeah, I mean, just the whole thing was super abnormal. There was even a part where you could literally feel the hail just getting onto the airplane, which that's another thing that the crew says was really not normal. Just overall, everyone was really in shock about just the conditions of it. And it's funny hearing from the crew, them just being so surprised. And a lot of us from the media, it was obviously our first time on it, so we didn't really know the difference. But they said, yeah, this is doozy of a trip for you guys to be on, for sure.
Well, at least you've done it once. You don't need to do it again, for sure. But we appreciate all of them, and we appreciate you guys.
I would do it again.
I'm sure you would.
It was nuts.
I'm sure. Madison Scarpino, thanks very much. We'll let you get back to it.
Grateful for their work.
I tell you what, that's how we're getting so much of this data, to know how it's changing, when they say it's strengthening, when it's weakening. We're getting that because they're able to drop these things that are into the storm and get readings there. So
how crazy is it, though, Mark, that these guys who have been doing this for years, and who knows how many hurricanes are saying that this is unlike anything they've ever seen.
And sadly, that's kind of a common thread with the storm. We've been hearing it as far south, of course, as Cape Coral and all through Captiva today, and Sanibel Island to Boca Grande and to Punta Gorda and Charlotte Harbor. This thing's different. It's just different, and it's going to be a rough go tonight and tomorrow, and probably the next couple of weeks, if not months, for many people there. But we are monitoring how Ian is impacting Floridians now all across the region as we get more video of the damage coming in.
Yeah, and we just continue to see how catastrophic it's been from all over the state. Let's check in with Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez. She is live for us here in Tampa with the very latest. Hi, Regina.
Yeah, good evening, Mark and Allie. Catastrophic is certainly the word with some of these videos and images that we continue to get from our neighbors down south. I'm standing here in Tampa, Florida right now. Wind gusts starting to pick up, lots of rain coming down, but, you know, I have to say it is mild compared to what we are seeing in the Naples, Fort Myers area. I do want to show you some of the video that we are getting here as we continue into the night here. I want to start off with this video coming from Lee County, Florida. So their county seat is Fort Myers. That is where a lot of these storm surges and flooding are being seen. You can see the Lee County Sheriff's Office actually posting this video to social media. This is one of their mobile trailers floating away in the storm surge. They said this is one of their temporary outreach centers and it was disconnected from its foundation. So really just shows you how powerful this storm surge, this water is. We also have additional video coming from Sanibel Island, Florida. This is showing rain from Hurricane Ian seeping into a hotel after the front doors broke. You know, people were eventually trying to seal it shut, but there are people in there because many either stayed in these hotels for shelter after they simply couldn't evacuate in time after learning that Ian had shifted east. So a lot of people still in that area. Meanwhile, speaking of travelers, I actually want to head up to the northeast to Orlando because this is certainly not experience that these travelers bargained for. Dozens of passengers stranded at the Orlando International Airport because of Hurricane Ian. The airport has been evacuated and operations officially shut down earlier today. Stores have gates up and check-in lanes are completely empty. The only ones left were those stuck because their flights were canceled, and even they're being asked to leave and take shelter. Now, an airport employee was going around to clusters of passengers telling them to move to the food court where they would be bused to shelters. People trying to escape the storm were definitely very frustrated. Now, here in Tampa, our airports still remain closed. Yesterday, you had Tampa International closing, St. Pete, Clearwater, also Bradenton and Sarasota. They do not have reopening dates as of right now. Officials at all of these airports said that that was going to be determined after damage assessments were done on the ground. So Ron DeSantis, our governor, did say earlier today that a lot of these airports that were spared some of this damage could be used to get emergency flights of supplies or even patients out of the area. So we'll just have to see, Mark and Allie.
All right, Regina, yeah, really giving us a good picture of sort of what all the areas are seeing, and we can see it's consistent, really, that our southern counties, they're getting it bad. I mean, we've seen videos of homes just floating away in Fort Myers, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of it. Regina, thanks. Well, you know, today the governor requested that President Biden grant a major disaster declaration for all of Florida's 67 counties, and if granted, it would then open up the federal assistance programs.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, within the hour, the governor held his latest briefing on the storm a few moments ago, coming right after it made landfall. Here he is.
Hurricane Ian made landfall this afternoon in southwest Florida, and it is battering areas in southwest Florida, Lee, Charlotte, and counties even beyond that. We have seen life-threatening storm surge, as was predicted. We've also seen major flooding in places like Collier County, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. You're also seeing inland flooding because of the inundation that you're seeing. So some of the counties in the interior of the state are seeing major water events as well. We do know that Lee, Hendry, and Glades 911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted, and then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, you know, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties. But I would say overwhelmingly, it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue, and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely, be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane-force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding, and Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas.
All right, Governor DeSantis giving us a briefing that, we always have to, times like this, we always have to take a step back and realize, I know we're concerned about our families and our neighborhoods, but you realize how much Florida is involved in this too. So many.
So many.
All across the state on different levels. Many of you we know are already without power. So let's come back to the Bay Area for a second. We could have been facing, we've only seen a fraction of the video and the damage, but we could have been facing unbelievable devastation on our coast.
Yeah, I mean, remember, it was just days ago that it was headed directly for us, and now, unfortunately, that's the Fort Myers area. Our Josh Cascio was in Pinellas County for us all day, and he filed this report a little bit earlier.
We are continuing to experience high winds and a lot of rain out here on Treasure Island. If you take a look behind me, you look at that tree right there. It has been blowing and bending in the wind all day. And also notice the water and how fast it is moving. That shows you the power of Hurricane Ian. The message from safety officials here in Pinellas County is to stay inside, stay hunkered down until the storm has completely passed. And even when that is over, stay inside until there's the all clear. Don't go out and interact with power lines or flooded streets. Be extra careful. We know right now about 4,500 people have decided to head to shelters here in Pinellas County. We also know there's about 12,000 people without power here in the county, that according to Duke Energy. Of course, it'll take them time to restore that power once the storm has passed. Again, though, the message from officials here in Pinellas County, stay inside, stay hunkered down as we continue to deal with a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and conditions that seem to just get worse and worse by the hour. On Treasure Island, Josh Cascio, Fox 13 News.
All right, pretty much the same story there. And I'm just looking at that satellite and seeing that we're just sort of at the beginning outer band. So we've got a long way to go.
You look at back where this thing was like 6 hours ago, and it's moved like maybe 50 miles, if that. You know, this is going to be a prolonged period. The one good thing at this point, guys, is kind of the trajectory that it's taking, almost a straight northeasterly track right now. It's going to go through Hardy and DeSoto County and Highlands County, maybe southeastern Polk County, which obviously is not great for folks in those areas, but it gets it out of our viewing area a little bit sooner and kind of gets it over towards the Florida Turnpike. So it's still going to be several hours of this, though, and it's going to be a long night for you folks in many inland spots. Let's dive into Sky Tower right now. The core of the wind is really what we've been watching closely and kind of tracking that, and it kind of closely lines up with where the heaviest rain is falling. This is radar reflectivity, so where the heaviest rain is kind of right in here where you see all the bright reds. Rainfall totals are immense across southeastern Sarasota County. Places like Northport, you guys think back to the flooding that you had. I believe it was Hurricane Elsa. Had like 12 inches of rain in a 12-hour time span, and you had crazy flooding for a couple of weeks. You've had over 14 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. Most of that has fallen within the last 12 hours or so. So you know the flooding is causing big-time issues. It's not just the storm surge flooding, it's the freshwater flooding that is going to be a big problem. The Peace River near Bartow, the Alafaya River near Lithia, even the Hillsborough River up near Zephyr Hills, all of those rivers forecasted to be near all-time record high levels by the end of the week. And those records go all the way back to the 30s and 40s. So this is going to be not a good situation with the freshwater flooding, the flash flooding, and the river flooding. Right now, strongest winds, tropical storm force winds being felt all around Tampa Bay, along I-4 and south. And then as you get near this core, cut it through parts of Hardy County back into eastern Manatee, eastern Sarasota, and now some of this is even getting into southern Polk County. That's where you have hurricane force wind gusts. So as this eye, if you will, what's left of it anyways, kind of moves northeast, a lot of this stuff is going to be moving through parts of southeastern Polk County. So Frostproof, Fort Meade, Bartow, perhaps as far north as like Haines City and Davenport, you could get into some hurricane force wind gusts through the evening into the overnight. It's going to be loud at your house. Paul was talking about this earlier with Irma. I remember this well. Messages constantly, when is this going to stop? Because the power's out, it's dark, and it's just eerie. You hear the branches breaking outside, creaks and cracks everywhere, and unfortunately this is just not in a hurry to kind of get out of here. So several hours of this to go. I would expect by daybreak tomorrow, conditions will start to improve pretty darn rapidly. If you're in Tampa Bay, kind of the worst of the weather you're going to get out of this is right now. I mean, we're at our closest point to this storm that we will be. Beyond this point, storm's going to get further and further away, and of course that starts to mean gradually improving conditions at least. We'll show you a couple rainfall totals here before we wrap up. All that purple and white is all like 12 to 18 inch totals. And as I kind of play this for a second, over the last 2 hours, you see how that's spreading north and east pretty quickly. When all is said and done, that purple plume, if you will, is going to be stretched from Venice all the way up to near Orlando and over towards the East Coast. A lot of rain's going to fall for a lot of people. Lots of hours to go ahead. We'll stay with you through the whole thing. Allie?
You're saying the worst for Tampa is happening right now? Okay. All right, Tyler, thanks. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. And we know a lot of you will lose power throughout this storm and may not have it back very quickly. If you have the ability to watch our live stream on your cell phone or tablet, you can do that at fox13news.com/live. But if you need those devices for a lifeline and you don't have a way to charge them, there's always the radio. You can hear our broadcast. You can just tune your radio to Hot 101.5 FM or 97X, 102.5 The Bone. We'll also have occasional coverage for you. The Clearwater Marine Aquarium is in an evacuation A zone, but as you can imagine, it's hard for many of the animals to get out, so they have a team of people who are riding out the storm with all the creatures who call the Clearwater Marine Aquarium their home. The folks at the Clearwater Marine Aquarium say preparing for events like this is the reality of living in Florida, and they prepare well in advance. They have an A team who sets up ahead of the storm, a B team who rides out the storm, making sure all the humans and the animals are safe, and then they have a C team who will come in when it's over to help the facility reopen for guests as soon as it's safe to do so.
We have the people that feed them, and then should anything happen to them medically, I want to be here to take care of them. And they definitely, because we have a rescued population, they all have their own set of needs. And so we just want to make sure that we have all of their bases covered, and we're doing the very best for them that we can.
It's an airtight plan there. The team says all the animals in the aquarium are doing great so far. They will also be working to rescue any animals who might need some assistance getting back to their homes after the storm.
Especially the turtle. He's like, what's the big deal?
What's
all this
happening?
water. Come on. Well, we're on the air continuously, though. Our Fox 13 web team is working just as hard to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Ian, getting images and information from all over Florida. You can find all sorts of emergency information advisories there. Of course, we're streaming it as well. It's all on fox13news.com. And if you are streaming, if you've lost power, a little tip, remember, go on your phone and take off your Wi-Fi if you've lost your power. So it's not searching for Wi-Fi networks, and it'll actually give you a little bit better signal when you're getting that from your phone.
And maybe preserve the battery. You can turn down the brightness on your phone a little bit. It's about to start getting dark, and this storm is far from over. But of course, we're going to be with you every step of the way as it impacts the Bay Area.
Still a very long way to go. Stay with us. We'll have much more when we come right back.
This is Fox 13 Tampa Bay, special coverage of Hurricane Ian. Please stand by. Our live coverage will continue in just a moment. If you lose power, you can watch live Fox 13 news coverage of Hurricane Ian on your phone by downloading the Fox 13 News app and clicking on the Watch Live button. Now is also a good time to download the Sky Tower Radar app. It'll give you live radar coverage, plus other important information. The Sky Tower Radar app is free and available in the Apple and Google Play stores. Count on Fox 13 for continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. You can also listen to Fox 13 hurricane reports on our radio partners, 102.5 The Bone, Hot 101.5, and 97X. This is Fox 13 Tampa Bay, special coverage of Hurricane Ian. Please stand by. Our live coverage will continue in just a moment. Now is also a good time to download the Sky Tower Radar app. It'll give you live radar coverage, plus other important information. The Sky Tower Radar app is free and available in the Apple and Google Play stores.
Good evening. I'm Allie Corey.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. It has been a long, wet, windy day for a lot of people. I'm Mark Wilson. We got 4 hours now after making landfall just north of Cape Coral in South Florida. We still have a hurricane, though, blowing right through Florida.
Now you can see it right there on the satellite. Let's get right over to Paul Delgado tracking it all. This is far from over, Paul.
It is. It's going to be a long night, and we'll continue to watch it. We're going to show you some wind speeds. To be candid with you, a lot of the data networks have kind of collapsed around the state. So we get information from Tampa International, but besides that, there isn't a lot of data coming in as far as wind speeds go. Some of these Doppler wind estimates are kind of at an elevated height, so they're not going to translate right to the ground. But these are the numbers. The reason why it says negative is winds blowing towards and away the radar site. You obviously can't have a negative wind speed. But we still have big swath of Manatee and Sarasota counties where the winds, at least at a bit of elevation, are running about 125 to 130. This whole wind envelope is going to continue to move. There really isn't escaping any of the wind tonight. And I've had so many messages from people saying, what about the wind in my town? What about the wind in my town? It's going to be windy everywhere, generally, except for Citrus, probably Hernando and some of Pasco. They may escape the real strong winds. Elsewhere, it's going to be widespread 60 to 80 with gusts up to 90 to 100. The good news is the hurricane is now on shore. It is over land. And once it gets away from the energy source, which is the water, and also friction from the land, it begins to spin down. But we're not talking about a landfalling Category 1 hurricane. This is a landfalling Category 4, so the spin down process takes a while. And a lot of you were smart and have kind of noticed and messaged me, why is all the bad weather like over here? I thought it was the right-hand side. Some of it is the fact that the radar beam can't see through so much of this weather, but a lot of it is because the upper level winds are kind of blowing from southwest to northeast and kind of pushing all of the bad weather on the north side. Just rounds of heavy rain continue to move through Tampa Bay. Inside some of these squalls, we'll have gusts 60 to 80 on average. I don't think we'll see 100-mile-an-hour winds in Hillsborough or Pinellas County. There may be gusts like that now in Hardee and DeSoto. The weather may start proving pretty soon along coastal Manatee and Sarasota. We've got a long road ahead of us, folks. We're here all night. We'll kind of go through this together. For now, let's go back to the news set.
All right, Paul, thanks. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. And we do have power outages to talk about, damage to show you, and, of course, new pictures from the devastating storm surge south of the Bay Area.
Yeah, let's get right to it. Let's start in Naples here. That storm surge has flooded a fire station pretty badly. You can see several feet in this fire station there, leaving firefighters in water that was waist deep. I was watching, actually, this Facebook live feed, and something on one of the trucks started smoldering, and they thought it would catch fire, so they had to pull it out of the fire station. And then they had to empty the truck. It was pretty wild. They had to physically pushed it out because something started smoking there. They're not sure what it was, but they had to unload all the gear there to make sure it would not be damaged if for some reason that truck did burst into flames. I know you'd think, how could it do that in the water? But crazier things have happened. Just north of that, storm chasers and meteorologists testing out the strength of those 150-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, this is video from Punta Gorda, and at one point a tree branch, watch this, that's Weather Channel's Jim Cantori right there, nearly trips him up, but he knows how to hold on to things, and he's pretty sturdy, so he was able to miss that one, but just shows you how dangerous it is out there, especially with winds upwards of 100 miles an hour right there.
And he's lucky that sign didn't rip out of the ground. My goodness. You know, big trees are starting to come down all across the Bay Area. This one is on West France Avenue in Tampa. That's right near downtown. It took the surrounding power lines down with it. You know, the ground is so saturated from all the recent rain that we've had that it's really hard for the trees to stand up in these winds. In Citrus County, this video here shows the water draining from Kings Bay and Crystal River. Look at that. This is right next to Crackers Restaurant. Citrus County Sheriff's Office shared this video showing how the winds blowing offshore just sucked that water right into the Gulf. Look at that. Sarasota County seeing some of the strongest impacts from Ian in the immediate Bay Area. The wind just relentless, and it got worse all throughout the day. We want to go live now to our Fox 13's Brianna Arredondo. She has been staged at the Sarasota Emergency Operations Center. So, Brianna, I know you just heard an update pretty recently from emergency managers there. So what are they saying about the situation?
Yeah, it is not looking good. There's actually 75% of Sarasota County that is without power right now. That's about 232,000 people without power. I can tell you, though, that that also includes evacuation centers. However, the medically dependent specific evacuation centers where they have folks who, you know, they may need to be on oxygen, they have to have power in order for them to, you know, continue to stay healthy. Those specific shelters are running on generators right now. But again, you can just kind of get a sense of how bad the power situation is and those concerns that will start to rise as we go into the night. It definitely has been a busy day here at the Emergency Operations Center, then here at the Command Center where I am right now. The storm has definitely continued to just get worse. We have not left the building after winds reached about 45 miles an hour. You know, they locked the doors here for everyone's safety. However, earlier today around 10:30 in the morning, 11 o'clock in the morning, you know, we stepped outside while it was still safe. We did shoot a little bit of video that we can show you right there. And then just several hours later, just a few hours later, you know, we were shooting video from our phones along with, you know, some other people here who are just kind of watching and seeing. You can definitely see the rain that's blowing through as well as the trees that were swaying, a wind gust as well. However, I can also just kind of give you a little update in terms of the types of calls that they're getting. 911's definitely getting a lot of calls right now. They are trying to help people as best as they can to get through any emergencies. And here's a listen to a little bit of an update.
We're experiencing a very high call volume to 911, our Public Safety Communications Center. The Sarasota County Sheriff's Office would just like to remind everyone to please try to be patient, stay in the queue. They'll get to you as fast as they can.
Is that just Sarasota? They're also answering a lot of calls from folks who are wanting the first responders to check on their loved ones who are still here in the county. Also questions about when people can go back to their houses. It is not safe to be outside right now. Again, do not go outside. Do not try to return back to your house. They have to wait until emergency crews get back in, clear those roads, make sure that everything is good to go before they give the all clear for residents to return. A National Guard here has about 1,000 soldiers that are standing by to make sure that they can go in once those roads are all clear, and they're expecting, hoping that that will be able to start happening around 2 to 4 o'clock this morning. Back to you.
It's got to be so scary for friends and family who are trying to reach their loved ones, and they probably don't have service because, you know, cell towers could be down. All right, Brianna, thanks.
Let's turn out to Manatee County, where they're also dealing with their fair share of issues due to Ian because of their proximity to the storm. Of course, power outage is a big problem all over. Let's go to Fox 13's Janae Lewis, who is there in Manatee County for us tonight. Hi there, Janae. What are you finding out?
And the story out here tonight are the winds and the power outages that are being caused by that. Giving you a look here in downtown Bradenton tonight, and you can see some tree limbs are starting to fall here in the downtown area. Here's why that's problematic. It's going to bring down power lines, and so far more than 60,000 people in Manatee County are without power, and that's one of the biggest concerns that county leaders have tonight. In addition to the power outages at your home, there are numerous lift stations without power. Because of that, they're asking you to limit flushing, washing dishes, as well as showering. Now, this is important because due to current wind conditions, crews are not out here responding to these calls or other emergencies. It's why the mandatory evacuations went into effect, because where you are now is where you will need to be until it's safe to do otherwise. Driving around today, just being out here, we saw down tree limbs and traffic lights out, and that's why they don't want you to come out on the roads tonight. Thousands without power, and as the storm moves inland, officials say it's important to stay inside.
We want to keep our first responders safe because that's the crew that's going to be coming right after these winds subside, and try to get to the folks who need us, try to get to these power lines, these intersections, these down trees, people who need medical attention. They're going to be calling us to kind of help clear the path.
And we have a look now at some video from earlier today of Bradenton police removing a tree from, this is on Cortez Road, before conditions changed. But they expect to see a lot more of this overnight as well as into the morning. And police and emergency management, they're stressing to you, if you have trees down, don't try to go outside. Don't try to make any assessments. It's just not safe for you to do so because they can't get to you while the wind gusts are the way that they are until conditions get safer.
All right, these are difficult times indeed. We appreciate Janae and the rest of our crews for being out there. Janae, thanks very much. We'll check back with her in a bit.
And you know, as Hurricane Ian just continues to slowly churn onto Florida, our attention turns inland because Ian is moving slowly across Hardee, DeSoto, and parts of Highlands County, part of Polk County as well. Let's check in now with our Craig Patrick. How are things looking there, Craig?
Well, Ian's been a problem throughout the day. There have been a number of reports of down trees, down power lines that crews have been working on clearing throughout the day. But there's been a significant decline in the situation just in the past few minutes. The last check on the weather station here in Winter Haven showed that we were getting sustained winds around 35 miles per hour with a gust in the 60 mile per hour range. We'll give you a sense of what that looks like now as we speak. But things do appear to be changing by the minute at this point. There are concerns of power outages, as you would expect. And for context on that, keep in mind that in 2017, 5 years ago, during and after Hurricane Irma, 90% of Polk County lost power during and after that storm. And there is reason to believe we could be looking at conceivably the same kinds of widespread outages as Ian passes through Polk County as well. And one striking point of distinction, keep in mind Irma moved through comparatively fast, at least faster than what we expect, unfortunately, Ian to do as it lumbers through Polk County. So we could be in for conceivably 8, 10, 12 hours of very high winds and, of course, ferocious rain that could lead to significant flooding. And something we've been pressing and that Polk EOC has been pressing is the concern about the Peace River Basin. Let's go ahead and take a look at some video of the Peace River as we explain in additional detail what the concern here is. This is a river that runs south, basically in areas from Bartow to Fort Meade. This is where there's a heightened level of concern, and the concern is that it has a history of flooding anyway, and based on an analysis of the track and the prior flood maps and other circumstances, including all the rain we've had the past few weeks, is that there will be flooding, not necessarily right away as the storm passes through, but perhaps even a day or two after, because remember, it takes time for the rain to fully feed into the creeks that feed into the river, so you could see some delayed flooding as well. That's one particular point of concern, but back here in Winter Haven, there are others too, all throughout the entire county. In fact, basically all of Polk County is a flooding risk based on what is rolling through here. There are particular points of concern. Those would include northwest Lakeland, also would include areas just east of Haines City.
Going back to 2004 and Hurricane Charlie, we were, I think, the first in the state to ever do that. They got people to the emergency room, heart attacks, serious medical emergencies. And, you know, the hospital have told us, you know, if you had not done that, those people would have probably not lived. So we will respond.
And that's an important point, because back in 2004, one of the best practices that Polk County learned and employed was that, of course, when you have high winds, it's not safe to drive a bus or an ambulance through, so they put paramedics in lower profile vehicles so that they can ride with deputies. And if there are serious medical emergencies, as there were in 2004, unfortunately, as there could be tonight, they could in fact respond.
All right. Thanks so much. We know from Paul and from Tyler that that storm is going to be pulling through there all throughout the night and early into the morning. So everyone in that area, just brace yourselves. All right.
All of our live shots, so the last hour, you see these steady winds.
Yes.
Everybody seems to be getting something right now. We just got this alert as well from Pinellas Park. US 19 there, major thoroughfare, of course, running north and south, is closed in both directions right now. We're told this is between Ulmerton Road and 110th Avenue because of construction debris that's out there in the middle of the road. Again, both sides of US 19 closed right now between Ulmerton and 110th. You really shouldn't be out there on the roads anyway unless it's an absolute emergency, but we will certainly let you know when that does reopen indeed. All right, let's bring in our weather team again.
Tyler, I know you have been really busy over there. Yeah. How are things looking?
Yeah, well, it's going to stay busy. It's going to be a long evening here, a long night. You know, we've still got several more hours until the core of the wind is out of our viewing area and east. It's a long way out of Florida still, so this is a prolonged event. I want to take you back a few hours ago, just kind of show you the satellite loop here. This made landfall at about 3 o'clock North Captiva Island. Significant because that is to the point exactly where Charlie made landfall in 2004. That's remarkable. Of all the places this could go, hits the exact same spot, and for the most part, the track has been fairly similar to Charlie as well as it's moved inland. Look how the eye kind of fills in, well-defined clear eye as this made landfall. 150-mile-an-hour winds, nearly a Cat 5, and it's a gradual wind down of the storm. This is not enough land over Florida to clear out the storm and kind of weaken it dramatically. It's a process. It takes a while. As the storm kind of collapses and weakens, the wind field expands. So a lot of the hurricane force winds up until this point have been confined right near the eye wall, and those are now spreading away from the storm, and some of it is even getting into portions of southern Polk County soon. Highlands County has gotten some nasty winds. We'll show you a couple camera views first. This one, our Brookdale Bayshore camera, all of our cameras bouncing around a bit, obviously. Still some dry spots in the bay. North-northeast winds at 30 there, but gusts have been 60, 70 miles per hour. Kind of a similar looking view from downtown Tampa. You have Kennedy right here on the right. A little bit of a view of Bayshore here in the distance. Looks like some power on in spots. Good news there, but of course a lot of folks around our viewing area without power, and that's kind of a unique view. A little color in the sky with a hurricane passing by to our east. This is Clearwater Beach and almost a calm scene despite winds right now 36 and gusts upwards 50, 60 through parts of Pinellas County. All right, so here's where the core of the storm is right now. And again, the winds are expanding away from the center. It's still a very rough go of it through Manatee and Sarasota County. Southern Sarasota County earlier today got in on a piece of the northern eye wall that had winds upwards of 100 miles per hour for a couple hours around Northport, Englewood, and Venice. So we're just kind of waiting to hear word on how everything has fared in that area. Obviously, power's out. Nobody's able to watch us, hearing us on radio, of course, as the storm rolls on here. But the core of the wind has moved over into parts of Hardee and DeSoto County. Very heavy rainfall as well. I should mention, too, near Venice and a lot of southern Sarasota County and southeastern Sarasota County, well over a foot of rain that is kind of a plume of rain that is extended north and east from there. It's just heavy, heavy rain that continues to march kind of along with the eye. So if you haven't seen a lot of rain yet and you're in places like Polk County and down the road, you're going to get a whole lot more rain as this moves north and east. Wauchula just did very heavy rainfall right now. Everywhere south of kind of the Polk County southern border into Hardee County and Highlands County is all in category 1, 2 force winds, so 70, 80, 90 mile an hour wind gusts. And you notice how it kind of clears out. There's not much rain at all once you get into Lake Placid and south. There is a bit of drier air. Paul mentioned this earlier, too, how, you think, okay, the eastern side of the storms, these are the worst weather. In a well-defined hurricane, it's everywhere. It's not just on the eastern side. In this case, worst weather in terms of the heaviest rain is on the northwestern side of the center. Center right now is kind of right through portions of DeSoto County. Heavy rain expands up into Polk County, and all of these rain bands are just going to be swinging through back towards Tampa Bay, back towards Pinellas County. All of them contain just these really squally conditions where all of a sudden the wind picks up 20, 30 miles per hour. The wind and the rain really get dramatic for a second, and then it kind of quiets down for a moment. We'll just be in and out of that for the next several hours. It's going to get rough, especially over in southeastern Polk County, as the center of that storm again tracks closer to you the next few hours. More radar updates for you in a bit. Allie?
All right, Tyler, thank you for all your hard work. More than 1 million people have lost power, and if that happens to you, you can still watch us on your cell phone or your tablet by simply going to fox13news.com/live, or you can download the Fox 13 News app at the Apple or Google Play Store. You can also listen to our broadcast by tuning into one of our radio partners. You can tune your radio to Hot 101.5 FM, 97X, or 102.5 The Bone. Will also have occasional coverage.
We do appreciate our radio partners, especially at times like this, because once the power goes out, it may stay out for quite some time. We're talking about, in some places, days if not weeks. Tens of thousands of energy consumers here and energy company workers are ready to respond once it's safe. So they can't do it yet, but they are anxious to help out. Fox 13's Catherine Hawley is on this one for us. Joined us live from St. Pete, where there is one of many downed trees causing some issues there. Catherine.
Yeah, Mark, at last check, about 161,000 Duke Energy customers here in Pinellas County are without power right now. And you said it, this is one of the major reasons why. Take a look. We are standing near Northeast Monroe Circle North in St. Petersburg, where this large tree came down and crashed into the power lines. Neighbors here are thankful the oak tree didn't fall the other way onto houses or cars, but it definitely took out their power. We are told the lights have been out here since around 4:15.
I have a feeling it's going to take a while. Well, because of the rain, and wind and rain, and then coming and working on the power. I'm just concerned that nobody gets, hooked up with that in any way and gets hurt,
Duke has about 10,000 crews standing by, ready to respond to the damage caused by Hurricane Ian. But none of those trucks can hit the road until winds are below 35 miles per hour and it is safe. Hundreds of trucks are staged at 3 locations in our viewing area, including Tropicana Field. A spokesperson tells me they made sure the extra crews were in locations that were out of the storm's path, but close enough to get to work quickly. Now, we have also been out here on the streets of St. Petersburg, and we've seen some downed lines arcing in this area, as well as multiple intersections with failed power lights. Officials remind people that if you see any lines down, you have to treat them as live, even if they're touching a tree like this, and to really stay away and don't go near those. As well, if you get to an intersection where the lights are out, you are supposed to treat that as a 4-way stop. Mark?
And Catherine, I just want to confirm again exactly where you are. I know a lot of folks that are to your east in northeast St. Pete are all reporting they're all without power. You said you're northeast Monroe Circle, so you're probably near, is that like 62nd and 4th Street maybe?
That is absolutely the area we're at, Mark.
Okay, well, we know it's going to be a long night for a lot of people. Catherine Hawley showing us one of the many trees that is down across much of Florida right now. Catherine, thanks. We'll let you get back to that. So all across Hillsborough County as well, across the bay for a second, they're feeling the impacts from Ian as well.
Our Fox 13 Justin Matthews spent the day in Waimama and Sun City Center. He has an update for us now.
The weather here in Apollo Beach has drastically deteriorated from the late morning hours to these late afternoon hours. Let's take a look at the water levels, how low they are. You can see this ramp here going down to the floating dock. It's so steep, you would normally just be able to walk across it and push a cart, but so much water has been sucked out of the bay here. The floating dock is just resting on the ground. Some boats even look like they are touching ground as well. Now let's take a look at a little bit earlier. Here's some video from a home in Ruskin. You can see just how powerful the wind is, how powerful the rain, how much rain was coming down. The homeowner told me that they have not been able to see the sandbar out by his house since Hurricane Irma. And it was very similar earlier in Apollo Beach. Some of the water had receded so much from near the homes. Some people said they hadn't seen that since Hurricane Irma either. So very reminiscent of that weather event. And earlier this morning, before the weather got really bad, people were walking around Apollo Beach just checking out how much the water had receded. They were looking at some of the wind. And I spoke to some people who say they weren't evacuating. They were just going to hunker down, and they made sure that they were stocked up.
Sandbags around the back door. Yeah. Bring anything that's loose in and stock up on food and beer.
Yeah, pretty much we just got a bunch of water, a bunch of drinks, a lot of food.
The wind is really roaring here in Apollo Beach. It's very different from the early afternoon hours, and you can just see that there's a lot of debris on the ground. There's going to be a pretty big cleanup later tonight and into tomorrow morning as the winds are just continuing to just blow very hard here in this area. Reporting in Apollo Beach, Justin Matthews, Fox 13 News.
All right, Justin, thanks. You know, Bayshore Boulevard was the place to be this afternoon before the police stepped in and shut it down. A lot of people pulled up to check out the view after Ian sucked all the water out of Hillsborough Bay, leaving the bottom completely visible, as you can see there. Fox 13's Evan Axelbank spoke to some of those gawkers. So, Evan, we have seen this time and time again, but it always seems to draw a crowd. I'll admit I was one of the people that went down there earlier today.
Well, yeah, and I want to make clear things are much worse than it was back when we got that video just a little while ago, maybe 2 hours ago or so. I want to show you where I am right now, though. Conditions have definitely gotten worse over the last couple of hours, but we have found this kind of three-quartered entryway to kind of protect ourselves in. So right now I'm feeling, where I'm standing at least, very little wind and rain because of the way the air is sweeping right past us. But if you look out over Bayshore Boulevard right now, you can see that the wind is coming down hard. The rain appears to be 60, 70 miles an hour or so. Certainly I'm not a forecaster, but that's just what it feels like out here. And you can see, like, if you go down to where that blue tarp is flapping, that is absolutely much worse than it was. The wind is much worse than it was just a couple of hours ago. Let's show you what it was like back when the sun was still up. There were dozens of people down here on Bayshore who wanted to see this for themselves. We watched some people walk hundreds of feet out to where the water started again, maybe as long as 2 football fields away from the shore. Unbelievable. What a sight. The police were certainly unhappy because it's obviously a safety issue given the unpredictability of this situation. Police also didn't want cars parked on the grass median. Police came and closed off the area until all the sightseers left. People certainly, though, say this was an unforgettable sight to see all the water out of Tampa Bay and the Hillsborough Bay, because it's a view of Tampa that you seldom get to see.
Gone and drained. It's insane. It's like mind-blowing to see that nature could do that.
I enjoyed everything about it. It's very mindful, like very peaceful. You get a different view at life. I mean, it is a serious moment right now, but that right there takes a lot off your mind.
We have video of one sightseer who needed help freeing themselves from the mud, which only got worse as the night went on. Lots of people had plenty of well wishes, though, for those down south. Obviously, what we're experiencing here in Tampa and in South Tampa and on Bayshore Boulevard is nothing compared to what's going on, as you can well see, in Fort Myers and Charlotte County and Lee County. Still certainly not a good night here, but nothing compared to what they're having down south. And the question, of course, Allie, is also, when is this water going to come back in? Paul gave a great description of it earlier. I certainly won't try to duplicate that because he's the meteorologist here. The thinking, as Paul reported and said, is that the water will not be rushing back in quickly. That was a fear that we had during Irma, Allie. That didn't happen that time, and as Paul said, it does not appear that's going to happen this time. So that is good news for those of us here in Tampa Bay. As I said, though, Allie, conditions definitely worse for the most part than they were a couple of hours ago. Once in a while, you'll see kind of a lull in the wind and the rain. Certainly in the wind right now, we're seeing that, but now it's picking back up again. So it's certainly going to be a busy night here on Bayshore, as well, not with people, but with the weather. They certainly want people to stay inside.
Yeah, because we can see Hurricane Ian is sort of just spiraling sort of right on our viewing area right now. So right where you are, Evan, and now is not the time to go out because it's dark. You're not going to be able to see down power lines and other debris that could be in the road. So it's dangerous. Stay safe out there, Evan.
Yeah, and absolutely, and that's why we've chosen to be in this entryway here, because we have 3 walls of protection right now. So even though the wind is really bad out there, where I'm standing here, you can see my jacket is barely fluttering.
That's great. All right. You and your crew stay safe. We'll see you in a little bit, Evan. Thanks. We want to show you more images out of Hillsborough County. Officials have been warning about those downed trees. And look, that's exactly what's happening. Wow, this is in Thonotosassa. Zachary Parsons says that tree is actually from the property next to his stepdad's that fell into their yard. It crashed right through the carport and on top of his girlfriend's car. Wow. And then there's this video. This is from Winter Haven. And look at this. A doorbell camera here actually caught the very moment when this giant tree just falls over. Look at it, it just rips right out of the ground, crashing through a fence there. Lisa Kearse captured that video. This happened on 21st Street Northwest. And we're going to be seeing a lot more of this because it was already wet from all the rain that we've had.
And if you could take a good look at that tree, if we show it one more time, if it'll show it, you see how thick the tree is, even the canopy alone. This is one of those times where you say, you know what, I really wish I would have trimmed my tree better.
Yes.
Because you really have to see how thick it is. You don't have a lot of air moving through that tree, and if that tree was thinned out a little bit better, it might not have fallen. And that's what happens with a lot of the trees that do get toppled, is that, not that it's anybody's fault, but they can be prevented in a lot of times by pruning these things and trimming them a little bit more often. And unfortunately, when we get storms like this, is when we start looking at trees again. Oh, I should have done this, should have done that.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. And at this point, Paul, it's just kind of people riding it out, right? Because at this point of the storm, it's right over top of our viewing area. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is. And I tell you, a lot of the problems too is because of the fact the ground is so saturated, and we had so much rain that the root structure has been really kind of struggling by the fact that, you know, we've had 8-9 inches of rain, and you throw in some strong winds on top of that, and it's a problem. We have another extreme wind warning up in effect for Highlands County, Hardee, and sections of DeSoto County. This is where the core of the hurricane is going to continue to kind of move to the east and northeast. So for the viewers in sections of Hardee and DeSoto County, I'm going to kind of pivot the radar. So kind of stick with me here for a second, and we will talk about this. This area right here is where the strongest winds are right now, and this is what we're really concerned about, because we still can kind of see the eye wall, which is down here, and to the north and northwest of what's left of the eye here, this is where the strongest area wind is going to be. This is going to be sustained winds, probably running about at least 80 to 90, with gusts over 100 for a time. The extreme wind warning is about at the top of all of the warnings that the Weather Service can issue. The extreme wind warning is the one that kind of mirrors a tornado warning. It was developed several years ago because the Weather Service had no real way of saying more than strong winds are coming. So they kind of equated to treat this warning as though you have a tornado ongoing outside your house. Get in an interior room, get away from windows, and wait for the wind and the storm to pass. And winds here about as strong as they are, and they're going to continue to slowly move north and northeast. So for now, that package or the pocket of strongest winds is Hardee, DeSoto, and part of Highlands County, where winds will be gusting. The negative is just because the winds are blowing away from the radar site. That's where we have the negative numbers. The winds here in Manatee and Sarasota counties are all probably in excess of 90, 110, still really howling in Manatee and Sarasota counties, but a lot of this wind probably isn't reaching the ground. This is from an elevated height from the radar. We've lost a lot of data due to transmission problems and the fact that the weather itself has knocked out some of the anemometers. We have to use Doppler technology to kind of figure out how strong the winds are going. But judging by how the storm has been behaving, it's probably a big pocket of sustained 80 to 90 with gust over 100 in many spots. We had a peak gust earlier in Punta Gorda of 124 miles an hour. And whenever we say, okay, this area had a peak gust of 124, it's safe to assume that the airport did not experience the top of the winds in the entire area. So if you had 124 in one spot, it makes sense that somewhere else probably at 130 to 140. There's going to be gustier, 110, 20, 120. And this is the type of wind that's going to knock down some trees, will cause some roof damage on some homes. It is going to be a mess through Hardee and DeSoto counties. Let's move the radar up a little bit, Tyler, because we get into a little bit more in the way of population here in Polk County. So those of you watching me in Polk County, Bartow, Fort Meade, Lake Wales, Dundee, Haines City, you're going to get into some of this, not now, but as the evening moves along. I think some of this is going to end up in eastern Polk County, so strong winds are heading for you. If you're watching me, and I may not say every town, I want to say as many as I can, but you can see, you know who you are. Anyone in this area, the wind's going to pick up as the core of the hurricane continues to move north and northeast. And it's going to be tough. It's dark now, or pretty close to dark. It's going to be really unnerving and unsettling to be in the house and hear tree branches hitting your roof, the shutters, all the noises that are upsetting you're going to have tonight, creaks in the house. And we just urge you to stay away from windows, an interior room. And that's really your only option. I mean, you can't leave, and you just got to kind of ride it out. And, you know, my biggest concern always is that you just hope that there's no trees around you that have been weakened by the root structure, weakened by some recent heavy rains. But you'll make it through it. It's just going to be an unnerving night. And then tomorrow when the storm goes by, and especially Thursday, it's going to be cleanup. We'll watch for tornadoes, but we know there's no escaping it. It's going to be a rough night with very strong winds going over 100 miles an hour for a time. The good news is the storm is weakening. It'll continue to weaken. The problem is it wasn't landfall at Cat 1. It was a Cat 4. So the process of this storm weakening is going to take some time, and it's going to take several more hours, maybe after midnight. To the west, the weather will finally improve later on tonight along 41 and 75 in Manatee and Sarasota County. More bands are going to kind of pivot this way. There'll be squalls around Tampa Bay, 50, 60 miles an hour. Get a lot more coming up, and we'll see you again in a few minutes. Back to you.
All righty, Paul, thanks. We'll let you catch your breath. That radar is something, though. Remember, if the power does go out, there's no need to fret. You can watch our live coverage on your cell phone or your tablet. Go to fox13news.com/live. Or you download the app and you'll see the live button there. And while you're there, download our Sky Tower radar app as well. That's really good. You'll be glad you did. You can listen to our coverage on the radio as well. We're on the radio. I appreciate our radio folks. Hot 101.5 or 97X. 102.5 The Bone will also have occasional coverage, so we appreciate them sharing our news as well.
You know, it has already become crystal clear that Hurricane Ian will be remembered as one of the big ones, and it's not even over yet. Fox's Madeline Rivera has a look at the storm's impact so far up and down our coast.
Hurricane Ian makes landfall along Florida's Gulf Coast, whipping up catastrophic winds and leaving thousands in the dark. Hurricane Ian barreling down on southwest Florida Wednesday afternoon. At times, damaging winds topping 150 miles per hour knocked out power for hundreds of thousands of people. On Sanibel Island, gusts pushed a devastating storm surge as Ian moved ashore.
The safest thing to do is to find an interior portion of your home without windows, hunker down in that area, away from what could be windborne debris.
Ian will slowly trek across the Florida peninsula, dumping more than a foot of rain over parts of Tampa, Jacksonville, and Orlando. Forecasters say by the time this hurricane leaves, parts of the coast could see storm surge reach 18 feet. People here have prepared for the worst.
I've been here 45 years, and this is the first time I left for a storm. The water just really scared me, and as well as the path.
The rest of the day we're in. We're not going to be out again until probably Friday.
Some emergency response teams paused service as the weather intensified. Florida officials say crews will deploy as soon as conditions allow.
We do have some people who've chosen to hunker down in some very vulnerable areas, and so that is going to be something that I know that they're keeping a very close eye on.
Later this week, forecasters expect Ian to turn north, hitting the Georgia and South Carolina coasts. In Tampa, Malva Rivera, Fox News.
And she's had that steady wind
Yes.
right on top of her for about 2 hours now. That powerful wind that you saw there blowing. You're going to see more debris in the roads as well.
Fox 13's Tony Sadiku shows us why this could actually block your drains.
We're in Hyde Park right now. This is an area we know floods. 2 to 4 inches of rain, and you likely have to seek an alternate route. And you could already start to see the rain picking up. For the most part, it's been light to moderate, but the gusty winds have occasionally brought some tree branches, at least small parts of these branches, to fall onto the road. And keep in mind, we are still in the outer periphery of this hurricane, and we've already started to get some of these outer bands, some of these strong gusts. Now we anticipate perhaps the axis of heaviest rain to get very close to this area and dump a lot of rain. The forecast calls for a foot, perhaps even more of rain could possibly fall in this area. The concern is a lot of these homes, some of them are high up, kind of like this one. You can see kind of the barrier here that may protect the home a little bit should the water rise up to that level, but others aren't quite that high. We've seen a lot of sandbags in the area, people taking some precautions perhaps from the wind and from the water, perhaps pushing into their homes. We know the city has done what it could really over the last couple of days. Officials have kind of told me that they've had crews going out and about, basically draining some of these retention ponds. They've been checking the stormwater system as well. We'll kind of have to see, though, as to how it will hold, because one of the concerns is all these branches perhaps clogging some of these storm drains. And of course, we know if that were to happen, that would lead to more flooding in this area. Perhaps the silver lining for these folks, they're not as worried about the threat for storm surge, but we know river flooding, freshwater flooding could potentially bring water dangerously close to people's homes. Tony Sadiku, Fox 13 News.
Right about that, Tony. Thanks very much. And Hurricane Ian made landfall earlier today near Cayo Costa, which is on Florida's southwest coast, very close to Sanibel. Most people know Sanibel from Captiva a little bit more, but Cayo Costa is the official landfall name. This is a huge storm impacting most of the state as well, especially the entire southern half.
Same exact spot as Charlie.
Exact same spot as Charlie. It's almost like Wag the Dog. Satellite video from NOAA shows lightning strikes surrounding the eye of Ian, and we've heard Paul and Tyler say all day today it's a sign it was intensifying right up until it hit land as a Category 4 storm. Let's bring in Fox's Ashley Soriano live for us in Tampa tonight. Hi there, Ashley. Even without a direct hit, we know it's still dangerous out there. Everybody's had their fair share of winds. Looks like you still have some too, huh?
Hey, good evening. That's absolutely right. This wind is very strong out here, and it's picking up by the second. I've been out here all day under a covered parking garage, and really just in the past hour or two, it's picked up significantly. In fact, just about a minute ago, an aluminum sign at a nearby building tumbled down from the top of the building all the way down to the road. So even though we are not necessarily in the eye of the hurricane right now here in Tampa, it certainly could cause some damage, and definitely not safe to be out there on the roads. Throughout the day, we have seen some emergency vehicles with their sirens go by. You might see an occasional car pass by and a person maybe walking to seek shelter, but it's very rare. It's mostly a ghost town out here. Most businesses are closed. There are very few hotels still open. Millions of people, more than 1 million people without power in the state. So definitely rapidly changing situation as the night goes on.
All right, that's Ashley Soriano for us live. Ashley, thanks very much. Those winds just keep on coming out there. Let's bring in Tyler on this. I know, Tyler, you've been watching this radar again for us. And what we've talked about, like Allie had mentioned, this is probably the closest we'll get to the eye wall, right?
Right. It's interesting when you look at kind of where the center of the storm is now. It's kind of tough as it falls apart. You know, the eye wall gets a little more ragged. But as you look at Sky Tower here, its relation to Tampa Bay, see the center of the storm is kind of just south and east of Arcadia, right about there. So it's kind of at the closest point now that it would be to us. After this, it's going to keep moving northeast, so it's going to keep moving away from us. That's not to say that a lot of these rain bands that are pivoting back to the west are not going to pack a punch. I mean, we've had consistent tropical storm force wind gusts all around Tampa Bay and over into Polk County for much of the last 3-4 hours or so. And that's going to continue for the next few hours, even as this kind of takes this kind of a track over towards Sebring and perhaps clipping parts of southeastern Polk County. But it is really the core of this storm that we're kind of concerned about here for the next few hours. It's still rocking and rolling with the winds on the back side of this. Through parts of Manatee and Sarasota County. You guys, I mean, the last 5, 6, 7 hours have been hurricane-force wind gusts and at times up over 100 miles per hour, and that's still a possibility in some of these bands that are pivoting back to the west. Everything in northern DeSoto County up into Hardy County is all kind of what we're worried about for that extreme wind warning that came out. You say, well, this is all extreme wind, but it's kind of reserved for the threat of structure damage. And when you have 80, 90, perhaps 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts in this area right here, kind of all this red that you see, and if you're listening and not being able to see us, maybe listen on the radio, it's pretty much Arcadia, right up 17 through Wauchula up to about Fort Meade. This core here is easily packing 70, 80, 90-mile-an-hour winds. So that is why the extreme wind warning is issued, because you need to be away from windows. You need to be that most interior room of the house. Pretty much the warnings that you hear us say with tornado warnings being issued, you know, what you need to do is kind of what you need to be doing in Hardy County and northeastern parts of Highlands County and up into southeastern Polk County as well. Some of this is already getting up towards frostproof 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds. And again, it's all going to be pivoting to the north as the storm continues to move north and east. Very heavy rain now in southern Polk County. Some of the bands are a bit heavier further north from there. Nasty line just went through Bartow. It'll be coming into parts of Lakeland, kind of crossing the Parkway pretty soon. Haines City, Dundee, Auburndale, Winter Haven, that little band there is all kind of pivoting off to the north. And some of it's even spinning back into eastern Hillsborough County. Some very heavy rain in spots back towards Lithia and Plant City had a heavy rain band come through. Everything up north is really not a huge deal. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's obviously been gusty, and you've gotten some nasty squalls come through from time to time in Citrus County and Hernando County and Pasco County, but it's certainly manageable. I mean, you got breaks in here where it's dry right now, and you got 20, 30-mile-an-hour winds at last check around Brooksville. A lot of folks sent their families to like Wesley Chapel. Good place to be, as it turns out. Everything is kind of well to your south and east. It's going to be a rough night, though, for a lot of folks, I think, in Polk County and Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands County, and still around Tampa Bay, several hours to come of very gusty winds, but gradual improvement overnight, gradual improvement tomorrow. And as this all kind of moves over towards the East Coast, and hurricane warnings are up along the East Coast of the state as well, because kind of think about how it works, right? The storm moves north and east, and all of a sudden they have onshore winds and could even have a little bit of surge over that way as well. We'll talk quickly about some rainfall totals here, and then we'll kind of toss it back to the anchors for a second. The flooding threat is materializing in the worst way. Rainfall totals are approaching 1.5 feet, and in some cases 20 inches in our southern counties. And that kind of growing purple whitish plume that we have extending from Venice and Englewood and Northport up to about Sarasota, that's extending northeast, and Hardy County right now is easily getting in on close to 1 foot of rain. We'll kind of pop up some numbers here for you. This is, again, just right about Venice, South Venice, Englewood, 17.9 inches. Northport-ish, 14 inches. These are all radar estimates, but certainly look like reliable data. In western DeSoto County, over 13 inches, and there's going to be that plume of purple over a foot of rain that's going to go all the way up into Polk County and extend from there. So all the rivers that are already high are going to be approaching near record levels on them. So the Peace River near Bartow, Peace River near Zolfo Springs, the Alafaya near Lithia, even the Hillsborough River up near Zephyr Hills, all going to be approaching levels that they have not had on record, and records go all the way back to the 30s and 40s. So that's really saying something about the freshwater flooding threat, just kind of a secondary aspect of this, but one that's going to be a big one in the coming days. Guys?
Really, Tyler, an unbelievable amount of rain there. We want to keep reminding you about this because if you haven't lost power yet, you may, and you might lose us here on the air, but we want to remind you about our live stream. You can find that. You can, use your phone. You've probably got your phone on you right now. Keep it charged. Keep it getting as much battery as it can while you can. Fox13news.com/live. You can also listen to us on the radio. We are actually going to be on 3 different stations. Our partners, Hot 101.5 FM, 97X, or 102.5 The Bone, will also have occasional coverage.
All right, well, storm surge, down trees and power lines, hundreds of thousands of people left without electricity right now. Ian's been devastating hurricane already.
It certainly has, and Governor DeSantis spoke all about that and the recovery and the danger that still remains ahead of us at his latest hurricane briefing.
We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter, and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of floodwaters and away from all down power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really, really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made, but in this situation, you've got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way, way, way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major, major impacts. We are, not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very, very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, I mean, downtown Naples is flooded. That's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. We're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very, very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there is apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there. So just please make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. I'm happy that Volunteer Florida is...
And people have been taking the proper precautions in our area. Shelters all around Tampa Bay are packed with people who had to evacuate their homes.
Yeah, we've been hearing the governor talking about so many people, especially all the sheriffs in each of the different areas, knowing in some low-lying areas, not everybody did evacuate, but many did, thankfully. And Fox 13's Sean Berry spoke with some of those who fled the storm's path, and some of them not for the first time.
With much of Hillsborough County under some sort of evacuation order, many found shelter here at the Irwin Technical College on Hillsborough Avenue, filling it to capacity early this morning.
This was at least a category 3, so we opened all shelters at the same time. So we were expecting quite a bit of people to come in.
Cynthia Delanoez and her family, they live near the water and were among the first to receive mandatory evacuation orders.
And I run when there's a big one like this one. And more people need to take heed.
But Delanoez is no stranger to hurricanes.
I went through Andrew and through Hurricane Hattie in 1961. In my country, Belize, but here I am, waiting on another one.
And while some at this shelter are experiencing yet another hurricane in their lives, others who had showed up here, they haven't experienced anything like this before, ever. Ultimately, though, deciding it was better to get out of Dodge, not test Ian's strength, and ride it out here to shelter.
I'm trying to get it over with.
Peggy Paquette and her husband have been seasonal residents in a West Shore mobile home park for nearly 30 years now, never sticking around for a hurricane. That is until Ian.
I would love to have stayed right there, but we had to get out.
And while those seeking shelter here have prepared for the worst,
we have no choice. We have no choice.
They're still hoping for the best. In Tampa, I'm Sean Berry, Fox 13 News.
And hope, as we know, will only get you so far, especially on a day like this.
It's been rough, Paul. I mean, the images coming out of Fort Myers, it breaks your heart.
And always afraid of what the light of day will bring. Is now all we get is little snippets. You get people that will venture outside and grab a picture. You shouldn't be outside at all. But then tomorrow, when the weather improves and we can look from above, it's not going to be a pretty picture at all. Fort Myers Beach, I posted this earlier. Let me go back to what I said. Is that the storm surge in Naples and Fort Myers was 7 feet, record high, but that's probably not the top surge. Is probably about 10 feet in spots. The radar shows the worst weather, Hardy and moving into DeSoto and Highlands County. A lot of you have asked great questions about this. Why is the east side and southeast side lack the weather? Because usually when we talk about storms, hurricanes that are moving northeast, you expect the worst weather to kind of be on the east side. We got two things. It's got strong upper level winds kind of blowing from the southwest, but more importantly, some dry air has kind of pivoted in from the southeast. So it's kind of an odd looking hurricane where usually the worst weather is kind of on the other side.
And to be clear, where that red is, most of that's moisture and rain. You can't necessarily see wind on this image.
We don't see winds. And the problem we're having is from the data networks being down and just from the damage from the wind, we're not getting a lot of reliable wind speed numbers from ground observations. We can tell from radar and guess pretty close. All of that is probably sustained 80 to 90, gusts 110, 120 in spots. So it's going to be a mess. Arcadia, Wauchula, Fort Meade. We'll get a lot of population up in Polk County. Pay attention, Polk County. I'm talking up and down 27, frost-proof in particular. Haines City, Bartow, Lake Wales, all of that weather and all that wind is going to head your way, and it's going to be a rough 6 hours, maybe 6 to 8 hours.
Not that long, okay.
And even back in Venice, which has been at this now since
4 o'clock this morning. They're an hour 13, and it's still blowing 60, 70 miles an hour.
And we're going to stay on the air, remember that. We're going to go through these bands, of course, as well, neighborhood by neighborhood, like Paul always does. We're showing you all these hurricanes, this impact down on the ground as well. We're going to show you what the storm looks like from space. Check this out. This is from NASA. And I know we've been talking about the size of this, Paul, but you see an image like that with the curvature of the Earth, and that really gives you some perspective.
It's crazy.
Are there any chances it's going to slow down? Because I know that's what the issue is. I mean, speed up, because it is so slow.
We would like it to go faster. I think it's going to go 8, 9, 10 miles an hour.
And it's going to stay that slow.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. This is going to be a long process for sure.
Well, this might make you feel a little bit better. Some flamingos there. They were taking cover.
From that.
From that, exactly, yeah. This is at St. Pete's Sunken Garden, and they are all safe. You can see they're just having some food there in the bathroom. Isn't that cute? Yeah, they're having a hurricane party.
They're probably in the safest spot for sure.
They probably are.
And they look pretty chill. All right, well, we're on the air continuously. Remember, our Fox 13 web team, they're working just as hard to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Ian. They're getting stuff from all over Southwest Florida right now. You can find all sorts of emergency information and advisories there. We're streaming as well online, all at fox13news.com. We know it's been a very long day. We have several more hours left of this tonight. I know even in our immediate viewing area, we're still going to have some rain. We're still going to have some winds. And of course, as we keep saying, we're going to be on the air with you the entire time.
We absolutely will. Of course, Paul and Tyler are going to be here until 2 a.m. and then the morning crew will switch out because we want to be with you every step of the way.
Indeed. Stay with us. We'll have much more right here on Fox 13, live coverage of Hurricane Ian striking Florida right after this.
This is Fox 13 Tampa Bay, special coverage of Hurricane Ian. Please stand by. Our live coverage will continue in just a moment. If you lose power, you can watch live Fox 13 news coverage of Hurricane Ian on your phone by downloading the Fox 13 News app and clicking on the Watch Live button. Now is also a good time to download the Sky Tower Radar app. It'll give you live radar coverage, plus other important information. The Sky Tower Radar app is free and available in the Apple and Google Play stores. Count on Fox 13 for continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. You can also listen to Fox 13 hurricane reports on our radio partners, 102.5 The Bone, Hot 101.5, and 97X. This is Fox 13 Tampa Bay, special coverage of Hurricane Ian. Please stand by. Our live coverage will continue in just a moment. Now is also a good time to download the Sky Tower Radar app. It'll give you live radar coverage, plus other important information. The Sky Tower Radar app is free and available in the Apple and Google Play stores.
Good evening. I'm Cynthia Smoot.
And I'm Chris Cato. Thanks for staying with us for continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. And yes, Ian is still a hurricane some 5 hours after making landfall.
Wow, that's quite a storm, isn't it? Let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado, starting off our hour with us. Paul, you've been in this for the long haul, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're on it until it goes away. And at this point, it's going to take a while to go away. Very strong winds, and this has really been a problem right along the core of the hurricane. And this has moved all of Hardee County now. If you're watching me in Wauchula right now, I know it's really tough outside. It is pitch black. It's noisy. You got creaks in the house. The shutters are banging back and forth. And all I can say at this point is hang in there. Just get yourself in a spot in the house that's away from windows. Kind of treat it like there's a tornado warning. That's the best idea that I can give. This too, you know the old saying, this too will pass? This too will pass. I hope your home is well secured. and you can make it through this. When we look at the, you're saying how bad are the winds here? I'd say sustained, probably running about 60 to 80, but there's many spots where there's wind gust over 100. There's no doubt about that. And it's still, for our friends in coastal, Manatee, and Sarasota County, where the phrase is just please, I've 5 messages in a row that came from this area that said, Paul, make it stop. Please make it stop. And there are signs that the weather's improving back here, but it's just, when something's moving 8 miles an hour, it takes a long time for the whole storm to traverse the state. 15 to 20 and things kind of move along. 8 is not quick at all. The reason why the storm, and a lot of you that watch hurricanes, we get a lot of folks at home that pay attention to this stuff, saying that the storm looks weird. And I agree. What happened here is dry air has kind of spun in from the south side. What's interesting, though, is the models picked up on it, because when we were showing you projected rainfall amounts from this storm, the highest amounts were up here. And that kind of picked up on the influx of dry air coming in from the southeast. There's also winds above us are blowing in now from the southwest, kind of inducing some shear. So it's kind of a weird-looking storm. You'd expect this to be over here, but it's not, and I think that's because the dry air is kind of coming in, and the worst weather's on the west side. Well, let's do a little radar trip quickly, because I don't want to ignore, I know we got viewers now up in Citrus County. Let's just do a quick radar tour. We'll show the different areas. We'll start with Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco. What we're seeing here is what we've seen all day. Squalls. Break where it's not raining, rain comes down, wind blows, stops, rain comes, rain goes. You talk about the old, what are squalls? These are squalls. You get lines of moderate rain whipping to the west with breaks in between. So it stops raining, it picks up, it stops, it picks up. This is going to last a while longer. I don't think any of this is going to be problematic. I mean, you could certainly lose power in some of these squalls, but as far as like getting damage to your house, I suppose you can maybe get some shingle damage, but all of you up here are going to be okay. It's a rough night, noisy, windy, but it's going to be fine. We'll head south into Pinellas and into Hillsborough County, and we will show you the situation here. Here is where some of the real heavy rain continues to come in from the west. Multiple areas without power in Pinellas. A buddy of mine earlier messaged me from Seminole, said without power, and you go up to Palm Harbor and Clearwater, like Tarpon and all the way to Oldsmar, just rounds and rounds, moderate to heavy rain, and inside some of these bands, we get wind gusts 60 to 65 to 70. The core of the hurricane is going to stay probably out of Hillsborough County. That being said, it's not going to be a picnic for the next couple of hours with gusty winds and kind of noisy at your house as well. Hopefully you don't lose power. We'll move south. We're trying to give you a break in Venice, Northport, and Englewood. I know this has been a rough day and night. Think about this. This has been ongoing here in Venice and Englewood since before daybreak. This is a long-lasting event. This is a solid 12, like 16 hours where it's been rough in Venice, Englewood, and Northport. Now the core is moving away, but it is still very windy, up and down 41. Anna Maria's had a rough ride. Lido, Sarasota, Holmes Beach, Venice, all of this has been to Osprey. And then we move to the east, and this is where the weather's the worst. It is right here. This doesn't necessarily show winds. It just shows the amount of rain. This is torrential rain, but we know this is the core of the hurricane. As far as the eye goes, what's left of it looks like it's here. And this is kind of the northern part of what is left of the core of the hurricane. This will continue to weaken. The good news is the weakening process is ongoing. So the wind speeds will start coming down, and probably pretty dramatically, as more of the circulation is over land. The friction of the land also helps to kind of spin the storm down, and the removal of the energy source, which is the water, helps for this to spin down. But this made landfall not as a Cat 1, not as a tropical storm, but a Cat 4. So the wind down process, it just takes a while. So hang in there, Bowling Green, Fort Meade, Frostproof. This is going to last a while longer. Let's also, Tyler, can we go ahead and maybe show either the Prague. Go ahead and we'll show how things are going.
Let's show the high res. I think that's good to kind of project out where this is going to be heading. Bear with me a second while I pull it up for you. There you go.
So this is the future cast, and also as far as flooding around Tampa Bay, I know you're kind of waiting for this big rush of water to come in from the Gulf. The water's got to come back, but I don't think necessarily we're talking about a big flood event around Tampa Bay. This happened in Irma, where the water's going to come back, and there may be water levels 2-3 feet above normal, but when a hurricane is moving away from us and not coming at us, I don't think we have any big problems in Tampa Bay. Yeah, there could be some high water, but I think it's certainly manageable. The big storm surge flooding event already happened, and that, unfortunately, is down by Fort Myers Beach and Venice. So let's put this into motion, and you'll notice the winds that'll start turning to the northwest eventually tomorrow, and this is the clock, and you can see it's just a slow process. This is Thursday, early morning. This is 2 o'clock, and then you move into 3 o'clock, and then the weather finally around 3 to 5 is mostly up by Orlando. And I think tomorrow morning when it's daybreak on, there'll be some significant improvement all in our viewing area. So we'll get through tonight, and then we'll talk about improving weather beginning tomorrow, and then by Friday, by Friday, the weather should be a lot better. So we're on this. We'll have more additional radar views, and we'll get you through the night. Hang in there. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. We would love to talk about improving weather tomorrow. We can't do that right now. Let's show you earlier today what it looked like in southwest Florida, where Ian made landfall, again, coming ashore officially around 3:05 p.m. in the area of Cayo Costa, that's near Sanibel Island. This is from Fort Myers along Estero Boulevard. You can see what the storm surge was doing there, inundating the streets, partially submerging cars. Now, this video was taken this afternoon, too, before the storm surge had even reached its peak. They're still tallying what the levels of water are there. And here's some video from Cape Coral before the storm made landfall. This is footage from Del Suslick. It shows his neighbor's pool screen being ripped away by the wind, which is, if you've seen hurricanes before, you know pool screens are usually one of the first things to go. And considering that the storm surge that was later reported in Cape Coral, you have to wonder if the damage to that home now goes far beyond a pool screen. We'll hope for the best for them.
Pool screens get it, don't they? Street camera shows Sanibel Island getting slammed by high winds and flooding this afternoon. And this is before the eye moved ashore, which was just barely north. Right there of Cayo Costa is just north of Sanibel Island, and so that's how close this was. But check out the surge coming in. National Hurricane Center said it made landfall, as you've heard Paul and Tyler say, as a Category 4, nearly Category 5 storm, as strong as it can be. Sustained winds at the time of 150 miles an hour, and it happens fast.
And in Sarasota County tonight, about 250,000 people are in the dark. The county was hit with wind gusts of over 100 miles per hour, a lot of rain, and of course flooding along the coast. Fox 13's Brianna Arredondo has been there all day for us. She joins us live now from Sarasota. And Brianna, we know you've had to shelter for your own safety for much of this evening. Have you been able to get a sense of what the damage is like there in Sarasota County?
Well, I can tell you that I'm actually standing right next to the doors for the Emergency Operations Center, and we can see in all the rain that is definitely coming in sideways. We can hear the wind whistling through these doors, and so that just kind of gives you a sense of just how strong this storm is just right outside of this building. And this is a very obviously secure and solid building. So everyone definitely needs to keep remembering to shelter in place and do not go outside, and find a safe place in the inside of your house right now as this is passing through.